Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Have Sheila Holm back with us again. We're gonna do a deep dive on Tina Peters, talk about sedition, talk about treason, talk about all the people that have, probably already been, arrested, but we're just not seeing it. The lies and disinformation that's out there. So much that we can cover today, and we're going to. Sheila, thanks for joining us once again.
It is so awesome to be with you. There is so much happening. I mean, it's like the floodgates opened when they realized President Trump said, my fellow Americans, we're going to have a conversation tomorrow night. I'm going to address the nation. He doesn't have to do it through EBS because he's doing it straight from the White House now.
Wow, how about that? So
Yeah.
everybody's been waiting for EBS, and we're just going to have it direct from the White House.
Hmm.
That's interesting. Uh,
And I don't know if you've seen the fact, but if you just think of the numbers of today, today is 12/17, a 17 day, which is amazing.
okay.
Okay. But
Yep.
12 and 17 is 11. 2025 is 9. It's the mirror of 911.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Isn't this amazing?
Back in their face with it. That's good.
And he's doing it right tonight. And what does that match up with? The We'll see this when we go through the Twitter feed in just a little bit. Do you remember when they we were at a rally? I wasn't at that physical rally, but there was a rally. And do you remember when Santa Claus came out in costume and then Mrs. Santa Claus came out in costume and they danced around and they were talking about gifts and everything else and on the wall was the picture of Santa.
Ah,
That picture got re-released today. So Santa was in the midst of all these bricks. And the picture of Santa has a hammer and another tool in the other hand, and that matches a Q proof about Christmas, justice by Christmas.
wow.
So,
Ah,
and we're kind of a week away, a little bit over a week away, but that's where we are.
yeah. Well, the numbers line up right. So I like
Hmm.
that because they're all about numbers, and we play those numbers back on them. I think that's really good because
Hmm. They're not even cooperating. And
right.
this letter that just went out on the 15th to them personally, because they'd already met with them, and this explains exactly everything that happened. So I don't know if you want to share this down below the interview, or this is on. I retweeted this today, and I'll retweet it with Jaco on it, and so you guys can go on his page and find this. This is a profound, profound letter, and so I don't know if we want to take the time to read it, but it is so good. So would you like to read a paragraph? I read a paragraph. What would you like to do?
Yeah, let's do that. I'll start out, and this is very
Okay.
interesting because it's directed directly to the warden. Dear Warden Stansel, on December 5th, 2025, President Donald J. Trump issued a full and unconditional pardon to my client, Tina M. Peters, at approximately 5:55, interesting time, p.m. on December 12th, 2025. I personally served a copy of the presidential pardon on armed DOC staff at the La Vista Correctional Facility and requested that they release Mrs. Peters.
Instead of releasing Mrs. Peters as required by federal law, the Department of Corrections personnel stated that they would not comply with President Trump's pardon. That's very specific, guys. That wording is very specific. Their refusal is categorically unlawful. A presidential pardon is self executing and immediately terminates all legal authority for continued custody. Your refusal to release Mrs. Peters is not a clerical delay. It is a willful deprivation of liberty under color of law in direct violation of 18 USC Section 242. If more than one Department of Corrections employee acted in concert to block her release, it further constitutes a conspiracy to deprive rights under 18 USC Section 241.
Wow. I expect Mrs. Peters to be released immediately. If she is not, her attorneys will pursue all available civil and criminal remedies against every state officer or official who knowingly participated in obstructing the enforcement of a presidential pardon.
Please provide written confirmation without delay identifying the precise time Mrs. Peters will be released in order to create a plan to safely receive her. Now, before we move from this, in the paragraph you just read, they knowingly participated. They knowingly rejected by saying, we will not comply. They don't have any, they have no involvement with her once that pardon was put in their hands. It's over. And so to say we're not going to comply with any presidential pardon. Now, here's what's really wonderful. Do you know that these pardons operated precisely according to USC 18 before President Lincoln? He was the first Republican president. The Republican Party was brand new. And these pardons were honored even before President Lincoln. So the things that are happening are so critical. And that's why when I responded to things today, I kept saying, please go and look up the definition, the terms that are involved in sedition and treason. Because anybody who knowingly operates against federal law, anybody who operates against our Constitution, anybody who incites people to do the same knowingly, that's treason. The difference in the wording, and that's why I wanted us to go back and look at the word knowingly. If you've knowingly participated in this, and that's why Juan's been saying, you guys better think about getting an attorney because a lot of attorneys aren't going to represent you in this kind of a case. So you
Wow.
better start looking for somebody now before. It's just like when everybody in DC was notified, a new sheriff's in town, this isn't going to work anymore. All of a sudden,
And
there
to
were
the
no attorneys
Queen,
available in DC because everybody hired attorneys.
you have all the maneuver.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some very interesting things are going to happen, I think, going forward, as far as like, the accountability, who's going to be held responsible and so forth. They're going to try and, get to the point where they're going to like, oh, I was told to do this and I was told to do that, but I don't think that's going to be something that they can get away with. Now, do you
Can't.
want to read the terminology or the definition of sedition?
I will, but they can't escape from this
Yeah.
because that was a whole thing on the military accountability.
Mm-hmm.
You're just following somebody's orders. It
Mm-mm.
doesn't matter because when it comes down to the rule of law,
Yep.
you chose to operate against the Constitution. You chose to operate against a legal American who received a presidential pardon that's unconditional. Period. End of story. You chose to operate the way you operated. I want to make sure that they're making it very, very clear. And the reason why these terms are so critical is a lot of Americans don't understand, just like a lot of the military when they told President Trump back in 2018 when he went and served him dinner in Afghanistan. And there he was, and he said, how long would it take to get out of this war? And he said, well, sir, probably 7, maybe 10 days on the outside. He said, then why are you guys still here? And he said, we're following orders. That's what happened in the military, but that's what happened everywhere. Everybody in the medical industry followed orders in 20 and 21. They were all following orders. So you can't make me be held accountable. Those consequences are now coming upon the people who chose to follow orders and operate against the rights of the people on the land in America. So sedition is speech or action that encourages rebellion or unrest against a government, falling short of treason, which involves direct betrayal or aiding enemies. But okay, now let me just add a caveat. This is from Sheila. This isn't in the term. Look at what some of these senators and congressmen are involved with because they went and tried to negotiate other deals with cabal members that were sent out of this country, deported, and tried to go back and renew deals with them. Because
Mm.
one of the biggest things with Tina is the Venezuelan connection, international interference in the Colorado election, which was a federal election. And that documentation is held, which we forget about, with the House of Representatives. Every election is a federal controlled election. And people don't realize the depth of this. So, but aiming to disrupt lawful authority, often through incitement to insurrection or hatred. Historically, sedition laws have been used to suppress dissent and political speech, leading to prosecutions under acts like the U.S. Sedition Act of 1798. Though modern interpretation, especially in the U.S., balances the laws with free speech rights, gives them an opening to not consider it sedition. And that's what Senator Mark Kelly's trying to do because what came down from Pentagon yesterday, he's under command investigation of what he said in the seditious six. We've seen that tape.
Yep.
And now, when I mentioned that last night on an interview with Juan said, Sheila, it's probably over 240 now. So it's, they started with a seditious six. The other one's enjoined in it, because when you enjoin in it, you're participating and you're choosing to follow that process instead of following the rule of law. And that's why we've made very clear the rule of law is so important.
So
And so,
Juan said 240 now. Is he talking about Congress and senators, congressmen and senators?
well, when I said the seditious six, he
Yeah.
said it's no longer six, it's more than 240 now. So they've already got the names of all the people. That's what's really crazy is people are out there saying whatever they want to say, just like when they said all this stuff about President Trump, just like when they refused for him to even be on X,
Yeah.
just like when they took down people off of YouTube. You don't have the right to do that. What was your ruling that you followed in order to do that?
Yeah.
Because that is severe censorship of truth.
Yeah.
And you don't have a right to do that in America.
Well,
So to say
did
we were
they did it to a lot of
seditious,
us, but
but it was our free speech, it doesn't equate.
yeah, but they came back with the, we're protecting, the community, and the community can't, determine on their own, what is right and what's wrong. That's ridiculous, right? So it's free speech. That's why there is free speech. Now, Susie Wiles has been accused of making these inflammatory accusations against Elon Musk, calling him someone that runs around the White House doing ketamine, and President Trump acts like he's an alcoholic, and some of the things that he does. And uh, so we talked before the show. Now I'm watching that and I'm like, I haven't seen this interview that everybody's saying that she did say all these things. What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. There's no video.
Yeah,
I've seen a couple of things. She never did a video with anybody. She never did interviews. Now she's made a couple of statements on a couple of things, but not anything like what they're saying. And so where's the video?
yeah,
Where's your evidence? Where's your proof? And what they don't understand when we were talking about sedition, it's right in the first line. Anyone that does speech or an action that would encourage rebellion or unrest against a government, when you start resisting and wanting other people to not follow what the commander in chief is saying in this nation, from military people, remember Quantico on September 30, we've already covered that. It's the same thing. We are all under the same rules and laws in America. And Senator Mark Kelly is not above the law because he's a senator. And how horrible is it that our senator doesn't even know the law and doesn't even know our Constitution and doesn't even know he caused problems for himself?
yeah.
Who is this guy?
And former military, and then telling the rest of the military not to obey an unlawful order, where he knows that everyone, goes through at the very basically. I remember this in boot camp. You learn about unlawful orders and how it's your responsibility not to follow them, or to not really follow them, but to bring them to everyone's attention, uh, so you don't have a rebellion. And
Mhm.
that's what they're trying to incite, a rebellion. So yeah, there's definitely some things that are going to come down from this. Perhaps tonight it's going to be
Mhm.
announced. So that'll be interesting. So if it is announced tonight, then do you think there's going to be a movement? Because Juan has said that President Trump is going to announce basically an emergency election, um, you know, type thing where, we have to come in and make sure the elections are secured. Maybe that comes out tonight.
I think the whole process comes out tonight
Wow.
because the election if we are at a point, and I don't know, I don't have an inside source on this part of it. If we're fully ready to go back to being a republic by correcting our currency, correcting the elections, having a republic structure with the corporation being dealt with, and it's dealt with, but forming everything back. And that's why Jefferson told us once you have corruption in the republic, you can't just replace an evil with something else. You have to completely do what President Trump is doing right now. And if in that case, I believe there's a statute within the structure that there has to be an election within 120 days. And
Oh, wow.
I know the time? Do I know the timing of this? But this is what is possible for us. But again, I'm not one of the people in the room in the conversations.
That is
But
amazing. That makes so much sense that
doesn't it?
we would just have a across the board, another election. Everybody gets
Because
registered and then we have an
yeah,
election. Wow.
well, and it's immediate because as soon as you have the election, you have a change.
Hmm.
The
Yeah.
corporation switched it from February, March timeframe up to November, and then gave them until January to do whatever they wanted to destroy during the transition time. There's been no transition.
Hmm.
They just do whatever they want to do and give all sorts of pardons, and they do all of this stuff. Their ability, that structure under that person is gone, and the new comes in because we decided not to vote you for another term, so you're gone. That hasn't been happening under the corporation structure. Election beginning in November, and the next person doesn't come in till toward the end of January. All of this is different, but that's why I kept saying read the Constitution, and I highlighted this week on the things that Juan's been issuing, and I said we don't have to rewrite because remember, Hillary Clinton was pushing, so was Nancy Pelosi. And so were some of the others. I mean, those are the two that were really being vocal about it. We have to have a constitutional conference, just like they did in the beginning. We don't need to rewrite our Constitution.
Right.
But what we do need to do, instead of rewriting the Constitution, we have to read the Constitution. So reread it, not rewrite it. And so that's where we're at because people don't understand. And after we do the one on treason, and again, think about the word knowingly. I mean, Comey knowingly set up a Gmail account just like Hillary. So he wasn't going to turn in Hillary, he'd have to turn in himself. And when you do that kind of communication on national affairs on an unsecured non-government computer, what are you doing to America? So, I mean, I'm just giving a simple example.
Yeah.
But when you knowingly do these things and then you lie about it and do the cover up of it, and you don't let the American people know the truth, and that's what's been happening to us the whole time we've been a country.
Yeah.
But now we have documented evidence because we have those records, we have those emails, we have it all. And
Yeah.
so they knowingly committed treason against our country. And remember when Kavanaugh was being interviewed when he was up for justice of the Supreme Court? It was so profound. And it's just a funny quirk that it was Lindsey Graham that questioned him. I mean, it's just kind of funny. But anyway, Lindsey Graham was questioning this is civil law. And is it different from military law? And he said, absolutely. And then he had him explain the difference. So people are wanting, where are the arrests? Where are the arrests? You don't see the arrests when it's military. You don't know that these things are going on. All I've heard is the brigs are full. Now, have I been on military bases and seen that the brigs are full? No, but I've heard that the brigs have been full for a long time.
Wow.
And so, where are these people? You're not seeing these people out in the public anymore.
Well, I can tell you when I was in the military, the brigs were never full. So that's
Mm.
and I was in the military for a very long time. So that's very interesting. I believe it, and I
Mm-hmm.
believe it's they're transferring people like Juan has talked about, and I've seen some evidence of that all the way out to Guam for
Mm-hmm.
incarceration as well.
Well, remember the barges that well, it wasn't just a barge, but it had like prisons on top of barge style ships.
Yeah.
Those have been used the whole time too. for transportation. But
Those are used during
what's really
wartime.
crazy is people are thinking America is going to pay to send all the witnesses down to Gitmo and everything's going to happen at Gitmo. There's hearing locations at Gitmo. But if we go back and look at that military accountability letter again, they said that even the military people are going to start with a court martial process. They're going to lose their pensions.
Right.
They explained everything in there because they were explaining the law. And they knew that these officers that they named in that one paragraph and many more had already committed treason.
Yeah. Like Mark Kelly, he's
Mm-hmm.
getting a pension. So you
Mm-hmm.
commit treason, you're going to lose your pension and probably something else. So that's
Mm-hmm.
that's what's going to happen to him. That's very, very
Well, and
obvious.
trying to deny his words. Sir, you need to take a class on the Constitution. What you guys chose to do, in even just putting those little videos together, you were in trouble
Yeah.
before you even said anything, because it's the intent to operate against us. Then remember the wording in the sedition, it's the words, your speech, and your actions.
Hmm.
He didn't stop. He wants other people to join him. They all want other people to join him.
Sure.
And they're telling people, don't be following orders from these people. And that's why it was so great that you gave the background on. It is in the military, it is in the documentations, it is what all of the military people agreed to is you don't follow unlawful orders.
Yeah.
And it's been tough on a lot of the military guys trying to, because it's just like the FBI. Stephen Friend, I'll never forget. It was emotional for him. He wanted to be the best FBI agent he could be.
Hmm.
But the only people getting raises and promotions were the ones operating against the law and against the Constitution and against Americans.
Yeah.
How does this get you raises and promotions? He couldn't understand it till I told him it's on your building, the Hoover building, because the Hoover has the address of the original lodge castle of those two blocks in DC of the First Knights of Pythias Lodge in DC.
Wow. Wow. And
So,
I've seen a lot of officers over the years, get advanced. And once I left the military, I was a contractor for the military and trying to set up different stuff for the military to save them money. And I would see some of these former generals come in and they'd have their like Gucci shoes on and everything. And I'm, just a dude, trying to give the military great contracts. And the group that I was with, we presented, and the guy that was in charge of, requisitioning who got the contract, told us later, after we didn't get the contract, we brought a great contract that would have saved the government tons of money. He told us, in which he wouldn't have normally have done, but because we did such a great job, he says, "I was told, I picked you guys, and I was told that those guys were going to get it." And
wow.
yeah, so I've seen this corruption,
Mhm.
in the military, outside the military, and now I'm seeing it on a level that I've never seen it before. So it doesn't surprise me that we're going to see a monumental pushback, maybe starting tonight.
Well, I've already seen a shift. I've seen a shift in the freedom of communication. I've seen a shift in the people acknowledging that they're really getting that this is not going to be a quick process. Because so many people are like, even this morning, I received one. And when we go through the Twitter stuff, we can go into this.
Okay.
We get hope and then it get dashed. And
Yeah.
then you get more hope and then it's dashed again. Well, and I just said feelings aren't going to get you anywhere. That's how a psyop works. The whole thing about a psyop is get you to be focused on the wrong things, to be having feelings about horrible things that, and it's all manipulation in order to direct the crowd.
Yeah.
All of this, and so, but that's why if you participate in it, you could go down the slippery slope of sedition into treason. All these people trying to create a different America. There's somebody trying to create a different California. There's somebody trying to create different state structures. There's somebody trying to do nation state. There's somebody trying. We are a republic for America. That's how we were founded. We pledge our allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands.
Yeah.
So do you want it? Do you want that to fly? I mean, I've even had people write to me and say, when it's the national anthem, why are you people putting your hands on your hearts? And I said, for the dedication and the commitment. Well, I don't know what you mean. It's just a national anthem. I said, it's our country.
Yeah.
And we're honoring those who stood. Because that night, and as that battle went on, he said it, and the words are in the song. So if you listen to the words and not just, oh, it's here's the national anthem again. If you listen to the words and then understand the story of it could have all been over. But in the midst of that horrific battle, with few people in the fort to protect themselves, the guys that were out in the armada out in the water, the flag never went down.
Yeah.
The flag stood through all of it, and it stands for our republic. So we stand for our republic. And to me, put my hand on my heart for the pledge, and I put my hand on my heart for the allegiance to our country in that. And I just don't know why someone would question that.
Yeah.
It's just really crazy. But I'm drifting off. Let me get back to treason. So in treason is the ultimate betrayal in one's country, defined as levying war against it or giving its enemies aid and comfort. And there's not a single person that we wish would have been perp walked who doesn't fit this category. I don't want him perp walked and the local police putting him somewhere, because let me give you the background on this. When Durham did the cases and you look at the pleadings, it's Hillary Clinton involved this DA with this sheriff, with these 3 police officers, with it's a net of these people. So even if we waste our time doing that, and then we try and get them to court in front of judges that never even took an oath or don't want to follow the law or won't follow the law anyway, just like these men at Department of Corrections. If those men at Department of Corrections don't even know the law, why are they in a legal facility operating with people about the law? This is what's crazy, because everybody's learned to just listen to what somebody tells them to do and do it. Follow the order. So anyway, involving acts like overthrowing the government, materially helping enemies. Look at all of the examples we've already heard about that. Punishable by severe penalties, including death, long imprisonment. But conviction requires high evidence, like 2 witnesses to the same act, to prevent misuse against political opposition. So you can't just go after somebody. You've got to know that, because even if they had the intent to do it, but they didn't commit the actions, they didn't say it, commit the actions. Remember, sedition? It's your speech and your actions. So when they keep denying it, when they keep saying that it didn't matter, when Uranium One doesn't matter, when the Russian hoax doesn't matter, look what that cost us. And that whole thing was created with their money at Georgia Tech in Atlanta, Georgia. It didn't even exist in real time or real space. I mean, the things that we've been putting up with, the things that we have now found out about and witnessed, that there isn't anybody on the list, I'm sure, of the people you're thinking of. And I pretty much know the people you're thinking of because I hear about them every day. Why isn't something happened to this one? Why isn't something happened to this one? And their names have not faded from anyone's memory. But have you seen them? Have you witnessed anyone talking to them? They still think some of these people are in control, but have you seen them? Have you heard anything from them? You remember when Christopher Wray went to all the offices and he was going to straighten everything up and get everything cleaned up, and now we find out that he lied about everything on J6? I mean, we don't know who these people really are. We have to rely on people like Kash Patel. Why do you suppose they're trying to destroy him? People like Pam Bondi. Why do you suppose they're trying to destroy her? They came in, and a lot of the evidence that that the people destroyed before President Trump's team came in, they didn't understand we already had it. We'd already captured it. Cheyenne Mountain is still locked up. Cheyenne Mountain found a communication system that they were using, which is completely separate from our communication system. And I have not talked with anyone about this on the team, but I'm willing to bet you, and I'm not a true betting person, but I'm willing to bet you that the very day that lockdown and President Trump was there, they showed him that communication process, and now they were able to get to the bottom of this. And yet, look what that took from that was March 20 of 20, I believe.
Yep.
And from that date to the Dick Cheney date was a long time of investigating all those 24 layers of people under him. It was a nice thing. It was an unusual thing.
Mm-hmm.
But flags went half-staff 17 days later, the day of his funeral. So if that was the day of his funeral, or if that was the day of his death when they announced it.
Sure.
Because there's things, people keep wanting to know what's happening. We don't need to know what's happening. We just need to stay tight with the Father and thank Him that the people who can make a change in this country are making those changes. Because this evil, like I said many times, it goes all the way back to the Garden of Eden. There has never been a time. And to imagine now that we had no idea in this generation or the previous many generations, all those Civil War soldiers knew what they were fighting for, that we're just finding out now. And that's why the South was fighting, because the infiltration was coming in from the North. The Monroe Doctrine was about that infiltration that was bringing tyranny into America in 1820. He did that report to Congress. President Jefferson, Adams, Monroe, all taken out because they fought this fight for us. Abraham Lincoln learned the truth, and the Civil War still happened, and he was taken out. Kennedy found out from Eisenhower that it wasn't resolved. So Kennedy tried to tell us, and in the midst of that, he was taken out. This is not a simple process. And it's not what we get cleaned up now. It's going to take maybe 4 decades
That's what I
to
thought.
get all the layers cleaned up because the tentacles of this evil are everywhere. It's in, well, if we just, there's one example I did today, and let me see if I can, you guys, we've been doing the 45 points, but I just put less than 25% out. I put from point 13 to point 33, because 33, they love that number. Point 13 is avoid all loyalty oaths. None of these people that we think are so profound and representing us, and the judges and all these people that we're supposed to admire and honor, they haven't been taking an oath to the Constitution on purpose. Avoid all loyalty oaths. Number 14, foreign access to U.S. Patent Office. And I sent one example in the book because I found it back in the Georgia Guidestones. At the same time the Georgia Guidestones were being erected and connected with concrete mortar between the granite pieces, a guy in France gets a U.S. Patent Office approval on doing those connecting pieces with our blood to illuminate. They say because Christ is the light of the world and his light's in us. Oh, you think you're the light of the world? And they put them up on sticks and burn them at night to light the streets. That illumination is being used in the concrete in the tunnels. And the guys from France that created that patent. Number 15, capture political parties. They did that. Number 16, use courts to weaken American institutions. That's why federal judges have to, and state judges have to follow the orders. Number 17, control schools, teachers, and books. Number 18, control student newspapers. 19, student riots to public protests. 20, control press, editorials, book reviews. 21, control the media. 22, discredit American culture. 23, control art. Number 24, eliminate obscenity laws. Number 25, direct cultural standards of morality. That's why in 1992, Bush, Sheriff, 41 president, brought in the Babylonian Talmud Noahide laws and said those were the laws that were the basis of our morality and our culture and our civil society in America. It was the 10 Commandments. It was never based on Babylon. And so then in 93, under a completely new Congress, under Clinton, they did it again and expanded the Noahide laws into the education system. And if you look back at our time frame, when did all the lawsuits start? When they were removing the Ten Commandments from schools, public buildings, courtrooms, anywhere where anyone could see it, and saying they were going to put Baphomet statues in, even in Oklahoma Capitol. So you can look these cases up online. They're easy to find. So after they did that, then the next one, 26, present what is to be called normal. They've been deciding to tell us what is normal in this country. 27, infiltrate all churches and discredit the Bible. They've done that too.
Oh yeah.
20, 28, eliminate prayer in schools. 29, discredit America Constitution. 30, discredit the founding fathers. They're doing that all the time. I now am getting new videos that President Abraham Lincoln and his entire family were big mafia people, and that's why they had to take him out. I'm not kidding, guys. It just doesn't stop. And then 31, discourage American history. 32, support socialism for centralized control. And 34, eliminate all laws against communism. That is only 10 of 45. That's not even 1/4 of what they did to us. And we ended up accepting all of this and proceeding as though life could ever come back to any kind of normal.
Crazy. Yeah, you've done a good job of outlining a lot of this stuff. How much of that do you think President Trump and his emergency broadcast tonight will be talking about?
Well, everybody thinks I'm talking with Trump. Everybody thinks I'm making sure Juan talks about all these things. Guys, there's a way of communicating that we've talked about. I think we even did the little 4-minute, 30-second Hebrew where the letter is 1, the number is 2, the pictograph is 3. You're in 3 dimension if you know those. And then 4 is when you put the letters together for the word. And 5 is when you go to the Father, because every one of the words have multiple definitions. And so when you're communicating it, you have to know the definition that the Father is giving you for that word. And so that's how we're operating. And I reached a point when I was doing the book that President Trump was answering, and I said, guys, you got it to him within 24 hours, and nobody gave it to him. And he's answering me. Do you see what I mean? So
I get
everybody
that a lot
thinks,
too. I'll talk
yeah,
about something, and the next day he talks about it. It's like, wow,
yeah,
we're just tapped in.
that's the 5th dimension.
Yeah,
That's it's not about chess. And he's probably a great chess player, and they said Baron's even better, and that's awesome. I haven't played it in so many years, I wouldn't even want to guess how much I could do on a chess game now.
I'm the same. Yeah,
But I'm so grateful that we're able to witness these days, because this is just, it's miraculous. It's absolutely miraculous what is happening in our country in these hours. This is something that we're witnessing. This has never happened in all of history. The guys have said that the soldiers tried, the Q team has tried since Abraham Lincoln 6, 7 times, and it always gets thwarted, but several lives were lost.
yeah.
And this time he's been keeping us at peace. He's been keeping our guys safe. And what he said about Syria, he means it. He means it. You're not, the retaliation against you guys for what you did to 2 soldiers and a civilian, I'm not letting this rest. And this is the difference in being a true leader.
Yeah.
It's not just America first. It's not just our nation has to be first, and other nations want me to tell them when it's going to happen for them, what's the president going to do for them. Guys, I don't have a red phone to the president. Just, but I can honestly tell you that he's doing everything he can, because as a world we have to be united, because they'll swoop in anywhere where there's a vulnerable. It's like an Achilles heel. And America became an Achilles heel. They were using us as a world order since 1871, when they made us a corporation. We have never been free. We've never had a day of liberty. And people think they're doing great, and we just need to get great back. We never were great. We were always enslaved. We were always required to follow their rules and regulations that we were supposed to have a voice about. Anybody who's tried to apply for a permit, who's a legal American, knows that you can't do half of the things that illegals have been able to do in this country. The whole identity theft thing. And now you're finding out they've all been getting thousands of dollars a month on Social Security with no work record. How does Social Security calculate your work record and give you a Social Security payment when your birth date doesn't even exist yet because you aren't even born yet according to the birth date you submitted?
Yep.
And Elon Musk found all of this out. And when you're 200 and 300 years old and nobody checks, because the people who had that Social Security number, because we haven't even had the system that long, we haven't even been a nation beyond 250 years. We're just hitting into it now. Guys, well, how does this make sense? And they're like, well, they shouldn't be receiving these benefits. What bothers me is how are they calculating it? There's been no sense to these people getting thousands of dollars a month when people who've worked their whole lives are getting 1,000 or 1,200 or 1,500 and feeling fortunate
Yeah.
because they're legal people. And it just, how do they calculate it? So the amount of evil, the amount of corruption, the amount of fraud that has gone on, they're just trying to give you examples to say, guys, there wasn't anybody on our side that you thought was working for you.
Yeah.
You thought you could trust them. You thought they were honorable. They're not.
Yeah.
They just
All these
they're not.
illegal aliens that have come into like Minnesota for just one example, and I think this is going on in every 50 states. It's got the same
Mhm.
corruption going on, and money going from taxpayers into illegal coffers, not just here in the United States, but also terrorist organizations in
Mhm.
Somalia. So that's
Mhm.
been disclosed, and at first it was like a billion. Now they're looking at 10 billion. It's like it keeps growing. But this has been going on everywhere. And there's like, I think 15 states, California, of course, one of them, New York, Illinois, several other states are going to vote to give free health care to illegal aliens. This is
In the
insane.
state because it didn't happen in the national. They
Yeah,
can't do it.
right.
Oh my goodness. Do we want to start with Twitter? Because I've got two letters you're going to love. One from Linda McMahon to Governor Walz in Minnesota. That's just profound. And then Brick Rollins followed up. So it's the illegal money they were giving out for the education process to illegals
Hmm.
who didn't even go to school here. And remember, all I kept trying to tell people about the student visas. I've been banging on that one since the 1980s, and nobody's cared. Nobody cared. Nobody understood it. But they're getting all these scholarships and everything, and all these grants and free money, and our students can't get it. And it's billions of dollars. So there's a Linda McMahon 2-page letter, and then there's a Brooke Rollins 2-page letter.
So we'll scroll
Um,
through here if you remember where they're at.
okay.
Yeah, you got so much great stuff in here.
It all was happening I mean, moment upon moment today. Um,
This is back in December 15th, looks like.
um, MJ Truth.
MJ Truth. There was one up here that had Juan that I had started with. What was that?
Okay.
Where he's
I'll go
talking.
to my Twitter feed because
Yeah, you probably scroll through it faster. So there's
you're
a
thinking I'm as technical as you, Jaco. I mean, that's a far reach. That's a far
yes.
reach.
I
But
no, I think Teen
okay,
Peters is a little bit more.
Brooke Rollins is 6 hours ago.
Oh, okay.
So you're 19 hours ago. So Brooke Rollins is 6 hours ago. I'm not kidding. I had 4 hours of sleep last night, and people go, "How's that?" And I said, "Got more than three and a half. I'm good to go."
Weird.
So laid down at 2 and got up at 6, and then all of this was hitting the fan.
Yeah, there's so much.
So
And I was saying that, I use Twitter as well to
if you
basically just
scroll up, you'll see Megan Kelly, and it's right before Megan Kelly, because then I'll tell you about Elon Omar.
there.
Okay, it's right. Okay, it's right below Secretary Brooke Rollins, the SNAP program. So I don't know if you can expand it. She did a letter, 2-page letter. Linda McMahon did a 2-page letter on the education. So do you see where he's broken USC and the delivery of SNAP to illegals?
Yeah, it says right in here is hereby requiring Minnesota to participate in a supplemental nutrition assistance program project conducted pursuant to 7 USC 2026 to increase the efficiency of SNAP and improve the delivery of SNAP benefits to eligible households. So,
So what they started doing, they were giving it to all these illegals
mhm,
in high amounts. And so the amount may be further down, but you see how these are directed straight to him. The one from Linda McMahon is the same way on the education system. So, but the Brooke Rollins should have a dollar figure. I see it's 7 USC again. Let me look at this one. Because Linda McMahon's is really high. And dereliction of duty. Oh my gosh, it's so fun to see all of this coming to pass. I've had a wonderful morning, needless to say, just a wonderful morning. Okay, what she's saying, upon
millions,
review of the information obtained down on number 3, she's listing that the benefits went, and she names some of the households. And then they have the documentation and all the information that those people are not Americans. Now, if we stop on Megyn Kelly, you're going to love this one. Megyn Kelly, you see Elon Omar?
right?
Elon Omar, when it didn't work that she married her brother, because that's what they did. They bought a fiance for 3,000. These guys have been doing this since the 80s. They buy a fiance while they're a freshman in college. They pay him $3,000. They say they marry him. Most of them never, it's never a marriage. And by the time they ending their junior year, they get the divorce attorneys able to get the divorce to clear the record for them. And they make sure that the guy gets his green card before the divorce. Okay, then he's on his pathway to citizenship in America. So when Ilhan Omar announced that she married her brother, there's no evidence that that was legally done. So now she's been saying, and I don't know if people followed, she shifted her story to be that she was naturalized under her father because her father was naturalized. And do you know what she did? She lied about her birth date. She put her birth date back a year in order to qualify. And her
Wow.
dad's records don't show anything about Elon Omar coming to America and being naturalized under him. So when he did it, it was just him. So that doesn't even include the brother. I mean, just saying, but the focus is Elon Omar. And so all of this being true, she can be denaturalized, deported, fined, imprisoned. I mean, there's a gamut of things that can happen with her right now. Now, all of these things have been true since she's been here,
Yeah.
but nobody's put the deal together in order to handle her. They've let it all happen. Then Talib. And who did she replace? Keith Ellison, the first guy that said that he wanted to use the Quran of President Jefferson because President Jefferson was a Muslim. That's a lie. When he read the Quran, and guys, this is historical, and I know they're changing history in all of the books, but that's why they want to discredit all of our American history, so we don't know how we founded. He created the Marines, sent them to Tripoli to take care of this situation with how they were operating, and the Marine hymn includes that our guys will even go to the shores of Tripoli to protect this nation.
Right.
That's who our Marines are, and people didn't understand it. And so if you didn't understand about the slave trade, that was all happening because they felt they were in control, and people mean nothing to them. Again, there's only one kingdom that's life and truth.
Mm.
And that kingdom is the father of all. That's it. We have one father of all, and you can choose. And that's why Elijah said, and all 850 prophets who said, no, follow what I'm telling you, follow what all 850 prophets were false prophets, couldn't get their gods to do one thing. And so what Elijah did, you can go and look this up in scripture. He kept saying, pour water on it, pour water on it, pour water on it, because it was to bring fire to sweep it up. And so they're like, oh, more water, more water. He's God isn't going to do anything either. And with all of that water on it, the fire occurred, licked it all up, completely dry. And that's the difference between operating in truth. This was just a funny quote. This is from the president. And it's 687,274 people illegally came across our border from May to November 23. And May to November 25, 0.
Hmm.
He came in January. We really haven't had anyone coming in since January, but it took a while to get the whole thing, the spigot turned off. But since May, 0. But
Wow.
now they're saying 4 million. I'm going to address this while we're here on this picture. Is that, remember when they said that during Biden's term, 4 million came into the country illegally?
Right.
Do you know why they said that?
Mm-mm.
Social Security issued 3.9 plus new Social Security numbers with full benefits to 4 million people during the Biden term.
Good God. Wow.
And it's not 3.95, guys. It's like 3.942. You know, I mean, I don't remember all the other numbers, but 3.9 million. And that's why they're saying almost 4 million came in while he was here.
Hmm.
And people witnessed how heavy the invasion was. And in my nation restoration book, when I was writing the second identity theft law, um, and I still want people to know it was supposed to be the home identity theft law to prove to my family what I was fighting. But in that, I studied all of this, and the details were documented. There were crimes committed against American business owners, homeowners is who they were targeting, in the tune of 4.5 million in 98, 9.9 in 99, over a million. It just kept increasing. And then it went right up to 12 million a year. And that was happening by 2002. And what the Federal Trade Commission, and this is only the people that reported crimes. And I never knew the Federal Trade Commission was tracking anything.
Yeah.
And so nothing that I dealt with ever went to the Federal Trade Commission. But and I know a lot of people that I've met who got stuck with the bad credit and they didn't know where to file either. And people lost their credit lines for their businesses, their equity lines and their homes. It was a mad situation against Americans. It was nobody could heal or cure. And so when this happened and they did all of this to us, this was the report, and all of the facts are in the press release that came straight from the Federal Trade Commission, and it's in my Nation Restoration book. 27.3 or zero point 0.8 million cases were filed between 98 and 2002.
Hmm.
So I think we had a few more than 4 million that came in, and I think they're getting that number off of that.
Yeah.
So it was a real active morning. Okay, here's that picture of Santa. Now, and I said, do you remember the rally? And there's the hammer. And let's see, what was the other part? Because there's a hammer.
Painting and focus on the screen. Specific point was made. Remember. See if we can
It's
get.
the hammer, and it's signed by Q.
Oh, right.
Is it Q plus? I think it's Q plus
Looks.
because now everybody's putting A up, but Q plus is the president. He has signed things for some of the people in Gideon's army, and say he has signed things and given pictures back to the people. And when he signs the back, right under President Trump's name, he puts a big Q and then a little plus sign. But now, if we scroll down, what does this mean? What he's saying is that this Christmas,
We
we
want
want
that.
justice.
Yep. Well, looks like we're going to get it. Looks like tonight we're going to talk about
Exactly.
it. So that's
Exactly. And we can keep scrolling down. This was such a busy morning. I've got so much on here for you
good.
because we've only seen Brooke Rollins. So as we keep scrolling down, I've never put this much out there because that's Elon. And then this is Brooke Rollins. And then before that, it was the Tina Peters. The truth is like a lion. You don't need to defend it. Just set it free and it will defend itself. And this is a true video about Tina Peters and what she went through. And this is on her website
Wow.
because she was prompted to get an audit. So she got an audit because she's supposed to prove up the election. And what they have refused to do, and Juan's been talking about this, it's law that every election is a federal election. Every one of those reports from the people like a Tina Peters, every county has a Tina Peters person. That person is required to send the exact information to the House of Representatives. It's held with the House of Representatives. Do you know that they've just completely obliterated and forgotten all about, but it's required? So she followed the requirements, and when she told him what was happening, then she became the criminal, and she's never committed a crime. In all of this, she never committed a crime.
I
And
don't
there's still
I
a
don't know if it's,
question.
Tina won't come out openly about it, but I think that Tina is involved a lot deeper than we're being let than we know, and I think that she's involved with maybe military types that are at some point they were protecting her best they could, but uh, I guess she had to go into this system and go through this.
I don't know. I don't know that this was a setup like that.
Yeah.
I I've been fortunate to be on platform with her. She had always wanted to interview me. The schedule just never worked out.
Uh,
When we were in Reawaken in August of 23 in Las Vegas at the Trump, um, she was having trouble. They weren't going to let her take a flight. And I said, look, I can either go through Denver and go back to Georgia, a little bit higher than what I planned on, but I'm in Vegas. You know what I mean? So you hit the
everyone's
40
mind
instead of the
and
20.
Vegas.
You know what I mean?
yeah.
So I was going to do that. And at the last moment, because I waited all day, and at the last moment, they finally let her take the flight. That's how her life has been. That's how horrific this has been for her. So I can't even imagine what it's been like to go through what she has gone through. But but I've had whisperings, and I'm nobody. I've had whisperings that now that I'm on the other side of it, and I don't know what that means because I'm still being attacked in different ways. But now that I'm on the other side of it, and maybe it's I survived that targeting at Lynn Woods event and the other 5 speakers died. I don't know what I'm on the other side of, but they said now that you've gone through that depth of a struggle, it's going to be a little bit more comfortable for you. And I turned and said, comfortable as in, and I got a wink. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't mind if they're watching out for me. I don't mind if people go, "Oh my God, are you being surveilled?" If it's the good guys, I don't care. You know what I mean? I've already been surveilled by the other guys. I've already been dealt with by the other guys, but I don't care if it's the good guys because the white hats are willing to sacrifice their life to protect us. And that's what our military has done for decades. So, and now this one is really, really great. Um, the Democrat Party, through Biden and Harris terrorist administration, bribed $6 billion in American taxpayer money to a network of the United Nations agencies and over 200 NGOs to take down and overthrow the constitutional republic. Can you imagine how many names are on that list?
Wow.
I mean, where we're at, and people, I want something to happen. I want something to happen. Guys, you have no idea. Every one of these networks are going down. And
That is
how
a
do you
lot. And all the
restrain
people.
them all and capture
Wow.
them all
Yeah.
and hold them all? And do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Wow.
But to try and say there's nothing happening, can you imagine the level of research to get this kind of information that's happening in the UN?
Hmm.
And that's why President Trump, and I think I've mentioned this before, I don't know if we've talked about it, but President Trump, remember when they had said they had to remodel the UN building in New York because of asbestos, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We don't want these people with diplomatic pouches and immunity on our soil. So why don't you put them out off of our land and you'll more than pay for where you put the UN because you're going to make more than that for that New York real estate because you don't know what you're doing. And they said, well, what do you mean? He'd already investigated the whole thing. And I'm sharing parts of this, but the numbers were really high. And they were something like already $60 million over the budget of what they were going to spend. Because every time the Italian architect, not an American architect, an Italian architect sends them the plans, they make changes and he charges them another 4, 5, 6 million. And then they make changes again. It continued and continued and continued. Now, fast forward, because the president said we've got to stay, and we do. We have to stop them being on our soil. We have to stop their diplomatic immunity in those pouches. There's one guy from Egypt that I turned in. I was one of the people helping to turn him in San Diego. He was providing the complete document package to make you look like you're an American, and he was selling it to people, but he was bringing it into America in diplomatic pouches. So all the effort to get him to the district court in San Diego, they fined him $1,500. He gets 5,000 a packet, and they fined him $1,500 and didn't even deport him.
Wow.
And that's back. I mean, that's back in the 90s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so as you look at what's happening,
San Diego was still a little bit conservative, but now they've completely gone to the dark.
well, they're still conservative. We're not, you're not, they're uniting. And LA's even got big sections uniting. I
That's what
mean,
I've
to
been
take
hearing.
over Santa Monica Pier, I mean, unheard of. To take over the entire park area all along the ocean, right below the Marine Corps base in Oceanside, unheard of. This kind of stuff has never happened before with the numbers of people because they realize if you don't stand up and you don't unite, and that's what I've been emphasizing in interviews everywhere, is that if we don't unite in this truth and we don't take a stand, it's military and president are doing. We can't do what Kash Patel is doing, Pam Bondi is doing, but everybody's focused there because they want something done by those people. They're doing a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
And they're doing that. What we need to do is we need to unite in truth and not let them come against us. And that's why I said, did we really do anything for Tina Peters? Because people are complaining, we made all these calls to the president and we still didn't have a pardon. How many days did it take to get a pardon? Guys, it's a presidential pardon. And how many of us called? When the Brunsons tried to get people to send letters to the Supreme Court, 60,000. And we have something like 340 million people in America, and we got 60,000 letters. So are the Americans really wanting a change? Are Americans really wanting to unite together? Do we really want the truth and live in it? So we have a responsibility in this because everything about a republic is we the people in order to form a more perfect union. It all comes down to us. All comes down to us. And I had no idea that I would be writing about this. And I had no idea set the 3 books aside and write a training manual. I mean, training manual for future generations when a lot of the material has been updating the whole 10 years I've been writing all these books. So, we're scrolling by some really important ones. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I need
I
to
mean,
catch up with you.
you outlined some of this already. We can go a little bit more detail about the
Mm-hmm.
numbers. So yeah,
Okay. Now,
I agree with you. This is gonna be something that's gonna be epic tonight
mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
decisive.
Mm-hmm. Everything they're doing is for the sake of America's future. For the sake of America is the whole focus of this. Because if we don't do this right, it's not about the grandchildren, it's about the children. We can't make it to the grandchildren level if we don't do this right. They took us over within 3 years. 3 years from George Washington being inaugurated, we were fully taken over with centralized banks, the move to DC, the taken over, and with the party, Democratic National Socialist Party. They wanted to be the only party. And to this day, it really doesn't matter. They are the only party because everybody's in the uniparty. So, but when Cat Turd put this out and then I put it out, people said, oh my God, President Trump said that way back. It doesn't matter when he said that. Tonight's going to be big. And he is always telling it like it is. And as I've said, there's nothing President Trump has said that has come out of his mouth that is not the truth and come to pass. So when he's telling us these are the things we're focused on, then that's what we're going to be focused on.
Nice.
And then this one, probable cause. Oh, you know what they found out? They knew and told themselves they had no probable cause to go into Mar-a-Lago and do the raid.
Oh yeah, yeah.
All of this just got released too from Chuck Grassley.
That's
So this letter is available for people to go through because it describes all of it. And they knew before they did it that was the case. They knew they had no right, no probable cause in order to do that.
so again, like we talked
So
about, you know, possible treason charges for a lot of these people.
yes. And then it's for everybody in there, everybody that participated, everybody knowingly. This was pretty amazing. The
This was
president has
awesome.
started a Mexican border defense medal ceremony. He's
Fantastic.
honoring all the warriors that are struggling through all of this at the border, um, and honoring them one by one.
Oh, that's so good.
And I can't wait till we do the Garden of Heroes. And can you imagine how big that's going to be? This is so cool because the real truth people have never been honored. We've shown the picture of the elites honoring each other. They give each other the Nobel Prizes. They give each other the laureate, poet laureates. They all of it goes to people in the club.
Yep.
And so he has turned the corner on absolutely everything. And Pete Hegseth, I was going to mention about going back to Secretary of War, but I think I've got one in here honoring them. So maybe it's one of the next few.
One of the things I saw that he's doing is he's basically downsizing. You know, we talked about how he had that he brought them all in for a meeting,
Hmm.
and he's downsizing the military because there are way too many officers, high-ranking officers.
Well,
I,
and everybody that's been making everybody follow their orders when they're not lawful orders is doing what? They're knowingly operating against our Constitution.
yep.
So, and starting with the military, because it's the military that's going to clean up the justice system. You can't clean up the justice system without having a clean military. So that had to happen first. And it's in that military accountability letter that they're going to stop the two-tiered justice system. So this is where he brought these generals in, and this is what is so amazing. The fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. He signed an executive order, and then they started listing. Did you realize who's in the room with him? And they started listing the key guys who've been fighting absolutely everything and had been restricted and restrained their entire time until they said, this is what we could clean up. Should we go do it? And they were given permission to go do it. And this is why I thought it was so profound. And people didn't realize we used to be the Department of War. We weren't the Department of Defense.
Yeah.
And the thing that I sent it out how many times, and I can send it, I'll send it to you on Twitter again. Remember when I was targeted? And then because I lived, I went through all the layers of it and found the patent. On
Hmm.
the patent, it gives credibility to the Department of Defense. The 6 grants that went to NIH Fauci to create it with the Department of Defense. And a percent of interest in this is held by the government. That's what Jefferson fought in 1791 when they brought in the centralized banks. He said, our government, per our Constitution, can't have a percent of any business. Not a bank, not anybody, because this is what they did in Europe and they came to do it here.
Hmm.
And Jefferson tried to stop it. So did Adams. Look what happened to them. Monroe said, you're bringing everything in that they did over there. He did that in 1820. We were only a country 30 years by 1820. So this is in, we've gone through, I think we didn't we do before we're self-governing? Did we do that one? I think 43.43. This is what they did. And so the guys that fought it, they just eliminated them with just gave them an extra dose of arsenic because that was the medicine at the time.
Wow.
That's how they took out King George III, the architect, in 1820 when Monroe was doing this and they were trying to get the Native Americans on the other side of the Mississippi because you can't have those people tell the people coming in what the truth is so that they align with them. You've got to get them out of the way so they align with you. And this has been their process the whole time. That's why they're bringing all these people in from everywhere now because this has been their process. You just recycle and bring in people who are going to align with you and not with the truth.
Right.
So the pattern is clear. And this is the president where he signed that executive order to stop funding migrant shelters and establish the National Center for Warrior Independence. I mean, I had tears when I saw this come through
That is,
because what he's going to do is use the funds to combat veteran homelessness and help veterans. How long have we waited for this? How
yeah.
long have we waited for this? I mean, it's just San Diego just and the veterans are so proud of what they want to come help people, and they have nothing. And that's who they still are. And their families, because they weren't war heroes, didn't believe what their stories were, just like nobody believed my story in my family except my dad. And so when you come through these things, but they are so honorable. And you can pick out of all the homeless people, you can pick out exactly who's had military background and is one of our vets without them saying a word. It's just, it's so profound, and you want to try and help them, and they don't want focus on themselves. They're okay. They'll get by. You see what I mean? It's so profound. And they shouldn't have to live like that when all of these, I mean, why are our hotels been so, they've all been full. I'm always told we're sold out tonight, and the prices go up well over 200 at the entry level Hampton that used to be 99 max
Right.
a night. And now you pay over 200 just to get a room, if you can get a room, because they're constantly sold out. But Hilton sold, and they franchised and sold them all to the Chinese. So
Mm.
we've got a lot of things that we have to deal with, and I can't express all of the layers, but I'm just trying to help people hear some of them so you can understand how the depth of this is. Now, this is the other wonderful thing that Linda McMahon did. The Trump administration is formally demanding the resignation of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz due to massive fraud and dereliction of duty. She caught Minnesota engaging in massive fraud, and it's, yeah, I think it's billions of dollars. I don't know how much we can expand the letter, but when you look at this whole process, but the same Tim Walz that Brooke Rollins is putting on notice. And so, guys, please don't think it's just going to be these governors, because you remember Pompeo made one comment. He held up a piece of paper, and it's about the governors. And I thought it was strange at the time. And he said, just so you know, we know. And that's how it started. And he took a big pause, and it was at a governor's meeting, I think at the White House back in the 2017 term. And so the president's there, Pompeo's there, and he said, the list I'm looking at, it has categories. We know who's totally sold out to China. We know who's willing to do whatever China wants him to do. And we know who is not already moving forward with China. Which category are you in? And we know, so we trust you know. And that was just like, whoa. And the next thing you know, Brian Kemp, because I was in Georgia at the time that this announcement came out, Brian Kemp, they showed all of his economic development meetings with China, in China and here
Yeah.
in
Wow.
America. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
It all got revealed in like a 48, 72-hour time period.
And they donated
And
to his campaigns and everything. It was like that was revealed. And I was like, how is he still governor? It's like incredible.
well, how is he? They flipped the record. The person who won got the 4%. He got the 77%.
Wow.
That's how it happened. And everybody knows it. That's why Raffensperger, you know, he pretty much told the president off. You can't question who I am or what I'm doing, remember?
Yeah. And he got the
Because
same money
again,
from the Chinese as well. So
yeah.
both of them. So I guess
Hmm.
they're going to have their day in court, I guess, too.
Well, remember Loeffler? She had a picture of Mao, a big painting of Mao in the foyer of her home.
Loeffler did? Wow.
Yeah, and it was on her video. Thought
Jeez.
we wouldn't notice. Thought we wouldn't notice. It was on her campaign video.
Huh.
And when the election came about, it was Doug Collins and David Perdue who won. Then we spent 400 million of the 800 million to stop the steal.
Right.
400 million of the Republican Party money supposedly went to a January revote for those two positions, and the two Democrats won.
It's crazy.
How does this even happen? Do you see what I mean? But I witnessed it. I was here at the time in
Yeah.
Georgia. So with Walls, it's supposed to show the amount of money, and it's huge. It's billions of dollars.
Yeah.
And because he's been paying all these illegals all their benefits and everything else, and he's been approving it. So he's been proving all the education money to bring in these people on student visas, which brings all these young people in who are getting trained. Our military's even found out where they're being trained and how they're being trained to take us over. And remember when they had the Somali president here? and Elon Omar was up at the podium and she was saying, "We love you. You are our president." And da 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 da, right? Well, the man, I don't remember the name, but you guys can look it up, who is the official in Minnesota, in the Minneapolis area, probably in the state office, or council, wherever he is in the the government in Minnesota. They raided his house. And do you know why they raided his house? He has all the our guys had all the communications. He's been communicating, and Minnesota is the hub of taking over America right after the 26th election. And when they
Wow.
found all of this communication, they went in and did the raid on the house. And the raid on his house was almost exactly 7 days after the raid on Zelensky over in Ukraine and his secretary of
Right.
the government when
See?
they raided all their mansions because they each had a few, just like the Ukrainian generals that had all these mansions when the Palisades fire happened. Okay, so they went through their raided their mansions and offices, and then it was almost exactly 7 days later. So you can look it up in that time frame to research it. And this official in Minnesota was the guy doing all the communications. And he said, we just have to be patient a little longer because we are all set up that immediately after the 26 elections, we will be able to take over America.
Oh my God. So this is a good point. Like you've described, and I've been describing as well, they have to gather tremendous amounts of information. And it's not just here in the United States, it's worldwide. So when they do these coordinated hits, it takes out a lot of different areas all at once. If they did just one, then all the other ones would wrap up and close down and disappear. So that's why they have to like take their time, get everybody in. Imagine all the people that were involved in these raids,
And
just
all the people
hearing
that
that.
they've brought in for free, and we've been paying to have the enemy brought here.
Oh
We've
yeah.
been paying on these student visa people. They've been given money every month. And that's what Linda McMahon is explaining in this.
Yeah, well,
And
even
that,
there's like, not AI created students, ghost
yes,
students,
go students, 12.5
1,834 ghost
million.
students.
Yeah.
They received 12.5 million taxpayer money. Now, I'm not fond of Social Security
Mm-hmm.
because I think it was from a communist, FDR, creating a
Mm-hmm.
communist system, and he seized
Mm-hmm.
all the gold and the silver so he could,
Mm-hmm.
manipulate the economy and all that kind of stuff. A lot of
Mm-hmm.
people were like really scared that the government's going to seize their gold and silver again. No, we don't
Mm-hmm.
have a communist controlled government, guys. Don't worry about
Mm-hmm.
that. It's not going
Mm-hmm.
to happen. But this is the stuff they do. They come in
Mm-hmm.
and seize, through lawfare and so forth, seize people's property and so forth all around the
Mm-hmm.
country. So
Mm-hmm.
this is a big pushback, and it's countrywide and sometimes
Yes.
worldwide because there's money that's going around the world as well.
Well, and they're operating outside. If we go into the next paragraph to stop ghost students, we at the Department of Education implemented enhanced fraud controls, such as mandatory identity verification for certain first time student applicants. Our new fraud prevention system has now blocked more than 1 billion in attempted financial aid theft by fraudsters, including coordinated international fraud rings and AI bots pretending to be students.
Now look at that, $1 billion in just this short period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows when they started that, that stopped, blocked it. But how many years has it been going on? Month after month after month after month of billions and billions and billions of dollars being stolen.
Yes,
Wow.
I have meetings in Minneapolis the end of October.
Oh, great.
Almost every community is overtaken by Somalis, and they won't cooperate with anybody,
Oh,
and they
no.
won't integrate with anybody.
No.
Now, we need to go because that's not even page two. That's just page one.
Wow.
That's just page one. There's page two from Linda. So, guys, these are all out there on Twitter. And if you want, I'll forward some of these to you, Mike. Um, show me a man that gets rich by being a politician, and I'll show you a crook.
And how many of our politicians have got rich? Uh,
All of them.
all of them. There
All
may
of
be
them.
one or two, I don't know, maybe. maybe a handful. I keep saying there's maybe 10 in the Senate, 10 in the House, but I think I may be overstating. But it seems like all of them have, done insider trading. They come in like Marjorie Taylor Greene. She comes in with like, under $1 million, and now she's got like
Hmm.
25, 27
Hmm.
million dollars after 5 years, and she's going to retire on January 1st or January 3rd, which is 2 days after once she hits that 5 year mark. She gets
Hmm.
uh, once she retires at some point, I think 62, whatever,
Hmm.
she gets lifetime income after that.
Hmm. But when was Keith Ellison? I don't remember the year that he was sworn in, but Keith Ellison became the Elon Omar, and then Talib added in the other seat. Do you see what I mean? And
Yeah,
so the takeover of America has happened right in front of our eyes.
yeah,
And these are war crimes. When you come in with the intent to overthrow, and that's what he said, we just need to be patient a little while longer because right after we're all set, right after the 2026 election to overthrow the government.
I
How
love
dare
this right
they?
here. Only traitors support invaders.
Yep.
So all of these, same thing, senators,
Hmm.
governors, mayors, so forth, that have been supporting these invaders, they're
Hmm.
traitors. Wow.
Well,
But,
governors and judges harboring these illegals.
yeah,
Remember the one about the
Jerry
famous
City.
judge
Yeah,
case that's going on now? The ICE just informed her that we've got a guy, he's going to be in your courtroom at this time. We just want to let you know in advance that this is what we're going to do. What does she do? She gets him out the back door to
yeah,
protect him from our ICE agents. And the same thing has happened with a governor, a judge, and a senator, where they've had illegals living in the apartments, pool houses, uh, rooms over garages in their own properties.
right.
They're harboring them. But that's what's going on, and nobody wants to give up their maids or their employees that they've had for all these years because now they're so tied with the family. We don't want to lose the family. They came here illegally, and they chose, and that's what President Trump said way back in 2017. If you really want to be in America, then go through the process. None of these people that came in illegally chose to go through the process. And people are still feeling sorry for him. These are all responses, I think, to walls. Those aren't the next things that I said, oh, but
That's
they're kind of fun, aren't they?
great. They're doing it again because you didn't hang them last time. I love that one.
Yeah. I love what people come up with,
Too.
It's just like, don't rewrite the Constitution, just reread the Constitution. I love this. I love this stuff. And we've got so many great memes. Now, here is DeSantis, and he's been fighting to get rid of property taxes in Florida
Right.
because you've already paid for your property. You don't owe taxes on it for the rest of your life. Because what's happening is the seniors in America, and nobody's helping them. By working with so many widows, it makes it even worse when they're a widow and the husband has passed. They can't afford on one social security payment to pay the taxes on the property that's been paid off for 20, 30 years. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And because they've stayed in the same house, kept all their bills low, and the property taxes are going up and going up, going up. Now, how did they do that? The pendulum has not swung back in America on house prices at all. It's constantly be go up, go up, go up, go up. The
There
um
is.
the
Yeah, everything.
patio homes that I helped
Oh,
so I just did the speaking engagements for her. And so she let me in her will get this in trust, get this patio home. Well, this patio home kept going up and up and up and up. And there were people who were foreclosing when it was 145,000. Okay. Overnight it was 450,000. Then it was 550,000. Then it was 600,000. And when 2008 hit, I couldn't stay. Now, do you know what they're selling for? 1.7 to 1.9, and they're a two-bedroom, two bath.
oh my God.
You see what I mean? 1.7 to 1.9 million, and all of that's happened since 2008.
Yeah, that's going to be a major housing crash, but that's good because
Mhm.
housing's unaffordable for most
Well, why did they let it happen? So that you couldn't afford your house.
Yeah.
And the property taxes, when they reassessed on the value of your house. And the pendulum has not swung back. That is
I know.
no real estate
You could be
movement has
taxed.
ever gone up and
Good,
up
good
and
point.
up
You
and
could
up.
be taxed on this home for
Uh-huh.
1.7,
Yeah.
and then the market crashes, and you've been
Yeah.
taxed all this time for years and years and years on a $1.7 million home,
Yeah.
as it goes up, and then it
Yeah.
crashes down to 300,000 again. Do you get that money back? No.
No. No.
It's insane.
No.
And then you
So
start to look where all
this,
the money went.
yep.
It was laundered all over the place
Well,
for
that's what's
illegal
happening with
activities.
everything.
Yeah,
But now DeSantis has expanded it, and I know he got some help from the team because he's
yeah, we did.
expanded it to be the whole nation. No property taxes on homes to
It's
give
getting
home
ready to go
buyers.
full nation. Yeah,
Yep. Yep. And then Wall Street Ape started following me, and then he gave me a big one. Donald Trump finally came out and said it. America and the world must stand against Islam. This has been the goal to take over. They started with the belt of the world and then expanded from there. And they're having kids. They're having 10, 12, 15 kids in their family.
yeah,
And so all nations must stand together against the evil forces of radical Islamic terrorism. And we're doing that. He's put the stake in the land, and we're not. This goes all the way back to Jefferson sending the Marines to Tripoli
yeah.
on the shores of Tripoli.
You can look this up. I saw this on a show last night. This guy was like talking about how this is coordinated by 2040. The
Hmm.
world will be mostly inhabited by Muslims,
Hmm.
and they will basically vote for these radical leftists and deep staters and so forth, and keep them in power.
Hmm. Well, and that's why the step has been made that he's cut all of their temporary visas. He's cut all of this. Remember when he kept talking about ch chain migration? So you get one family member in, then they come in on a student visa, visitor visa, and they stay. Then the guys come in on a tech visa. I mean, how many visas have we issued? Those people ne have never gone home.
Now,
That's how that guy in
when I was in
Iowa.
Pakistan
Yeah.
with the CIA, there's this one very wealthy family. They would fly over when the wife was close to having a baby,
Hmm.
and
Yep.
this is throughout all their families. And once the wife had the baby, they did healthcare in the United States and everything. Uh, they have an anchor baby, and then the whole
Hmm.
family eventually comes in and gets their
Hmm.
citizenship in the United States.
Well, I think they're dropping that too,
Yeah,
because
got
immediately they
to.
gave the social security number to the baby, and the whole family lived on the social security number.
Hmm.
But this happened even in the nations that God sent me to. I traveled for 3 years to all these different nations, some I didn't even know the names of. And when they met me, they tried to come here and do the same thing. And do you know when I was contacted? They wanted to know how to get the social security number for the baby. And they just thought it was something people could do. And so they were going to do it. They had no idea what the consequences are of coming in with the intention to
Hmm.
defraud America. And see, these people have never paid consequences for their intention. But again, it's your intention, your speech, and your actions. And when you add all those together and you decided to do it, and then you defraud America, and then you collect benefits because now you're 62 and you've got a baby that was just born 2 weeks ago that you're getting the Social Security on that Social Security number because you're 62 and applying for it. How do the people in Social Security not see the problems that we're having when it's very basic for legal Americans, legal civilians, because, and I know you guys know the definition of citizen, it's causing problems because of the world order and the corporation. So I'm going to call us all civilians, legal civilians. We'll just settle on that. Okay. So that in that term, how can we work all this time and go through all this paperwork? And when we reach that age, whatever age, because now they don't want you to start it until you're 70, because most people die by the time they're 70 in America. And so here we're sitting waiting to get that benefit, and we have to wait a couple of months so they can calculate it, get it all figured out, get get it. They said get the procedure set up. Okay, how does that happen for an illegal who's never worked in America, or somebody that's worked on a baby's social security number? How does it happen for them? And the 3.9 million new social security numbers they issued just for the certain illegals that came in. So, and I want you guys to know that 3.9 million is not your typical people coming across the border. That's somebody who's been helped to be here
Oh
in
yeah.
order to get a social security
NGOs.
number that's never been issued
Yep.
and get benefits immediately with no history of even being in America and not being an American. That's why I hope I'm presenting enough of the layers of the fraud and corruption
Yeah.
that you can see just how much they've taken advantage of us, because you can't just clean up one part of our society and let them take advantage of, the other
Absolutely. Yeah.
99%. That's where we are.
But this is
That's where we
this
are.
is beautiful right here, Bulgaria and Chile. The people basically
Mm-hmm.
rose up. And this is what we're trying to inspire people to do. And
Mm-hmm.
they threw off in Chile 35 years of communist rule. In
Mm-hmm.
Bulgaria, they were going to enslave them with admission to the European Union and
Mm-hmm.
higher taxes. They don't need no one. We don't need taxes anywhere. The whole
Mm-mm.
world needs to do away with taxes, and
Mm-hmm.
this is something that's going to be a big push, I think, going forward. Just like DeSantis, the for your homes,
Mm-hmm.
it's income tax as well. I mean, when you buy
Mm-hmm.
something, you know, maybe there's a certain fair tax, but other than
Mm-hmm.
that, there's no tax. It goes away. So that'll do away with Federal Reserve, the IRS, and all the different organizations out there we all know are corrupt.
President Trump has announced all this.
Yeah.
There's a small little video. It's way down, not something to get to today, but in this short little video, and it was sent out by MJ Truth. And so if you guys want to search it that way, but anyway, it's a short little video from the president, and he's saying, we're doing really good in collecting these tariffs. In fact, we're right at the point of 18 trillion, because when he did these deals, when he did that deal in Saudi Arabia and Qatar for all of these planes and everything else, people think it's a one-time deal. That's the amount of money. That's it. Guys, that's not true. Those planes are going to be around for a long time. Who's going to have the parts? Who's going to train the people? Who's going to do all these things? I mean, it is an expansive thing. So he said, I got 18 trillion, and soon, very soon, I don't think there's going to be any reason for anybody to pay income tax. He
Yeah.
has said that more than once.
And he already
He has said that more
January
than
1st,
once.
there's going to be, no tax for, people, Social Security and
Hmm.
people getting tips and working overtime. It's
Hmm.
beginning. It's the beginning stages of
Hmm.
removing all of the taxation. So that's
Hmm.
fantastic. Yeah. It's all illegal and it's finally coming to a
Hmm.
head. It's finally getting taken away. So that
Hmm.
was really good. Uh,
We've already done these,
yep. And
and
this is
that is
Dr.
the
Pete Chambers. I had him on
accountability
my show.
letter.
Thank you very much. And he's phenomenal. What a great guy to
Hmm.
be I hope, the governor of Texas coming up. So, yeah,
Well, and he was such a staunch military guy. And he probably told this on your program. He was up for Special Forces Green Beret,
yeah.
and he was in the last 2 days, and you're right at the point and you're finishing, and he either broke a bone in his toe or in his foot,
Mhm.
and so he had to wash out. And he was right at the end of completing it. So he went to med school, became a flight surgeon because he didn't want to just band-aid people on the field. He wanted to save their lives. And so he did that, comes back at 42, takes all of that training again for Green Beret, and passes it with flying colors at the age of 42. So when we met, well, I knew him because he was on with Todd Callender during all of the programs and all of the emails during the whole genocide process from 19 to 20 to 21 to 22. We were on email. The whole long list of people were on email and communicating with each other to get the job done and get the word out. And so that's where I first saw him on the screen with Todd Callender. But then I had a chance to meet him with his security dog, Joe. It's trained in like 5 foreign languages, for wherever he places his feet. And so we got to talking. And when I did the magazine article for Andrew Magazine, it was on how to stop border, how to how to secure the border, because it's in our Constitution that who secures the border is the militia. And the militia is anyone 18 to 55 able-bodied. But it doesn't mean you go like you go for 3 years and protect your border and you don't earn an income for your family. It's the guys work together and make it happen. Then when it becomes an invasion level that we've been at that whole San Diego all the way over to the end of Texas, that whole border coming in to us, if you don't stop it there. So the title of the article was Remember the Alamo.
Hmm.
And it was that this is in the Constitution, when it becomes so huge, because if you don't stop them at Texas, they'll be everywhere. What have we seen happen? They're in every state. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
And so that's called the several states militia. And that's why at the Alamo, there were guys from Minnesota, Iowa, Tennessee, Kentucky. They came from all over. And even Bowie in Texas. And I think you were there at Bowie with PPN. But anyway, when I was talking with him, he thought he was going to make a difference. And so he went in and agreed to be the leader of the National Guard in Texas. I
Mhm.
said, you can't touch it. He said, one, he said, you're part of the military industrial complex when you're in the National Guard, because they're called the National Guard, but they're an Army Guard. And so you're part of and he goes, oh, wow. So then he went over to the Texas Rangers. And you know what they did? He changed the title of the Texas Rangers to the Texas State Guard. It puts it in another military realm. Instead of the Texas Rangers have always been known, they're the big marshals. And they had the same um, following the rule of law level of the US Marshals. So why would you reduce your guys to being state guard? State guard would even be below National Guard. And so that's what he's been dealing with. But what did that give him a chance to do? See all of this that's been happening in America that he's been all around the world fighting for all these years.
Yeah.
I mean, and all the injuries he's had. And that's part of why he's got Joe. And yet he just got in a glass um, helicopter, flew another guy out and did a video for us and showed us there's floodplain land in Texas, and the county approved all the permits for a former NFL player to sell all these lots to all of these people who have no idea that when Texas has one of their regular rains and everything's going to be flooded up to 10 feet in these floodplain areas because you're below what you have to be safe.
Yeah.
Nobody should have ever built anything there. He's
Oh.
flying over and showing us all of this, and nobody's been dealing with any of it. And
Hmm.
so here he is learning all this to help in Texas, and then finding out, because people didn't know, they thought the highest Muslim population in America is still Dearborn, Detroit. That's a Dingle family issue. 1933 to 55 was the dad, 55 to 2015 was the son, and now his second wife, I believe, a former flight attendant, Debbie Dingle, is in there. So from 1933 to current day, the Dingles have run those districts in Dearborn, Detroit, and that's where all the Muslim influx and coordination happened. But nobody realized in Texas, they have several Sharia law centers that they're now just finding out about, with
Wow.
entire housing areas that nobody knew about. So it's not just that we have Muslims here, we have people making it happen in the county permit office. We have people making it happen in the city manager's office. We have people, you see what I mean?
Hmm.
the
Wow.
depth of the depth of cooperation and all of this. Didn't we talk about the last time the guy in Iowa that's the superintendent over the biggest school district in Iowa,
Yeah. Oh,
and the
yeah.
guy's been here illegally for 30 years? But
Yep.
up in Maryland, he has it's Maryland or Maine, I think it's Maryland. He has two driver's licenses, so he has two voting records, and he has two social security numbers, and of course, and he's using all of them. So how is he employed in Iowa over the school district without any legal background and never ever tried to become an American? The
Yeah.
whole time he's been here illegally for
So you
30
got to
years.
present all kinds of paperwork when you reach the lowest position, and so he's
Yeah,
way up.
yeah,
And yeah, so it's the corruption, like we talked about, is incredible. Now I'm looking at this: three new separate indictments dropped tonight.
yes,
John Bolton,
yes.
18 new felonies, Smartmatic election fraud, and $1 million bribery scheme in the Philippines to win election contract. And 11 members in Antifa's terror cell targeting ICE facility in North Texas. So lots of nice indictments dropping. Of
And those Antifa people, did you know they own mansions also? They were funded
Oh,
also. Yeah.
course.
So there's going to be a lot. Can you believe all of this is, we're still on, we're not even, now we're just getting back to the 15th. All of this has happened, and I've only picked up some of the key ones because it's that much right now.
Yeah. And I like
This
this
is
one by
phenomenal. This
Texas.
is Paxton,
Oh my gosh.
and
Great.
Paxton is taking on, he said, I'm suing 5 major TV companies, including some with ties to the CCP for spying on Texans through the TVs. Remember how they said that when you've got these smart TVs and smartphones, they can surveil you.
Yeah.
Companies, especially those connected to the Chinese Communist Party, have no business illegally recording Americans' devices inside their own homes.
Wow.
I mean, I just found out about lead paint. Did you know the story about lead paint? They had us get rid
Yeah,
of the lead
they put it
paint.
out there so that they couldn't see inside.
Yes, they couldn't
Yeah.
surveil you inside your home.
Right. So they took away the lead paint and now they can surveil you inside your home. Now, I remember
Yep.
way back they had said that they had put listening devices in like Westinghouse refrigerators or some one of those companies so they could spy on the mafia and
Hmm.
in certain, I guess, New York or whatever. And then it just spread from there, evidently.
Well, it's crazy because it's in your smart TVs. That's why they wanted everything. They are fighting me constantly in Georgia. I when we had the hurricane, they wanted all of us to get these new modems, and they think I am wrong to not to want the 500 level. And everybody goes, "Oh yeah, you should at least have 1500. You need a fast enough speed." Am I noticing any difference in speed? No. And so when I came back from a trip, I knew there was something wrong and things were just circling all the time. And I said, I don't know what's going on. And they said, well, we had to upgrade your system while you were away. And I went, how could you upgrade it without my approval?
Yeah.
And they said, well, it gives you a discount. So we're going to discount $10 a month. They put me up to 2000 coming into my house. And what people don't understand is I went and got the is it Eric Hill? The guy that did the meter. So like the Geiger counter meter.
Yeah.
And so I went and bought one. They're $39.99. And I can give you the information to share with the people, but they're like $39.99 and I can give you a picture of it. And what I did, because out in the West Coast, you would put the meter by an empty, well, nothing would be plugged in. So when I got it, I went to all my surge suppressors and it went off on every one of them. Now,
Wow.
here's what happened 60 days later. I had it plugged in and charged up in the bathroom. When I went to leave the bathroom, there's a plug just as you cross the threshold on the inside. It went off. There was nothing plugged into either. So I came back in the bathroom, held it by it, and it went into the danger zone. And there's nothing plugged in. So I went on the other side. There's another empty plug. It went off. And it went off stronger than my surge suppressor that had multiple things plugged into it. And I thought, how could this happen? So I called the specialist. She said, I told you, you got to put, is it that Faraday?
Faraday
What's the
cage.
name of that Faraday fabric? She said, you got to cut little squares of that and pin it to your over so it hangs over your outlets. And I
What?
go, I'm going to do what? Because she said, that's the way you stop it. Do you know the lead paint would have helped with that too?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. And I'm so honored that we could get together today because what we just went through is not even quite 24 hours of news. And that's just pieces.
Incredible. Well, you covered quite a bit, and you cover it in a way that very few people have any idea about. And I think you've just really opened up the audience on a massive level. Once again, they we all love you. You really bring the information, and I know this is getting through because President Trump. Like we talked about, it seems like I know people say, and I haven't said it because I don't see that, but I know how this works. Like we talked about, there's a God consciousness, and we're all tapped into it, and we're all
Hmm.
working together, and we want everybody else to tap into that as well. So that's why we share this information, how we do it, so that everybody
Hmm.
else can do it as well, and we can overcome this very quickly.
Hmm.
Maybe the address tonight will put everybody on a certain footing so that we can really start to hammer down on this.
Hmm. Well, I'm just so excited that you had the opportunity to bring me on so we could get through this today because um
Perfect timing.
it and because you understand the depth of this, you know how easy you make this for me. I mean, I just so appreciate you.
I just
And
got out of your way. I'm like, take it and run with it. Yeah.
But it takes two people understanding what's going on to add the depth to it so that people can comprehend that none of this has ever been dealt with. They've never, I said this again and again. Can you imagine all of your ancestors did all the same crimes against our Americans?
Yeah.
It's all been the same. None of it's ever changed. When they pushed the Native Americans off, they brought in their people. Do you see what I mean? And then they moved their people out into run other parts of the country and brought in more of their people. And Ukraine holds their people. Israel holds their people. That's why keep funding, keep funding, keep funding. Stop the funding. You don't know what you're funding because it's all coming back and operating against you. I just it's a simpler process if you look at it from a 40,000-foot view.
Yeah.
And I hope that we've given that to the people.
Yeah.
And I'm just so excited now. In fact, I got to find a way to get it to you. My book was just released in hardback on December 1. I haven't talked to you since it was because we haven't talked since November. December 1, it came out in hardback. And so the newsletter just came out, and I think that went to you. If it didn't, I'll get it to you. Um, but if anybody wants a hardback, it has to go through Amazon because that's the only way I could get it global. And people want to be able to get the hardback copies globally too. So, but through my website, you can still get the paperback. But we offered to do an autograph copy. So I don't know if you want an autograph copy and you didn't get the newsletter, write to us and we'll send you the newsletter
Mm.
because I'm going to have to individually order them and then autograph them, and then we're going to have to ship them out again. And so I just
And your
just wanted to let people
fine
know
hand's
about
gonna be
that.
like going off.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We've already shipped out the first ones because the newsletter went out 2 days ago, and we shipped all the first orders yesterday. So I've got to order more of the books, and almost everything is taking till after the new year because of the holiday. And we have you seen the pictures, videos of the storms where there's a few of the prime trucks that were in half because and everything out on the highway because of the storms, the ice, they hit the ice and if you have that weight on your 18 wheeler and you hit ice, there's really nothing you can do until it stops.
Ooh,
And so just pray for the guys with the weather, but we'll get them to you as fast as we can, but probably after the new year.
very good. What's the name of the book again?
An eternal plan always trumps a human plan. It's the 45 points. When I read
Yeah.
those
Okay.
today, I just read you 10 of them.
Yeah.
And that's not even 1/4 of the 45 of how they destroyed us. But when you hear it, you're like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. You know what I mean? So, but it's how to counter those 45 points is what the book is. And it's 500 pages. And I cannot even tell you the difference between seeing it in paperback and seeing it as a hardback is unbelievable, just unbelievable. And
Right.
I haven't had a hardback book since my business books. And so everything's been paperback, and
Yeah.
all the paperback and ebooks are available on the website.
Very nice. Okay. So it's hardback now. Good.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. The paperback is 30, the hardback is 35. I kept it down as tight as I could because the pricing on the hardback is of course a lot more. But I want you guys to be able
Yeah, I've got the
to
paperback and the Kindle, and they're all very handy. So you're going to be
mm-hmm,
researching quite a bit. So hardcover, it'll be nice, and you can get it signed. So sweet,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
beautiful.
Well, I just thank you for today. I really appreciate the time with you because we can really get into all this stuff. And in probably 72 hours, there'll be enough to do this all over again. I don't know what your schedule is like, but do you see the momentum now? There's a momentum. There's a realization of the depth of this. You can now see action steps. And I just pray that more and more people realize what our military has been through to get us to this point, because they've been fighting the evil in the military as much as we've been trying to deal with it in our nation. And they've been on other shores helping all of those people while their families were vulnerable here.
Yep.
So just if we can do everything we can, and I'm going to try and find out everything we can do for these homeless vets because San Diego has a lot and
Yeah.
always has. And yet you see a tent city that was built for the illegals, guys. when the illegals came in, they were filling the streets of San Diego. So they
Big time.
took an entire hillside that you can see when you're driving through Balboa Park. You're coming up the hill, and the whole hillside is in rows of brand new tents and everything for
Oh
the
my God.
illegals,
Yeah, they're
not
on
for the
the
vets.
overpasses when you're
Mm-hmm.
driving, you know, through the
Mm-hmm.
downtown area on the highway
Mm-hmm.
there. They're all on the overpasses now. It's been a little bit since I've been there. I did an event where I stayed at Hotel Del, and
Mm-hmm.
you're nice there. I'm there where I used to run by the Hotel Del, and it's like someday I'm going to stay there, so I get to do that. But driving in from the airport, my God, I was like, what happened to San Diego? Oh,
And prove who they are and the last bit of money they have in their pockets and drop them off busloads at a time.
mm. Well, Sheila's been great. I gotta jump off. I got another show, but what an amazing show we had today. Thanks so much. Thanks to everybody that came in. We had a great audience. Let me see how many was over there. I think right now we got probably wow, 3,275. So huge audience for me. Don't normally have that many people watching. So thank you for coming in, and
Mhm.
everybody loved it. It's been a great show. Thanks a lot.
Any key questions that you're seeing? I didn't know they were watching live. If you see any key questions or anything, let me know and I'll get answers to you to
Okay.
because whatever we can do to help the people.
Yeah.
So
Maybe that's
I
what we'll
just
do one
thank
time.
you.
We'll do a show and we'll ask for questions and we'll review.
Oh, that'd be fun. We could because we haven't been able to go live. And so now if you're able to go live, let's do it. Let's do an interactive one and answer the
Yeah.
questions live right on the show.
Yeah. Well, what I do is
Whenever you
I
want
go
to schedule
Zoom.
it.
I go Zoom. I don't announce that we're going to have a show. And it just kind of shows up and
Yep.
people just come in like crazy. It's like, oh, you guys are doing a show again. So
Yeah.
it'll get watched a lot. This is one of the best shows we've done. So thanks so much. Been great.
Well, thank you. And let's do that. Let's schedule something of answering the questions.
Yeah, we'll do that.
And
Absolutely. No question about it. Yeah.
what
All
a
right.
blessing.
Thanks. Lots of love to you.
Uh-huh.
Lots of love to everybody. And we'll see you guys next time.
Hmm. Bye-bye.
Bye bye. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Ooh la la, we have so much to cover, so much going on in the world, so many false flags all over the world, and we'll be looking at that. First of all, I'm going to bring in my Facebook. I've just been blowing up not Facebook, but X today. If you follow me on X, you've been getting a treat because I've been sharing so many things. Pretty amazing. We have of course, Carl Reiner and his wife died. We're going to start there and move along. All right. So nope, we're not going to move along with that because that's me. So move along with the screen that I wanted, guys. Come on. All right. So X, everybody's been blowing up X today. There's been so much good content on X. Quite amazing. So you see here, actor Gene Hackman, our deep state hit team, possible witnesses being removed. So that's my take on a lot because we have a lot of actors that are dying right now, right? And I believe we're going to have a lot of celebrities and a lot of different areas are going to start to pass away because the deep state is trying to cover their tracks. So we know there are families, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, and so forth, the Bush family, the Clinton family. All these people are deep state little puppets. And yes, Rothschilds, puppets. There's people higher. You know that I've talked about this. These reptilian humanoid type people. So, and you can believe that or not. It doesn't matter to me, but I've seen it personally. And a lot of people talk about it over the years. I've talked about it for a long time. But on the lower scale of things, we have the little manipulators like Rob Reiner. All right, so he was definitely a deep state puppet boy. I'm not. It's sad that anyone dies. I think it's theirs. It's quite literally. And there's been people that have conversation with God. We used to talk about how you choose. And there was, you guys know my story. There was a time where that's too bad I couldn't help humanity. And I was like, and Archangel Mike was like, oh, really? We'll put you back in, see how that works out for you. Oh boy. I don't regret it. It's been a great time, but I should have been gone a long time ago. So some people decide, and that's be that as it may in your belief system. This is one of those times where we're seeing a lot of people are going to go bye-bye. All right. Good, bad, the ugly. All right. So like that movie with Clint Eastwood. Now there was this guy, this chief. He puts out information. He put out that Tina Peters was freed by SEAL Team 6, and I got to get the feel for it. But I'm like, sometimes it's good to put this stuff out because it shows a deep state where consciousness is going. It's like, we want this. We want our SEAL Team 6 guys. I talked about this, and I said that if they go in there, these contractors that are in this prison system, they're not going to resist, right? They're not going to resist. And so the story was that SEAL Team 6 guys showed up to, free Tina Peters, and the guard stood aside, and she was free, taken someplace where she could heal. And I was like, I'm hearing that from some that it's false. We asked Juan, and Juan's like, no, that's BS. We just had some people that were with her just recently, and I was like, that's good. But circulating disinformation sometimes, which they do constantly, they circulate this bullshit, and it's disinformation. They do this information all the time. So let's throw a little bit on them. How about that? How about that, guys? I think we are too nice. We're all like, we're just truthers. We don't put out bullshit information. And there's something to be said to that, but we are at war. And there's a lot of disinformation coming from the Luciferian side. So you need to push back on them. All right. You need to, joke them, hack them, stop out their lies as fast as possible so they don't get ahead. All right. So this is from Ariel Proletario 1. He says, blackmail is life insurance in Hollywood. So, all these people have blackmail on. They've done bad things, all of them. They're all pedos, right? And they're all like, not all of them, but many of them go next level and are involved in sacrifice and adrenochrome and all this kind of stuff. That's been coming out quite a bit lately, hasn't it? And, they like to use the Russia. There's this deep state side of the industrial military complex that decides sometimes whether people live or not. They decide a lot. And they decided JFK because he was working with his counterpart in Russia, all right, to avoid war, because the CIA and the military industrial complex had tried to push war, nuclear war with Cuba Missile Crisis. So he's like, you guys, CIA, you guys suck, right? So I'm gonna go around you guys. So they found out about that and then executed him in front of the world, right? These people are evil, right? So they have blackmail on a lot of people that, do this type of work. And especially in Hollywood, once it is taken away, you are no longer considered leverage to whoever used you to work through on their behalf. So what he's saying there is that a lot of these Hollywood types are just puppets. So Carl Reiner was a puppet. He put out a lot of nasty things about Donald Trump. He had Trump derangement syndrome, stage 4, right? Stage 4 is where, because that he was prophetic as well. So let me show you. I'm going to go all the way to the top. I just posted this because I just saw this before I came on. It says, I believe Donald Trump will be the last president of my lifetime. Rob Reiner. The power of the tongue, says Don Lucre. All right. So TDS and a prophet. Right. So, wow, the guy was, he was very talented, wasn't he? Not only could put out a lot of good movies, which is probably most of the movies we see, of course, are military industrial complex movies they want us to watch. That old, bread and circus stuff. Speaking of bread and circus, we've seen a lot of bread and circus shootings, haven't we? All right. So let's move on to this one. Here we have, after surviving October 7th, so he's in October 7th too. It's interesting how a lot of these people are at all of these different shootings. Doesn't that make you go, yeah, let's watch this boy. Here's another one. Nancy Pelosi has just been subpoenaed by the Department of Justice in a federal criminal case in the Northern District of California, but no official word on the charges. What could it be? So it kind of reminds me of that Men at Work. Who can it be now? So that was a great song back in my day, a long time ago, in the SEAL teams, hanging out with the Aussies. All right, so money laundering, bribery, racketeering, insider trading. If they start to convict these people of insider trading, we're going to have a handful, which is good to me. I'm good with it. Of people left in Congress and the Senate. That's all we need, really. They can represent us. We're like, okay, this is really, we the people want this. Can you guys get that done? Aye, 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 Captain Humanity, America, not the United States. United States of America. United States is a corporation. All right, watch my show I just did with Michelle, and you're going to be blown away. Michelle Melendez, really, really good show. She lays it all out. I've never seen it laid out perfectly like she's done it. All right. So, yeah, my wife Tracy said I should have her and Sheila home on together. That would be quite a little, and she's going to work on it. So see how we're like a family, all of us. My wife here, she's listening. She's like, we're going to get a show like that. And oh, it's great, right? Now, we know that her gay husband has shady investments and her son's corrupt business dealings in China and Ukraine that have illegally raked in over $100 million for the Pelosi family. And Nancy Pelosi personally via a massive influence peddling scheme. All right. Of course, that goes all the way back to her daddy, who was the mayor of Baltimore, which was the heroin capital of the world for a while, of America. And he made that happen. So it's a criminal crime family. They're in the business of politics and criminality. So we need to get these criminals out of our political system, guys. And Nancy Pelosi should be one of the first stops. Get her out. Get her out now. All right. All right. So, like I said, I got a lot for you. If it'll even pull up anymore, they're probably like going to me. It's like, shut him down on X. Shut him down. He's revealing too much. No, too late. All right. Rob Reiner was the founder of Castle Rock Entertainment. Remember Castle Rock Studios and all the crazy stuff we uncovered? Yeah. That was Joe Biden, or the actor that was playing President Joe Biden, the president, that never was, that he was basically taken and executed. Right. So we had there's more. There's much more. So Lynn Wood has a huge following, millions. He said Franken once joked about child rape during a comedic roast of film director Rob Reiner. I have that on my site. It's up here. So here's the little Castle Rock. There's his son. He was posing with dad. Enjoy the show, guys. All right, Castle Rock show. The show is get the popcorn. Frankenstein laid out a scene where Reiner's father, Carl, would invite famous friends over to rape his son. They're all in our face with this stuff. And everybody's like, like what? Like, because they could get away with it. at one time. Not so much anymore. On a typical night, Carl would slip into Rob's bed, roll him over, swab him down with oil, I guess, and say something like, I'm thinking about hiring Morey Amsterdam to play Buddy Sorrell. What do you think? I have no idea what that is, but maybe some of you do, but there it is. Frankenstein said, well, the success of the Dick Van Dyke show changed things dramatically. Carl started inviting many of his famous friends to F his son. He goes out and just says it right out. That list includes some of the greats in comedy. Paul Lynde, Dom DeLuise, Rip Taylor, Danny Kaye, Charles Nelson Riley. Wow, who would have thought? I would have. So here we go. Here is Epstein Island's visitors. Of course, Carl Reiner is right there. All right. Rob Reiner, not Carl Reiner. I'm sorry. Rob Reiner. Robbie. All right. All right. Move along now. Right. This thing is getting stuck. I'm overloading the system. All right. Go back then. System overload. System overload. Yeah. Look at that. It won't move. It's like whoop, whoop, whoop. All right, come on. Let's go back. It doesn't want to play. We're not going to let you disclose anymore, Mike. So, all right. Anyway, I guess I'll just stop sharing and move on because I don't need maybe the big words I use. Oh, Tracy said I was being graphic. Little boy effers. So yeah, that could probably be the case. Yeah. All right. So anyway, I guess I'm still here on YouTube, but X was like, oh, too much. Stop it. All right, so I'll stop. I'll move on to something else. I got plenty. All right, let's look at the weather. The weather's getting pretty cray out there. And I know a lot of you, like I said, would be experiencing winter way before winter, and it would be a way cold winter for a way long time. But I guess it's going to like take a break. It's going to warm up a little bit for some of you. But here in a few days, you're going to be seeing a lot of white stuff out there. All right. So we're going to have a very white Christmas. In fact, we're going to have feet and feet and feet. Because remember I said we're going to have like lots of waves of energy of rain and snow, right? So atmospheric rivers, they call it. So that's what we have coming our way. And I'm going to share the screen. We'll look at some of this. Snow is going to be cray for us on the west. So here we have tropical tidbits. Everything's moving very slow. I'd have to change my provider. All right, so watch this in time. So the date is today, the 15th, and then we're going to start moving through time, forward into time. So we're starting to see today the snow is coming down. So those guys in Washington, a lot of the rain in the beginning is going to turn to snow. So they had warmer temperatures. So the snow they had in the mountains melted and fed the rivers and caused epic flooding, dikes breaking, flooding everywhere on an epic level that no one's ever seen before. So here we go. We're into 2 days out from now. It's starting to go down through the mountains of Oregon. And it's really going to start to come in big now, right? All across. So East Coast, Midwest, West Coast, West, Midwest, East Coast. Boom. Everybody gets it. So the 19th is when we're going to start to get the snow. And then watch how much snow. So I'm in that little point right there on the other side of California. Uh, so I'm not going to be in California until they take down Gavin Newsom. Hopefully, my some good people come in there and take it down. I don't know. We'll see. All right, so here it goes, all the way down the mountain coast of mountain range of California, and it's just going to start to pile up. When you see it go white, which it will around the 21st, actually it's 23rd right now, 24th. So 24th, it's going to start to get white. That means 4 feet, right? And then it's going to get a lot wider as time goes on. And it's going to spread to more states. And it's going to do that all the way into the New Year. So see all that white in California right now? That's all the way up to New Year's Eve. So it says 27 inches there, but the white means upwards of 4 feet. So in the high mountains, probably going to get 4 feet. Skiers are going to love it. I'm going to love it. It's going to be pretty. We'll show you guys. Will see it. It'll be out there. So nice. All right. So what else? So manhunt. So not only in Bondi do we have false flags, but we have them in America too. And we have shoot day Saturday. And of course, because the Aussies are a little bit ahead of us, I think. Or are they a different time? I think they're on there's like the time zone thingy that goes down, daytime thing. I think they're on a different day. So it would have been our Saturday, their Sunday, where they had their shooting, and we have our shooting. Because the deep state, they like to do bread and circus on Saturdays, right? They don't like to affect the stock market because they like to make money, right? So if they're going to do something cray-cray, they do it on the weekend. I don't know why, but that's my understanding. They don't want to upset the stock market because they're manipulating that, and the casino, pays them out really well. They jack it up and down. Ask the Fed about that. The federal, which is not federal, it's private banking system, and I think they're going to go bye-bye pretty soon. That they're stationed along with the IRS in Puerto Rico, which is a territory. It's not a state. It's not the United States of America. It's a United States Corporation of America, and they restrict because the people of Puerto Rico want to be a state, right? Although some of them, don't because they benefit from the tax advantage, but like the IRS and the corporation of the Federal Reserve, they don't want that. And so they're over there, they're making not have to pay taxes, but we do. And it's because of them that we pay taxes, right? So they've all got to go. It's like, what in the heck? So we got hijacked. We had our country hijacked. A lot of these, Tracy says we got low jacked. All right. So here we are, Brown University shooter. Manhunt continues because the guy that they had was not the guy. All right. And so they have watch this. I mean, when this happened, I'm almost like screaming. My wife gets kind of a little concerned about me when I get all pissed off. And I'm like, what the F? University, and you have him walking away? That's all you got? And they said he's wearing black. And we don't have a good look at his face because he's walking away. So you have cameras everywhere. You have phones everywhere. People recording everything. Any one of us would go outside and pee in the yard and cop cars would show, put him in jail. But this guy comes in and supposedly, I've reported on some of these school shootings, and I'm like, no. All right. This, and of course, what is the one thing they always do? It's their calling card. And hey, deep state, we're on to you. Every time you say there's multiple shooters, it's like, okay, deep state, multiple shooters. I'm like, okay, deep state. Right. So, yep, that's their calling card because they can't make anything else up. They go off the same script over and over again. Multiple shooters, multiple shooters, multiple shooters. Just want to slap them. Slap. Come on. Give us something to work with that's kind of exciting. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Right? So that's what we have with this Brown University shooting, in my opinion, guys. Manhunt continues for Brown University shooter as questions swirl about campus security. Campus security. Where was campus security? Where was campus security when, well, there was a lot of security because you see them all running around in other shootings, right? So it's like, come on. If you're going to have a shooting, you know, have some security do something good. You know, we're not having that. So we got CK, because I can't talk about CK. You know who CK is. He's got a wife that's called Erica. And, you know, they have some kind of racket going on with that. I don't know what it is, what kind of false flag it is. I don't know what it's about, but, you know, I called it out very early on, and I can't talk about it because when I talk about it here, the video got taken down. So it's just my opinion. I'm just looking at information. You know, I'm not making a judgment. It is what it is. You know, Carl Reiner, you know, it's sad that he, you know, he died. It's sad. Like I said, it's sad to anybody. Everybody attacked him on the leftist side. So I don't think we're attacking Carl Reiner. We're just pointing some stuff out that he was at TDS stage 4. You know, it's like, and X won't let me show that, I guess. But there's a long list. If you go to my X account, Michael Jaco 9, that's how many Twitter accounts I had that were taken away. I'm on the 9th one. Who knows if this one's going to last. So we are seeing bread and circus, in my opinion, right? And I just look at stuff from my background as, you know, 35 years in combat zones, shooting, blowing stuff up, and seeing people that have been shot, right? And seeing the results of shooting and all that kind of stuff. I'm just looking at stuff and I go, bullshit, right? Bullshit. And, you know, there's other people say that too. I'm not the only one. I'd like to have Ole on, and we could discuss this. We have a nice discussion on this one, I bet, and he would be of the same opinion. I guarantee. All right, let's listen to silliness.
Still at large after a mass shooting at Brown University. 2 students were killed and 9 others hurt when a gunman opened fire on Saturday. ABC's Rena Roy has the latest.
An urgent manhunt is back on in the mass shooting at Brown University. The gunman still on the loose, with authorities in Rhode Island saying a person of interest who was detained has now been released.
Sometimes you head in one direction and then you have to regroup and go in another.
Police say they're still looking for the person.
All right, so that's the only thing they have on this guy. That's the only thing. And there's no other cameras. There's no other pictures. And I was like, in the beginning, I was like, why don't you put out how tall he is, what he was wearing, and, you know, the direction he was going in? There could be concerned citizens out there that may get some video or give us some feedback. How tall is this guy? I mean, how tall? What's the height of that sign right there? What's the height of that wall? And then you just go from there. It's like he's like 5'10" or 6'2" or whatever it is. It's a 6'2" male. That is definitely not a woman that's walking there. I would say, you know, I don't want to, like, you know, start to make assessments and say the race that I believe that is, but I don't know. Because it could turn out to be like a Erickson guy who's obviously a whitey, and was somebody else involved? Was it like another Caucasian type person? Maybe not. I don't know. But I look at, you know, I've been looking at Gates for a long time, and I can kind of tell some stuff sometimes. I'm not always completely right, but you guys think. You guys tell me. I don't want to jump to conclusions because some social media sites don't like that. You jump to conclusions, they say, and we're going to just take you down. It's like, okay, all right, I'm just an expert here. I don't know. I don't really know anything. I've been at this for 35 plus years, intuitive remote viewer, and I can see things before they happen. And I don't know. I don't see this. I go look at this and I'm not seeing anything, right? Kind of like from that movie. All right. So with Bruce Willis,
and seen in this surveillance footage walking on campus moments after the shooting that left at least 2 students dead and 9 others injured on Saturday evening.
After a review of the evidence that was gathered, it was determined that the person of interest needed to be released.
Providence Mayor Brett Smiley.
Wow. Needed to be released. We got our man. No, we don't. And the guy that was probably did it, he's long gone now. Oh, sorry about that, guys. We just effed that up. Maybe if we put out, what this guy, his dimensions and so forth right away, instead of like sitting on it for a long time, like we know what we're doing, and you guys don't, because it's all false flaggy. Bye-bye.
Speaking today on GMA.
And after this individual was released last night, I understand that anxiety level has risen in our community. We've continue to receive 0 credible threats to our community.
Authorities say the shooting happened Saturday just before 4 p.m. in the engineering building where final exams and study sessions.
I wonder, like when some of these guys, police officers, fire department, whatever, go to these events and they see it's all bullshit, because we know they do, or it's misdirection, or things just don't add up. And I wonder what they really think. And we don't really get to hear from them often, do we, about that? So, and we haven't really heard from anybody of, I don't know, substance about this. We had the talking heads that come in, and like I've heard them on Fox. It's like all these experts come in. It's like, yeah, same people saying the same shit about all these shootings. Wow. All right.
Were underway. Students barricading themselves inside classrooms, hiding under desks.
Providence Police! Hands! We're here to help you. Just listen to what we have to say, okay?
One of the 2 victims killed, identified by her church as Ella Cook. The College Republicans of America posting this photo on social media, saying Cook was the vice president of the group at Brown. Senior Ben Marcus says she was a sophomore and very good friend.
Part of Republicans. Are Republicans going to be targeted now? Is that what this is going to be about?
It was nothing but peaceful and pleasant. Really, her loss is really, really a big hit for the Brown community.
Now, authorities are asking the public to scour their own photos and videos from the scene, saying there are not many cameras inside this building here.
All right. So now they're asking. All right. So, it's pretty much a shit show. And, I don't know, was there multiple shooters involved in this one too? They didn't put out multiple shooters on this one, I don't think. But maybe. I think so. I think at first they said multiple shooters. And now it's like multiple people that they think did it. Because at first we're going, nope, that guy's not, and they'll bring somebody else in. Nope, that guy wasn't either. And then people are just going to go, okay. And then it's like, okay, just put those 2 that, supposedly scrub that, and let's put them on the next shooting. All right. Move that crew to the next site where we're going to have the next shooting. Right. That's how that works, guys. These are crews that move from place to place all over the world and do these false flag events, right? And that's something, Ole Demigard, he's like an expert of this. He's like, if you see, like, if they have a picture of all these shoes, it's like the soul. It's like the soul has been taken from these people. So if we get pictures of shoes, random shoes, you know, people have been blowing out of their shoes. It's like, okay, that's another calling card. Because I think, you know, we kind of pointed that out, and they don't do that anymore. So maybe the multiple shooter thing, now that I'm pointing that out, maybe they won't do that anymore. They're like, oh, they're on to us. We got to stop doing the multiple shooter, because now everybody knows it's a fakeness. It's fakeness, right? So I don't know. Maybe they'll come up with some, you know, because sometimes these things do have real shootings. All right, the one in Vegas, there was a lot of different things going on there. You know, they said this one guy was shooting with one weapon from one room, and then there's people talking about how there's helicopters, people shooting, people being shot from helicopters. And I know people that were literally there, gunshots running out, people getting shot and stuff, and they're legit. But you know, sometimes, like with CK, someone can get shot and it looks real, but it's not. It's not. So there's that too. I don't know. We have to, like, you know, really be aware of how these people are doing the red and circus on us.
Now we have to be vigilant now.
We have to be vigilant, my wife says. So sometimes I'll let her throw in some good stuff, and she does. All right.
I'll be quiet.
And she told me to, oh, be quiet. All right. So,
I'll be quiet.
or I'll be quiet. Okay, whatever. You can add, come up and, why don't you pull up a chair? Right, so, that would be fun, wouldn't it? You know, once a week, you know, or once a month or whatever. My wife does. We do a show together. All right. Global times. This is good, guys. Over 1 million Chileans. Actually, you know, they always downsize these numbers, because I saw there were 3 million plus, but in this one they say 1 million. I'm surprised they didn't say several thousand. Right? So that's normally what they do. But this is over 1 million Chileans took to the streets on Friday, which is believed to be one of the largest protests. And what is the result? What is the result of the people rising up? Well, some good things. All right. So Chile takes hard right. Of course, this is the press, so they're going to say, you know, Donald Trump is a hard right. And now they're going to say that Chile, after 35 years of having all of these baddies run their country, has now gone hard right. Now, this guy that basically came in, Jose Antonio Cast, K-A-S-T, trying to share the screen, but it's like being very slow. There it is. Wow, what's going on with my internet? So, well, I guess we know. They're trying to restrict me. So declares Chile want to change. So he ran twice before this. He's got nine kids. All right, he's a stud, and people loved him. You saw the protests that were happening, and that was for him. They're pushing back on the left, guys, and the people that were manipulating the polls and the elections and so forth. They came out in force, and they got this gentleman elected, and they're going to be very happy with him, I believe, just like we're happy with Trump, unless you're a leftist. Chile elected its most right-wing president in 35 years. They're calling him, I guess the guy dressed up as Trump was in their celebratory, event, and it was all happiness. And so probably President Trump's going to like this guy. He hasn't spoken out yet, but Marco Rubio spoke out, and the president of Brazil spoke out. Chile wanted change. He told thousands of elated supporters Sunday evening, vowing to restore respect for the law. Wow, that's a concept, isn't it? Kind of like, what President Trump has done. Once one of America's safest, was it really? Right? Or was that part of the left, just like they did here, creating something that wasn't real? I don't know. That's what I think. All right. I could be wrong. Violent social protest and an influx of foreign organized crime groups. kind of like, that, and I would play it, but X is not letting me play. Trump said today in a press brief, like I have been saying for months, that some of these governors, and definitely the Colorado governor, is part of organized crime. President Trump actually said that today, right? I sometimes make the script that some of these people use, I think, right? So I like it because I'm ahead of the game. And you guys are ahead of the game because you're hearing it, here. So, in Santiago, cast supporters beat car horns, wave flags, and cheered a man who has repeatedly defended. So retiree Gina Mello hoped cast would deploy the military. Don't we as well? All right. To the streets from day one. Lock up all the drug traffickers and the drug trafficker people that, benefit from that. The Pelosi's, the governors like Newsom and Colorado governor and Illinois governor and New York governor and who knows whatever governor. So here a governor, there a governor, everywhere a governor that's being, bought out by the cartels guys. At this point, you should know this, all right? Supporters sang the national anthem, chanted Pinochet, Pinochet, and clasped portraits of the late autocrat. Another cast voter came dressed as U.S. President Donald Trump. I bet they love that. I bet they love that. Good for them. All right. Congratulations, Chile. All right. You deserve it. You put up with a lot of bullshit just like we have for a long time. Hopefully military hits your streets and cleans them up like we want our streets cleaned up as well, which they're, kind of doing that a little bit already. All right. Bulgaria. Again. 3 million plus people hit the streets. So you guys getting a little clue here of what needs to happen? We, the people, need to get involved. All right. Bulgaria's government resigns after mass protest and just weeks before nation due to join Eurozone. Now they're saying they're still going to join the Eurozone, but not if the people say no. Right? Maybe not. Maybe not. There's a big push, I think, to leave the Europe, and you guys know I've said that. So Bulgarian government resigns, like I said, after weeks. I'm looking at another one. It's really hard for me to share. Something's squirrely right now. I'm getting hit, I guess. Now, one thing I can do is change who I'm using as provider. So you're going to see me go out, and then I'm going to come back. Might be a few seconds, but don't leave. All right. All right. Let's see if we foiled the bastardos and we can get some better coverage now. I'm not going to say the provider that I'm using. So maybe that's the problem too. So, because I've said that on occasions where I'm obviously being hijacked and they hit the other one too. So like I said, thousands of Bulgarians rallied. So again, thousands. There were millions for weeks. Millions for weeks, guys. And says, we realized that the protest was against arrogance and conceit. This is not a social protest, but a protest for values. It was not a meeting of political opponents over policies, but over attitudes, and therefore it unites different components of Bulgarian society. All right, so let's see if I can pull this up now. Maybe I can go back to X and pull up some of that stuff now that I've got a little bit better. Things are running a little bit better right now before they track me down. All right, look at all those people. Wow. Does that look like thousands? No. And there's like, there was one where it was at nighttime and there was like a drone or something that was up in the air and flying around. It was like, there were millions of people out protesting. Good for you guys in Bulgaria. got rid of your corrupt government. This is happening, guys. It is happening. And that's why we're going to see some of these people start to be assassinated and suicided. All right. We're going to see more and more of that as time goes on, because they're going to cover their tracks. They're going to try and exist as long as they can. And if they take out some of the people that have been involved in their puppeteering, that would probably talk or could potentially talk, they're taking them out, right? So that's what we're going to see. I don't think we're already seeing it. We've talked about this coming, and the time is now. All right, so still a little slow, but we'll see what happens. All right. Let me get it to a good spot. All right, so I'll show you guys some of the people that are starting to disappear. Several actors. Where's that one? So I'll just put it up so you guys can see when I'm scrolling through what I'm trying to find. It's moving a little bit better. So some of the stuff you guys have already seen. All right, right here, this guy. So I said, looks like Hollywood is cleansing people who might reveal secrets. Peter Green, who was in Pulp Fiction, I think like 200 different movies, and The Mask, actor dies at 60. Now, it says a mystery. It's a mystery. Nobody checking on him. The nonstop noise caused neighbors to raise the alarm, calling cops in to do a welfare check. A strange note was found next to his body, according to investigators, referring to an Irish-American gang that operated out of Hell's Kitchen in the 1970s. The note read, "I'm still a Westie." I guess that means something to some people. Right? So I'm not sure who, but evidently, that's a basically, maybe it's a message to those that are maybe getting out of line. The Westies are going to come get you. I don't know. Who knows? Somebody knows, but me, I'm not into investigating this. It'll be whatever it is. These guys are going to be like, "No, there's nothing. He just had a heart attack and fell on his face." And all right, so Jack Posobiec says, for all the people attacking Trump's post, a day after Rush Limbaugh died, Hollywood filmmaker and deep state puppet boy Rob Reiner attacked the late conservative radio host as a purveyor of disinformation, saying that Americans must protect democracy from others like him. So he launched a social media attack on the late Limbaugh by calling him a liar, warning that other conservative media personalities are trying to deny climate change. Right? Climate change. Yeah, talk to all those people right now that are like freezing. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. All right, so there's the Castle Rock. Franken. Yep, and now this is pretty interesting. Now, we've had Candace Owens has been doing a lot of investigating, finding out a lot of stuff that doesn't match, kind of like what I did right in the day of. I do this all the time, day of. I'm like, nope. Here's all the evidence. Nope. And so I got taken down. So I was like, oh, take it down. I'm going to put it over on Rumble. So I got one over the Rumble, got a lot of views. But, I said in this post, I know a few of you still be live. That lie in the middle, be live, believe. The Charlie Kirk assassination false flag narrative. Many have left that fake choo-choo train. Are you still on it? All right, because I get comments sometimes with Michael, I'm so shocked. I'm like, oh my God. So, all right. So as long as you're not saying mean things to me, you can disagree. That's fine. All right. So Eric Kirk has agreed to sit down and talk with Candace Owens, but she has demanded that the conversation take place privately. Privately. Is this a deal situation? You will start to support us or you will go bye-bye, right? And we have a lot of deep states. You know how the CK thing happened? Haha. So I don't know. Maybe it's like it's legit. It's like, look, honey, one honey to another honey. We are legit. And I know you think we have done bad things and there's all this conspiracy theory stuff. It's all fake. It was a real shooting. It was real. And Candace would be like rolling her eyes going, I've already discovered that's not a real shooting. Come on. So here we go. Look, what's Ryan Mattis say?
I don't know if you guys have seen it, but Candace Owens and Erica Kirk are allegedly going to be sitting down for a private discussion. Now, Erica Kirk just put out this tweet, and I want to show you this tweet, and then I kind of want to get into this conversation. Candace Owens and I are meeting for a private in-person discussion on Monday, December 15th. At Real Candace Owens and I have agreed that public discussions, live streams, and tweets are on hold until after this meeting. I look forward to a public or a productive conversation. Thank you. And then Candace responded and she said, I am very much looking forward to this discussion. So now the next question I think we should be asking is like, what is the upside for Candace having this discussion this way? Number one, because if she turns it down, she says no to it, then it would kind of be like, oh, well, we offered her this, we offered her that. She turned down both opportunities. So now Candace is in a position where she has to take this closed door meeting, which now as you have this conversation is Turning Point just trying to draw out and figure out what does Candace know? What does she have that's so wrong?
What does Candace know? That's a good one, Ryan. I like where you're going with that. So let's just get together. We have some disagreements. Let's have a little chat behind closed doors, no cameras, just me and you, mano y mano, and let's just kind of work this out. What do you know? And she's like, I know this, I know this, I know this. Oh, and somebody that's listening in will be like, dang, she knows too much. All right, so she's on to us. What are we gonna do? All right, I don't know, but we gotta make her look bad. All right, like we done that Mike Jaco guy. We made him look bad, but still got followers. I don't understand it. We've done so much to like discount him. But you know, that's kind of the way the game's played, guys. I don't know what's going to happen with that. That's very suspect to me. You know, we have. Oh, this is good. Here it is. I thought it was gone, but it is here. All right. So what we have is people trying to spread disinformation about something that's happened that we're finding. Like I did on the first, within hours, right? Within less than an hour. All right. I saw the shooting. I'm like, that's strange looking. And then I did a show. Then after my show, I went in and there were people making chats about, the shooting. So I was kind of watching that. So I went over and I looked at the video and I'm like, oh, bullshit. Bullshit right away. Boom. Derek Johnson has blown this up too. Derek Johnson and I have done shows together where we blow this out of the water. And he talks about how there's like doubles and that's how they play this game. They have somebody else come in and there's just so many things. My lovely wife does excellent research as well. And she pointed out so many things. So those of us that have eyes to see and ears to hear, we see through this. All right. So I don't know why they're doing this, and there's some fairly legitimate people that are continuing the narrative. So there's something that they're trying to gain from this. I don't know what that something is, but I'm watching. If I figure it out, or if some of you figure it out, let me know. I know a lot of you guys have some theories, like I do, but nothing I can really put my finger on. The only thing that from what I'm seeing is there is disinformation. I think that what I said is I think that he's in Valhalla, all right, and is part of a group that basically was playing the deep state, and they knew that they were going to get hit, and so they're like, well, let's take control of this and make it a big production that blows them away and exposes them even more, all right? So I think that's what happened with the Trump assassination. I think that's what happened with CK. And there's another group that's back there, that's doing some of these events and making them look real. So I don't know. That's my observation. I've seen these guys, in some of the stuff that I've done before in the past, as a Navy SEAL, and I've seen some people come in and do some stuff in other places, right, that were, you guys are making a false flag thing, aren't you? Like, okay, I can't talk about it, but I'm watching. So these things go on. And of course, some of it's bread and circus that the deep state's trying to do. And so it kind of rolls a little bit, and we expose it, but nothing ever happens. It's like just, it's just somebody comes out with a script, kind of like that War of the Worlds, where H.G. Wells came out and was reading War of the Worlds on radio. And people thought Mars was attacking us. Mars beings were coming in attacking us, and they freaked out. I think they did that on purpose to see what the response would be. And so it's like, you look at all that stuff and you're like, who was it, a good guys playing that, or was it the bad guys playing that? So it's kind of hard to determine sometimes, but I think it's good guys that are playing the CK thing. And people are getting wise to it, and they're trying to continue the narrative a little bit longer. That's why, they have Erica Trump, lookalike come out and cry, crocodile tears. And, she's wiping her eyes with, what's that? Visine, or something that stimulates the tear ducts. And I think it's just all acting. That's my thoughts. So, you tell me, what do you guys think? Well, I know what you guys think. Most of you guys are in agreement. The rest of you are watching. So let's watch a little bit more.
Colorado, the poorly run state of Colorado, with a governor who's incompetent, and frankly, with a governor that won't allow our wonderful Tina to come out of a jail, in a high intensity jail, because she caught people cheating on an election, and they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She went over, she looked at one of the election scams going on. And
all right, so we know this is the deep state that has been caught with their finger in the cookie jar, right, cheating, and or their hand in the cookie jar. And so they're being exposed. They don't like it. They're trying to make a scene. They're trying to throw disinformation out there that she was a criminal for exposing their cheating. And, now it's come to a point where it's all being exposed. They, got away with it, they thought, for over 4 years. And now it's coming to a head. And we're probably going to see a lot of political types, have accidents and start to disappear from the scene.
Because she did that, they put her in jail for 9 years. The governor of Colorado is a weak and a pathetic man who was run by Tren de Aragua, the criminals from Venezuela, took over sections of Colorado.
Yes, he said that. He said he's being run by the cartels, like I've been saying. So, it's coming out. So it's good. Guys like me push the envelope. You guys talk it. You guys share it. And then it gets back to President Trump and his team. And it's like, the people are on it. We can expose now. Right. And that's what he just did. All right. This is the way this works, guys. All right. So some of you came in and said nasty things about me posting that SEAL Team 6 came in and rescued her. I felt that it was bullshit. Right. But I've talked about it already. I was like, if it comes to the point where the Supreme Court of the United States, it's not of America, so it's the Supreme Court of the United States. So that sounds like the corporation. But anyway, those guys, sometimes they say good things and sometimes they do Roe versus Wade, which was proven to be wrong. And So they got, it was like 40, 50 years. They got away with a false narrative there with Roe versus Wade. So will they have another false narrative? No, because they've already said, once before that Colorado tried to play games and take Trump off the ballot because he was involved in J6. No, that was their 10-mile corporate headquarters for the deep state, right? So we're figuring them out, and it's no, he tried to do the right thing within there, and they hijacked it and made it into something very bad. And so now we're seeing President Trump is saying that, hey, I'm pardoning her. Now, I know that they were trying in the background, from Juan O'Savin on several shows, and I look at, he's post information all the time from his other site, but he has been talking about how they have been in the background trying to work this out. It's like, look, we know you had your hand in the cookie jar. She was exposing you. You need to let her go. And they're like, no, we're not going to. We like our cookies. we like to cheat. We want to continue to cheat. And you're not going to stop us. And there's going to be multiple shooters all the time, because we don't care that you guys know that when we say multiple shooters, it's only one. Screw you. All right. So President Trump is like, okay. All right. Because we, the people, are like, hey, Tina needs to be let go. We want it. We want it. And calls coming in everywhere. And they're like, God, we got to do something. So Trump is like, all right. So pardon. And now we're going to play the game. We're going to play the game with Colorado, because once they lose, once the cookie hand is pulled out and everybody sees, oh, the governor of Colorado should be there. And so it's going to, and Trump actually won the election in Colorado. So when they do that, it's going to be dominoes around the country, guys. So they're going to resist. They've been resisting this massively, putting her in jail for 9 years and resisting, her release. When she is released, it's going to be very, very fast and ugly for them. Fast and furious is coming for them.
And he was afraid to do anything, but he puts Tina in jail for 9 years because she caught people cheating. And when she walked over and
see how he has the military behind him? Mike is right. My boys are going to go in and get her out. If SCOTUS comes in and says, you need to release her because he's got the right, because it was a federal election and she was exposing federal crimes, and you're putting her in there for a state, you're going to let her free because President Trump is right. And they're going to, if they resist, it's going to be military time. And that's who he has behind him. He's broadcasting here in a way it's telling them it's about to get hot for you guys, right? We're going to go hot on you, you deep state actors, because you're in the wrong. And we have the backing of the American people, and we're doing the right thing for the good people of America. We're not concerned about the people that want to do crimes, the cartels and extreme leftists, the Carl Reiners. We don't care about that anymore. We're pushing back on that now. And we're moving forward. We're not going to let any of this, take away the rights of Americans, which have been usurped for a very long time. Constitutionally, we, the people, have the power, and they have slowly taken away from us. So when government takes away our power, the only way we get it back is to take it back. So I think we might have to take Tina back, right? So just be aware of that. So here's another actor going bye-bye, Anthony Gary, dead at 78, right? He was kind of an old guy. So, but I have a lot of 75-year-old people that are using LifeWave and 80s that are very healthy. So I don't know. I think they took him out. So anyway, so Rob Reiner, look at all these. Fact, Trump colluded with Russia. In 2016, we discovered that Putin helped Trump steal the election. The White House release of altered transcript of Putin-Trump presser is further proof of treason. The president of the United States is committing treason in plain sight. When Fox says that DT, colluding with the enemy, is not a crime. Russia hacks our election to help Donald Trump. FBI violates Hatch Act and colludes with Trump. After speaking with many government sources, deep state sources, evidently, who indicate direct connection between DT and Putin, investigation must happen before DT is installed. This was back in December 2016. So remember how they're like really pushing that Russian narrative? And they're like, Donald Trump cannot be president. He has colluded with Russia. So remember, the deep state, they always use Russia. If you have colluded with Russia, it's game on. It's free. They can come at you any way and every way till the end of Sunday until you're taken down, just like they did with President Kennedy, just like they were going to do, and probably many times trying to do with President Trump, assassinate him, right? This is real. This boy is one of their puppets. This boy is one of their puppets, right? So, like I said, I have sympathy for everybody that dies. I believe Donald Trump will be the last president of my lifetime, and he was so prophetic. Yeah, so prophetic. Good job, Rob. You're hanging out with the devil now. You're hanging out with the devil. How's that working out for you? Right? Yeah, that's right. And you agree with me. I see K-Jamin 68. I hope Robbie didn't go to hell. Well, I don't know. Yep. My wife said he went somewhere. So what advice would you give to women that want to be Navy SEALs? Learn how to swim super good. Women are really good in cold water. So well, not all of them. I know a lot of women like the heat up. So I don't know. But meathead. Yeah, meathead. So that's a beautiful aspiration. Anybody I think should have the opportunity to try out for anything that they want, as long as you can pass the standards. I think there are some women out there that could, but it's the toughest training in the world. I was a Navy SEAL instructor, chief of the phase of the hardest phase, Hell Week. And if I found some weakness in you, I was going to exploit it. If I find weakness, they did the same to me. We do it to everyone. If there's a weakness, mine was coldness. All right. So that's why I say, learn to be at one with cold. I'm still at one with cold. I can go out into this lake out here and breathe through it and be in this lake. Right. Actually back that way. And I've done it before. I've been in waterfalls that were coming from ice that was melting. I've gone into the lake where there were like still ice in the lake, and I pushed it out of the way and got in the lake. So you have to be able to overcome the coldness, and you have to have a lot of upper body strength. All right, a lot of push-ups. Be able to do a lot of push-ups, way a lot. So look at what the standards are. Pull-ups, of course. Yeah, there's. I remember my wife used to knock some pull-ups out. She was good, and I've seen some women knock out pull-ups. So I think it's a worthy cause. Good luck to you. But look at the standards. Talk to other people that have gone through the training. That's what I did. I know you're talking to me. I've been through the training. I've run the training. Running was another weakness of mine. Long distance running. You need to be a long distance runner. And use LifeWave. If I could get LifeWave into the SEAL teams, which they've blocked me from doing that, that's really stupid, right? It would help the community out massively. But you as a private individual coming in, I don't think there would be a problem. You could put them in places where they wouldn't look, and they would work for you, right? You'd heal faster, you'd have more energy and so forth. So be the life wave girl, and you can pass training. So I used to train people to go through buds, and they would make it, right? Because it's more of a mental thing. It's a mental, spiritual thing. I didn't know that I was doing it at the time, but I taught the guys that I helped get through training as young. They weren't even tadpoles. So when you go to buds training, you're a tadpole. So they were just a frog thought, right? And so I helped them get to the point where they could actually do really well. And those that didn't do well, I've worked with, I've seen a lot of those people over the years, and they said, you totally changed my life. So it is, whether you make it or not, it will be an incredible experience. So yeah, everyone should opportunity. And if you get through, if one woman makes it through, then it'll be probably open the door for other women to make it through training. The SEALs have, the SEAL community have done missions with women, as partners, and not for real, but, they act as, and they've had training. They've actually, SEAL Team 6, they've actually trained women at a very high level. They didn't go through SEAL training, of course, but they trained them to a very high level. And they had them in different, I think they jumped and all kind of crazy stuff. So it is something that women can do. But upper body strength is going to be one of the things you're really going to need to work on, right? What's the average age for SEALs and age limit? I think the age limit is like in the 30s. Might be 30, 35, somewhere around there. I went through, and I was kind of like an old guy at 21. I turned 21 at Hell Week. That was my birthday present, the best birthday present I've ever had. So that's pretty young guys going through training. And that hasn't really changed much. There are people that go through that are, older, of course, and make it through. There's been plenty of people that were in other services. We had Army, Green Berets come in. We had Marine Recon come in, and of course SEALs do the same thing. They go over and hang out and do their training too, and hang out and become Green Beret and Delta and all that kind of crazy stuff too. But there's potential there is for women to make it through. Like I said, there would be, I think, if there hasn't been a woman that has made it through, and maybe there has been some secret, I've heard some things where women were trained to be part of certain missions. Like I said, SEAL Team 6, but as far as going through the entire training, I'm pretty sure there's not been a woman made it yet. And I say yet because I think there is definitely some women out there that can. So someone said something about 21-year-old turned 21 after corpsman school. You got something to say about it, Tracy?
If Navy,
Come over here and say it.
Hi, everyone. If going to Navy SEAL school is like having a baby, well, then let me see a man do it.
Okay.
I've done it twice.
So if you've had a baby, you could make it through SEAL training. Okay. All right. Just saying. But all right. We're off track here. All right. So that was fun. So silver, guys. I know some of you guys get tired of me talking about silver. But I want you guys to succeed. You need to understand the economy going forward. Silver, I think, is going to explode upward. So I saw a report from someone that said that Samsung executives flew into Mexico and went direct to one of their mines. So Mexico produces a lot of silver, which does not come to the U.S. anymore. But they have a lot of silver mines, and they produce a lot of it. So Samsung, of course, Samsung TVs, Samsung phones, they all use silver. If you don't have silver, you can't make those things, right? So solar panels, all these things. So they flew in and talked directly with one of the mines So I don't know what the price of silver is right now, 62, 63. It was up again today. It reached a high on Friday before they came in and pressed it down because they do that on Friday. But it reached a high of 65 and some change, 65.09, something like that. Today it was up, a couple percent again after they pressed it down. They came in and they bid $78 an ounce. That's a lot higher than 63, 65, or whatever it is right now, right? What did Mike say that it was going to be by the end of the year? Between 75 and 85. They're already bidding silver at 78, guys. So, hello. Now, I saw where they're doing disinformation out there where they're saying that the U.S. government's going to seize silver. Ain't happening. It's bullshit, right? Complete bullshit. And you can be fearful of that if you want. It's okay. You can believe the CK assassination and all the other little choo-choo train rides that you want to get on. But this choo-choo train is going places, all right? You want to be on this train. And if you're not on this train, you're going to be like, so sorry. So sorry. All right. So the Japanese are not messing around. They're not so sorry. All right. They're not so sorry. They're getting their silver from the mine and they're paying them a premium because going forward, it's going to be a lot more. So they're getting ahead of it. They don't want to, you give these miners a bad deal. So the miners are like, screw those guys. So they're giving them a good deal right up front. Silver's going to 78, and it's probably going to go to 78 fast, right? So I'm going to share the screen with you. Now, this is a picture of a lot of silver, right? This is David Bateman. This is his silver, all right? That's a lot of pallets of silver. So there's, I think, 30,000 ounces per pallet, if my counting's correct. So 1,000 ounces is around a little over 72 pounds. So that's why it's on a big old pallet like that. And it's got, forklift that probably moves that stuff around because there's a lot of weight. All right. So he has like some kind of $1 billion worth of silver. And he bought this back when silver was around 30. So I remember pushing silver at 30. I'm like, oh my God, who's going to buy silver at 30? And there were people buying silver all the way back at 30. Now, Dr. Kirk Elliott and I were pushing silver, jumping up and down. This is the last up there. You're going to get $17, right? So it's going to be $170 by the end of next year, or maybe even sooner, guys. I would say $150 by the first quarter of next year, or even more. I've heard people say by the end of this year. I don't see that, but now you're probably like, how much you got, Mike? Well, I got 1.5 pallets. Right? I'm just a po' boy from a po' family that has worked his ass off for 65 years and gone through a lot of shit storms, fighting and overcome a lot of shit to get to the point where I got that much. So it wasn't easy, guys. How many of you are that old? Well, some of you that have been listening to me, I know you were buying, you're taking your life savings and putting $2 million in, I think back when it was like 25, 30. So you're liking me a lot. I know. I like that you like me because I like people to do good. Right. So we want more of you to do good. Now, Bateman has bought more. When it pulled back to like 58, he went in big again because he knows it's going to go boom, boom. It's going to be some boom, boom going on with silver, guys. Don't miss the good silver train, right? That's a choo-choo train you want to be on. Not the CK choo-choo train, all right? Or some of these other, I am silver. Deborah Greenwood, good job. I am silver. I like that. That's good. I bought some coins at 36. Good. Won't make me a millionaire, but it'll be more than I had. Absolutely. So doubling your money, tripling your money at this point is absolutely possible. Absolutely possible within a year. How much is it up this year alone? I think 100 and close to 120%, right? So that's double and some. So we're not at the end of the year yet. We're not at the end of the year yet. So we're going to see that percentage go up even more. There's nothing else that touches it unless you look at Bitcoin. And if you look at Bitcoin now, you're like, ooh. If you've been to Bitcoin, you're like, oh. So it's pretty much at the same place it was at the beginning of the year right now. It made a little high and then it came down. And some of the other coins made their highs. Now, I was jumping up and down saying, get into XRP when it was back at 50 cents and it went up to like $3, right? So I made a ton of money on XRP, but I was like, it's time to go. It's time to go now. And some of you guys keep pushing it. So I've been like making money hand over fist while you guys are like, it's going higher while it's going lower. And so I'm like making money here, making money there, taking that money. Yeah, excuse me. I'm taking that money. I'm gonna put it over here and make it go big. And so don't be looking at my stuff. So XRP, you guys are like so FOMO, fear of missing out, but you've missed out a lot. So it's up to you. You crypto dudes and dudettes, you're going to do what you're going to do. And who knows, maybe, like I've said, maybe, baby, it will go up. You might get a little pump. It may go up a little bit higher than what it is right now. Maybe it'll go up double what it was. But some are like, believe in it. And there's a lot of us that are like, no, it's a racket, right? So you're like gamble on it and you're going to make some money. And then you're going to take that money, you're going to put it in something else, or maybe, which most of you will, lose it all, right? So that's the way it's been for a lot of crypto bros and brodettes, right? So DOJ sues Georgia's Fulton County for access to 2020 ballots. It's coming to a head, guys. 2020, it's not over yet. And it's getting hot, especially with Tina Peters almost free. Ooh, la la. All right, so there was a mayor that was just elected in Miami. I said Miami is probably going to get destroyed, right? When the shit hits the fan, deep state shit hits the fan. And some Miamians don't like that. And they've said, Mike, I don't like it. I don't like it like you talk. So I'm like, homelessness in Miami. You've had a Republican, Rhino, in Miami, but he's been pretty much a Rhino, Republican name only. He's a Democrat. All right. And now you just voted in a Democrat. And so you're going to go from bad to worse. And I said, I have seen homelessness. And then people said, I have been living here for a long time and I've never seen that. I was like, I remember when I bought my Ford Mustang convertible. It's like, I've got the only one. And then I bought it and I'm driving around. It's like, oh, that person has one too. And then, oh, there's another one. Oh, there's another one. There's a lot of them. I never saw so many. I thought I had the only one. But that's the way the mind works. You see what you focus on and what's in your field of information and so forth. I guess a lot of people like just pass by homeless in Miami, or maybe they're in an area that is like super controlled and there's no one in there that looks homeless, or they're walking around and they have a Gucci bag that they stole from somebody and it's like, oh, that's not a homeless, they got a Gucci bag. And so whatever. All right. So let me show you people that can't see the homelessness that is in Miami. Miami. Boom. Boom, shakalaka. So there you go. Homelessness in Miami. Just put it up and you're going to see it. There it is. So here's a little unsheltered homeless. Ticks up in Miami-Dade. How about that? Street sleeping populations by region, city of Miami, even in the city. So I said I was down by City Hall and I saw homelessness camps, and people don't believe. Like, what the F? Did you come from New York and you can't see because New Yorkers have blinders on? I don't know. City of Miami, it has gone down a little bit, but and it's gone down pretty much. The city of Miami Beach, it's gone up slightly. South Miami-Dade, it's gone down, or no, it's actually gone up by a little bit. So you're like, oh, Mike, that's where I live. I'm in South Miami-Dade. There's only 47 homeless there. But one is too many. One is too many. All right, so get out there and help them. County total, 1,068. 1,068. And that's 821. Is that going to go up? It will go up now. There is someone there in the Democrat Party because they basically siphon the money out of all of the money that goes into helping the homeless guys. The Democrats are experts at money laundering. And I don't know, maybe some of these people that you see, he's just sleeping. He's tired. He's just tired under that bridge. All right. So there is help for the homeless. There are people out there that help them. Yes. But there are camps like this. I've seen camps like this throughout Miami. Right. Yes, there are a lot more in San Francisco, and there's a lot more in LA, and there's a lot more in San Diego, and there's a lot more in Portland, and you name the city, there's a lot more than Miami. But yeah, it's a big city, and there's corruption, and they're unfortunately not helping the people that really need the help, right? So Miami Rescue Mission, many families a paycheck away from being homeless. And you're like, that's Donald Trump's fault. All right. Pretty much for the first 18 months of a president's term, it's all from the previous, quite frankly. Now, President Trump takes responsibility, of course, but he tells you, hey, I inherited bullshit. And he did, he made it amazing for the Democrats. So the Democrats look really well because it was so incredibly amazing, but it was starting to fail. And it was failing very rapidly. And it's probably one of the reasons why Democrats didn't make it. One of the reasons. It should be a lot more. But so very sad. You see the tracks on the arms and stuff. Not obviously not doing well, right? So it's sad. It's super sad to see this. I'm disappointed that this actually exists, that we're not taking care of this. It is what it is. But part of the reason why it's not being taken care of, there's people just refuse to believe it is there. All right. Just like those people that came into my chat and said, you don't know what you're talking about, Mike. I live in Miami. There's no homeless. Yep. That's why there's a homeless problem. Right? And there's probably people just before the sack of Rome by the Vandals were like, there's no way that these Vandals, they're cheap bastards. And we're like the best in the world. There's no way they're going to take down our city. And the next thing you know, they've been raped and tortured and everything's stolen from them. Right. So that's how those cities are going to fail. All right. That's how those cities will fail. And what else? I got a lot more. This is the long show because I missed a couple shows. Yeah, that's good, but I need to start wrapping it up. All right, so Ilhan Omar. she loves the Muslim Brotherhood. We know that. She came from Somalia. She married her brother to get here. She hates America. And she made a statement the other day that we're going to find out who's in charge, like the Somalis. We're going to find out. You know, we warred against the Somalis in Somalia, and it was pretty bad, right? They, like I've talked about in other shows, everyone came to the fight with Black Hawk Down, and I had some of my SEAL buddies tell me about how women, children, old people, women, men and women, and of course the male fighters, everybody came to the fight. Everybody in the city came to fight them. So I don't think it's going to change. I don't think it's going to change some of those cities, guys. So, of course, President Trump is trying to get some of these people out. And, of course, these people, because it's a democracy, which we're not a democracy, we're a republic. But they've led us to believe that we're a democracy. Of course, you know, they do this over time. And it's a democracy, if you look through Plato, when he talked about the best forms of government, democracy, I think, was below dictatorship, right? Republic was the best. So we were having the best, and now we've slid down to democracy. And so we're seeing the result of democracy in Minnesota, right? And it's not so good. It's not going to be really. It's going to be really bad at some point, I think, because again, once you know, government entity or like religious faction or whatever, once they get control of something, once they take control of something, which they've done, you have to take it back, right? They're not going to give it up. We're going to have to take it back. And that's what we're going to see here. So why is she still there? So I know a lot of people are talking about Bondi. So Bondi doesn't seem to be doing a lot, according to some people. I look and I'm like, yeah, maybe, you know, it's really corrupt. She's trying to overcome the corruption, but it's she's got a lot of Bush family connections, and she's hanging out with Bill Barr, who we know is corrupt as well, part of the Bush family cartel. So I don't know, guys. I'd like to see somebody that could get some done. I'm a performance-based guy. You know, if you don't perform, that's the way it was for me in the SEAL teams. If you didn't perform, you got to go somewhere else, right? And if you're a non-performing SEAL, you're out of SEAL teams. Quite frankly, I've seen a lot of people do that over the years, get kicked out of the SEAL teams. And if you're in a group, a high-level performing group, like you don't make it to SEAL Team 6 unless you're a high performer, because you go through even more training, and it's super high speed. It's not like BUDS training. It's like badass training. It's for the badasses of the SEAL teams. So I was very happy to go through that and be it the badasses team, which was Red Squadron, gold team and blue team and silver. So when I was there, they didn't even have the silver, but now they do. I don't know if they got more teams, but that's all I know about. So, and I've seen it published, so I'm saying it. But there's probably a lot of things that I won't say, of course. Probably, unless something bad happens, that they do something bad, which I think they're like, it's the best of the best guys in SEAL Team 6. Super high performance, super high morals. A lot of those guys, not only are they fit, but they're super great minds. So it's, you know, not all of them. Some of them are not great. I'm not tooting my horn, because when you toot your horn, that's when you like make a mistake, and then everybody like gangs up on you. Like, those of you that are on, you know, high level alpha male type and female, alpha male, female, because I've seen some pretty badass, you know, SWAT females and so forth. So there are, you know, a lot of performance, and if you get a little cocky, you ladies too, I guess, if you get a little cocky, then you're going to get eventually it's going to catch up to you. So you have to be humble. I learned that, right? I learned that the hard way, right? That's the way I learned it. But you know, there's a lot of people that can play that game. There's a lot of people that can play the game in politics the right way. We have made it easy for corrupt people like Ilhan Omar, who is a low performer and should not be in the game, should not even be in America, to be in that position. It's insane. It's so ridiculous, right? I don't understand, you know, how we got here, but it's easy fix because we the people can make this happen, guys. We the people will make this happen. And I've seen some demonstrations in Texas where, you know, they're basically, you know, looks like a bunch of yahoos, but good people too. For the most part, I think they're all good. They're demonstrating against the Muslim communities because Muslim communities don't integrate, guys. That's the way it is. All right. Now they can. I'm sure there's lots of Muslims out there that have integrated and love America. And thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of this incredible country and contributing. But then there's some not so much, right? That's what we're seeing here with that little nasty smiley down face, right? Non-smiley face from Ilhan. She needs to go bye-bye. I don't know why she's still there. She should be out of our country ASAP. So it's a big problem, and I think she's worth like tens of millions of dollars now. You know, typical. These guys get paid off. And the way they money launder it is like they make these amazing stock insider trading deals, right? And that's how they money launder to them. Hillary Clinton, I think, did one where she invested $1,000 and made $100,000. I remember that. So it's not anything new. They have been money laundering through the different systems. Housing is another one. I've had guests on that have talked about how they money launder through mortgages, right? And we've seen some of that being exposed, but not people being prosecuted for yet. But I think it's coming. All right. Blue states. I'm going to leave you guys with this. Blue states pushing for free illegal alien health care. And this is really going to piss you off because it did me. And I'm like, I got to play this for everybody. I posted it on X, but I know not everybody looks at X. So this is good.
What I'm about to tell you is either going to shock you or piss you off, probably both. California, Oregon, Washington, Illinois, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, they are all proposing legislation to give all undocumented people here in this country free state-sponsored insurance. Free, totally free health care. Not paying a dime. Can you imagine how that would feel? But that's not for us. No, it's not for you and I. We still have to pay those really hefty premiums and those deductibles and worry about whether our insurance company will even cover our medication and our testing and our procedures if we get sick. Do you remember when the Democrats shut our government down for 45 days in the name of affordable health care for Americans? You know, those subsidies they were fighting so hard for? They didn't give a shit. The people that went to work for a month didn't get paid, or people lost their SNAP benefits and couldn't feed their families, or, you know, we were losing infrastructure in our airspace. I mean, they didn't care about that. Our public safety, no, wasn't important to them. Healthcare subsidies for very, 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 very profitable insurance companies, though. Those blue states, those sanctuary cities, those blue governors that welcomed illegal migration, well, they have a little problem now, and it's going to cost you and me a shit ton. My daughter is a working mother of 4. She does everything right. She pays her taxes. She follows the rules. And for what? Her insurance deductible is $11,000 a year. Her monthly premiums are $2,800 a month. She makes $75,000 a year and doesn't see a dime of it because that's exactly where it all goes. Her husband has to struggle to come up with the rest, putting a roof over their head, paying their car insurance, electric bills that have doubled, groceries that are so unaffordable, taxes, etc. It is not sustainable for working families, for hardworking American working families like you, like me, like our kids. If you're a hardworking American citizen, the American dream is gone. But if you've entered this country unlawfully and you're an undocumented immigrant, it lives on. Free shit for everyone on the backs of hardworking Americans. And our politicians and our media want to rebrand this bullshit as compassion. It's not compassion, it's theft. Because if it was compassion, then our veterans wouldn't be sleeping in their cars. Seniors wouldn't have to choose between groceries and their medicine. And young families wouldn't be going bankrupt just to keep a pediatrician. These blue state governors invited this immigration into these states. They wanted sanctuary cities because they wanted census numbers, they wanted voting power, and they wanted federal matching Medicaid dollars that will allow them to pay for their pet projects and inflate their goddamn budgets. They've been gambling with our money. No, they've been stealing our money, robbing us blind.
Yeah. It's got to stop, guys. We need to get these people out of office. Now, President Trump, like we've heard from Juan, is going to pass an emergency voting measure. And that's going to basically put, probably military is going to have to get involved with that. And we're going to change the voting rules that Democrats have in other states where they have these ballots to come from nowhere, mail-in ballots, and they get counted like 10, 15 times. Shit's got to stop, all right? And the only way it's going to stop, like I said, when they take something, it has to be taken back. So emergency voting measure has to be passed, and then we come in and we redo the voting rolls, and we vote day of. It's very easy. It's done all over the world, and it's counted, and everybody knows by that night who's won, right? We know who's going to win, and it's not going to be almost any of these Democrats, right? And a lot of these rhinos, right? They're not going to win. And then those that are posers to get into office so that they can work this money laundering scheme of investing, having insider trading information. That's all going to stop. And those people that have been doing that are going to be prosecuted, right? So we're not going to have people that are doing that. And people are like, I'm going to come in and I'm going to give it all my energy for 4 to 8 years, and then I'm out, right? Because it's not really that profitable. I mean, President Trump has not taken a dime in both times he's been in office. He donates the money that they pay him to different charitable groups, right? Now, will everybody that comes in office be able to do that? For some people, maybe $150,000, $170,000, whatever they make, and have their free everything covered, medical, everything, transportation, everything covered, food subsidy, all kind of crazy stuff they get. That's going to be like amazing for some people. Some people that have really, high morals, good work ethics, and are good, have good integrity. There's plenty of people like that out there, but who wants to go work with a bunch of scoundrels, that are in public office? Not many that are good people, right? So that's the way it's going to be going forward, guys. We're going to clean this up. We're going to get rid of these people that are really causing incredible problems for our country. It can be turned around very quickly. America can once again be great, be the most prosperous and most prolifically talented country in the world. And everybody in America that is an American should be doing exceptionally well Seniors, exceptionally well taken care of as people are going up, owning their own homes, making excellent income. So when they go on a vacation, if they go on a vacation, which they could do every year if they wanted to, they can travel to some beautiful place. I remember many times for a decade or more, I never took a vacation, worked my ass off. And that's because there's not a lot of income out there, even for people, especially for people in the military. So the job situation that's out there, people that work their asses off, it used to be great, but it's not anymore. So that's got to change. There's a lot of things going to change. America's going to be great again. It's great now. It's going to get greater. And getting these deep staters out, exposing them, stopping their shenanigans, these fake assassinations, these fake shootings, and controlling people to say stupid shit like Rob Reiner, and that's all going to change. It's all going to go away. Imagine what the world is going to look like when that happens. It's going to be amazing, right? And it's coming. All right, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Illuminati expert Leo Zagami with us once again, best-selling author. It seems like every time you come on my show, your books go bestseller again. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely. This book it's going very well. I guess we are living now at the center of this whole Epstein drama, and so there is a lot of controversy surrounding it. And we have a deadline which is approaching the 19th of December. So let's see if it's a nothing burger, or we're going to have a lot of stuff which is redacted or what. Let's see. It's definitely interesting to see. By the way, the few photos which have been published show a Steve Bannon highly compromised, but also these technocrats and people like Bill Gates, of course. We have also Richard Branson, many others. But I mean, aside from the few photos that were shown, which a lot of people are commenting on, saying this and that already about it, but we still don't have really the context for. I would say that the reality of these files will be seen in the way they are redacted. How many black marks we're gonna see on them, So let's hope not too many.
Yeah, no kidding. But I think we're going to see some fireworks, like you said. It's getting to that point, and they'll make them happen because they've been trying to force things that really aren't there. So it remains to be seen, what's going to come out of this.
I think that you see the reality of politics has been compromised, unfortunately, and we are seeing instead gradually the rise of the technocrats and the AI taking over the whole show, and that is going to be really what we're going to have in the future, as well as a war which is approaching. I mean, we are seeing Europe really on the verge of war, and that is sad for me. At least I come from Europe. Of course, I still have a lot of relatives there and friends, but the reality is that they don't have any intention to have peace in Europe. They seem to have this whole political class which is built on failures, on people who are failures, because nobody likes Macron, nobody likes Merz, nobody likes even if we go in the UK, Starmer, nobody likes anybody in Europe. So it's obvious that maybe they need a war to have some kind of unity and some kind of relevance, because that's what's happening with Europe in a world that sees the major powers like America and China really playing their own game, the Sino-Russian alliance against America. That is really where the power is, and that's why I'm a little bit upset with Venezuela and what is happening in Venezuela, because I know that if it gets to become a war, it's going to be much worse than we saw in Vietnam or in Afghanistan.
Yeah,
all
I
it
think,
up.
I think we're definitely heading that direction. When I was at SEAL Team 6, we were already planning, and this was 35 years ago. We're already starting to plan Venezuela, and so it's coming to a head. Now, I don't think it's just going to be Venezuela. I think it'll be Colombia. I think it will be Mexico, probably Brazil, because that's where all the drug trafficking is coming from, and it's gonna engulf a lot of those countries.
Yeah, and we know that, of course, this is gonna make happy the military-industrial complex in this never-ending necessity for continuous warfare.
Yeah.
But the fact is that we are also a bankrupt country, which doesn't need another war. So it's pretty upsetting. However, we have outlined a few of today's subjects. We have, of course, the Mandani trans rabbi. Everybody's talking about, that I've been discussing this trans rabbi for a long time, because it is really part of what I described in this book, a part of this reformulating Judaism in the light of more progressive doctrines. Now, a lot of people think that we can find those progressive doctrines only on so-called Reform Judaism, which, by the way, covers nearly 80% of the synagogues in this country. But this guy here is actually the product of Reconstructionist Judaism. Now, there are so many of these different forms of Judaism that gets confusing. However, the guy has an Orthodox background. He was very much a traditional Orthodox Hasidic rabbi until he understood he no longer wanted to be married, and he suddenly wanted to be a woman. And then he went into this form of Judaism, which embraces now even transsexual rabbis or women rabbis, which are, of course, also embraced by Reform Judaism. All forms of religion seem to be really going astray in one way or another. The Pope has the transsexual guested there for a special lunch at the Vatican, and then you have the transsexual nominated by Mamdani as one of the it's like the world is going crazy, and it seems like everybody
it's obviously satanic. It's like God.
Let's not forget that we had a former mayor, Rudy Giuliani, who liked to dress up as a woman.
Really? I didn't even know that. Wow.
Well, actually, if we go on YouTube, we can find a video of him dressed up as a woman with Donald J. Trump.
Whoa. Was Donald J. Trump dressed up as a woman? All right. He didn't cross that line yet. He wasn't, he didn't go into that realm.
No. There's a lot of criticism that we can move against Trump at the moment, but we can never say that he wasn't really always somebody who liked fine women. And so, I mean, even the photos that are coming out of the Jeffrey Epstein estate or archives are indicating that. Thanks God.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people that told me Rudy Giuliani is a very bad alcoholic, really, really bad.
Well, I mean, we always had this J. Edgar Hoover. I mean, there is some very particular figures in America that seem to have had some kind of, J. Edgar Hoover liked to dress up in drag.
That's right. Yep. And had a male partner. So
yes. Now, we don't really still know the whole story about Bubba, but we leave that aside. In any case, Bob, or whatever they want to call it. Now, let's move further from these trans highlights, which seem to have been compromised at the beginning of our show. But because Mamdani is about Islamo-communism, Islamo-wokeism. It's a reality that, as you know, exists only in the West, because if a guy like Mamdani was proposing these things in the Middle East, he would be beheaded together with everybody else in his council. Now,
absolutely,
it's quite incredible, that people don't understand that there is an incoherence here that unites the left end Islam in spreading their tentacles here in this country. However, the thing is that Islam is spreading their tentacles even with the Republican Party. Let's not forget that Trump just not so long ago put a red carpet for a president of Syria who is a former terrorist, and now we have ISIS suddenly on the attack. I mean, come on. I just indicate at this point, volume 10 of my confessions, which will explain you this is a charade, and that if they are taking out of the closet, if we want to then still stay with this kind of language, the whole ISIS thing, ISIS was created by Barack Hussein Obama. We had people like McCain, Clinton. I mean, why suddenly we have this ISIS necessity? Is it because we need to have some kind of strategy of attention on that subject rather than another subject? Is it like they can fade the interest from one thing to the other? Like, okay, we have just taken a tank full of oil from Venezuela, but then we suddenly had the revelation this week made by an American congressman that maybe Venezuela has Russian nukes. That will make Trump jump on his seat and say, okay, we can't move war against a country that has Russian nukes. So at that point, we have to fade the interest on one thing and rise it on another. It's like interest. It's quite interesting to see how the big brother works on top of us, on the strategy of attention and tension. I would say that in Europe, they are now pushing towards a strategy of constant tension with what is happening with Russia, with what is happening with NATO, with what is happening with having to refinance NATO and refinance the politics of the military industrial complex in Europe. Because up until now, as you know, before Trump, it was all on us Americans to support the defense of Europe. Suddenly things have changed, but you can't convince 500 million individuals with some kind of radical brainwashing on a massive scale. We need those weapons. I mean, Europe is is also a place on the verge of bankruptcy. With they don't have after they abandoned the fossil fuels from Russia, Germany is really having a lot of problems. Germany is the heart economically, industrially of Europe, and it's sinking more and more towards a stage which we have not seen since 1939. Now we know exactly what happened in 1939. It was the invasion of Poland at the beginning of the Second World War. So I hope that we're not, pushing towards that direction. Now, it's also true that Germany, continuing this idea they can eventually move military to defend Europe with others win. The reality is that Germany is fueled with LGBTQ people that don't have any idea. I mean, if we go back in time, the creation of the Wehrmacht, of the forces that made the Second World War initially go in favor of Germany was because you had a formation of years of Hitlerjugend, of preparation of these Germans who thought they were the superior race. Now, if you go to Germany, you find a bunch of people who are confused about their own sexuality, let alone the race. And I don't think they will make a great army in defense towards instead the Russians, who are very compact and very ideally very united. You know how important it is in the military to have a unified object and mission.
Yep.
Europe doesn't have that unification. The ideologies are varied, but also, like I said, today, Germany is not the Germany of the 1930s. It's not the Germany of the 1920s. It's a Germany that is having a lot of problems. It's a Germany that was forced into welcoming 1 million Syrians because of Angela Merkel, and that cost her a political position, but also invaded Germany with Islamic people that don't integrate most times. And so it creates more and more problems, aside from, of course, collapsing the very system Germany was built upon.
Well, really, all of Europe has
Yeah.
taken in the Islamic, and London and all these. Now Trump is basically going against them. Remember when Trump came in the first time? I think less than a year after he came in, he killed al-Baghdadi, who is the leader of ISIS in Iraq, and that was huge. So now it looks like we're back at it again.
No, but the thing is, Trump said to us that ISIS was finished, and now suddenly ISIS is actually manifesting again, but is manifesting in Syria, where you have positioned yourself a president who knows those people from his own personal background, and al-Assad instead is playing video games in Russia. That's what he's doing most of the time. They said that the guy. So I mean,
you have some good intel.
No, but it's quite incredible. Poor al-Assad is at times he's in Moscow, at times he goes out some, but he's really not doing anything. Now, 2 U.S. soldiers and a civilians killed, several more wounded in central Syria in this ambush. It seems really weird what it stands for, this whole thing. Then I want to tell one thing. I'm not happy about laying the red carpet for Mandani in the White House. I thought that was disgraceful. I thought that Trump will pay politically the price for doing that. And in fact, now who is the main opposer to the ICE policies of Donald J. Trump? And who is showing actually a video on how and promoting even an app again. And Mamdani suggests the New York police may arrest ICE agents enforcing federal law. Trump, you let that guy in the White House, and you had good words for that guy. I would have arrested him on the spot.
I know, right? I think it's maybe a setup. He's letting him, like a fish. He's letting him run. He's going to like yank the line, and so we'll see. But I think a lot of these places are going to have to put up with federal troops coming in pretty soon, and that's not going to be their choice anymore.
Yeah, but then federal troops that seem in a way to help Palantir and the rise of the AI dictatorship and cyber Satan state. So it's like just recently we had Trump signing an executive order. Now we don't know if this executive order will then not be contested. Probably the majority of states will appeal it. But however, that executive order wants to control federally the AI. Now, we know that the Republicans have never pushed for anything that wasn't, liberation from federal control. Now, suddenly we have Trump promoting federal control. So, a little bit of a disappointment there, because we know that Peter Thiel is probably way too close to Trump and the whole dark enlightenment lobby, which included, by the way, Steve Bannon, who seems to be, at the moment, I don't have any good words for Steve Bannon, because I think that it's pretty clear that this guy has betrayed everybody. And the guy was there trying to help Jeffrey Epstein clean up his image. No, that is not something that I can agree on in any way, shape, or form. Now, another topic of today is, of course, the House's satanic child sex ring, which has been discussed for a brief time by the media, but now seems to be gone in oblivion. Once again, nobody seems to want to discuss what happened in Australia. There was basically 4 men were charged in Australia, and 4 Australians that were involved with an international satanic child sex abuse material ring. Now, like David Icke said the other day in an interview, and I agree with him, Jeffrey Epstein is not the only guy who ever did a human trafficking, pedophilia.
No.
Actually, he was relevant because he was connected, of course, with Israel. He was connected with the Sabbath and Frank. He was connected also with a lot of power.
Yep.
And
Hugh Hefner did the same thing. Yep. There's this thing going on for a long time.
But there is other rings. There is a variety of powerful people involved with pedophilia. And it's very important that we understand now. News this whole thing that saw the New South Wales State Police identifying and arresting the Sydney-based network. It's laudable, but why? They have arrested these people. They had a bunch of material. I have also found possible connection with the Order of the Nine Angles, by the way, which is an order which promotes this kind of, it's very much in bed with the pedophilia and with also promoting satanic rituals around pedophilia. Because this is not about what we have seen with this houses satanic child sex ring, is that it's not simply a sex ring, it's also satanic, a use of satanic symbolism, use of satanic rituals. And so that is definitely scary.
And part of all of these elite circles, they all do it.
And they all do it. So like we can say that probably the 26-year-old that was arrested, who, by the way, was called Landon Germanotta Mills. I think Germanotta is also the surname of Lady Gaga. But this guy is probably just an scapegoat for some more powerful people that will never get arrested in a million years.
Absolutely.
So it's sad to see that at the end, these powerful people behind them will probably get away with it. And there is not been any more further discussion. Also, another thing I noticed when it comes down to this news coming from Australia, it was not touched at all by the European media. People in Europe told me, Leo, we can find this news anywhere. It's like they didn't want to touch it. It was like, so why is that?
I haven't seen it anywhere until I saw it on your website in that article. That's wow.
Yeah, but my article provides also video from a news, from Australian news. It provides the possibility of going into deeper research. And as you can see, something was said in the Australian media, but then it kind of like, it ended up there. It was like there's no further discussions on this whole thing. Now, going back,
why is it so much of a connection to? Because I've had many guests that have been part of the system, and they all talk about Masonic influence. What?
Yes. Well, I mean, I remember still to this day, I was taking this car ride. I had been at a very important Masonic meeting back in the days, almost 20 years ago. I was in this lodge in Livorno, I think it was Livorno, yes. And then after there was this lieutenant colonel from the Italian Guardia di Finanza who gave me a lift back to Rome because he was there in this meeting. So, we start chatting about things. He's a guy who was involved with the Italian. It's a little bit like the finance police, a mix between the IRS and the military, because that's the kind of training they have. And we discussed about pedophilia and the discussion, when you drive in a car along, suddenly we discussed about pedophilia rings, and he said, listen, Leo, arrive to a certain level, we cannot touch them.
Wow.
And that's it. And I was like, okay, whatever. I mean, fine.
I guess no one has the balls to do that, but and maybe those that do, find out the hard way not to do that, and that's why no one else does.
He said that often also these rings somehow ended up in the Vatican, ended up with Vatican connections, and that was even more untouchable and made everything even more untouchable.
Dang.
So, when you see also the blessing in a private audience, which I have included also in my book, of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell by a pope who is now a saint.
Bless them, yeah. Oh my
It just
God.
it makes you really understand that this world is pretty screwed
That
up place.
starts to make it all come together. Wow.
Now, you know that in one of our latest articles, I talked about that a really weird dentistry room in Little St. James that they try to cover up as being, oh yeah, Jeffrey Epstein built this room for one of the girls who was studying dentistry. Yeah, sure, but does that mean you have to have the most creepy masks hanging from the walls of
That
Adolf
was
Hitler?
crazy. Yeah.
I mean, and it said that maybe this room was also used for abortions, by the way, not only for the dentist.
Oh my
yeah?
God.
So it's like dentistry can be, and you know that from being in the field, a very interesting and very evil form of torture, because if I get your dentist to torture you, you're going to give up any secrets possible and imaginable, like in the movie Marathon Man, which
Right
I think
there. Yeah.
it's
Where, like, went into his nerve. Oh my God.
I think it's the worst form of torture possible.
I can't imagine.
I mean,
I
yes,
went through some training for torture, but there's no way I can't imagine
I
that.
could say that maybe the worst torture than that will be if I don't know. I mean, if I go with an iron on your balls, you know.
Yeah, I know, right? So, yeah, that would be pretty tough.
That would be pretty tough. I think this is
cutting one of them off or something. It's like, yeah, that would be over the top. But yeah, that's definitely unbelievable.
No, and it is unbelievable. And
this is the room.
The room.
With these creepy masks. That's what the heck.
And it's like I was earlier on my show saying I find it really weird to believe that Alex seems to seems to think that this is a hoax by the Democratic Party. I mean, hoax of what? What is the hoax here, guys? Yeah, I know.
See, misdirecting, probably, maybe he's got some people that are puppeting him.
Yeah, I mean, of course, everybody wants, to go with a narrative that fits their own agenda.
Yeah.
But here, guys, as truth seekers, as truth tellers, we have to be completely honest.
Just truth, period. Truth.
That's it.
That's it.
The truth at times might hurt you. And I'm sure that in 2025 probably will be known as the year of the great disappointments.
Yeah.
Heading towards a year 2026 that we probably a turning point towards the worst, with the advancement of robotics to a level which Europol in a report has said that they are preparing for riots in Europe. So when they are already preparing for the next stage, when the workload is passed on to the robots, the people are given the universal basic income, but those people will become majorly unsatisfied, and then they will go in the street and riot, and they will not find any police. They will find Robocops there.
Oh, yeah. that they won't be able to get through them.
No.
Yeah, watch the movie RoboCop. That's whoa. But I think I just saw this one video where this woman was saying that all of the stars and music industry, they're all leaning down like ridiculously. I mean, very, very lean, to the point where it's like it looks unhealthy. And that's part of, and her idea was that they're preparing the population to be able to handle starvation. I'm like, wow, because they're influencers, Hollywood.
Well, let's not forget that not only they are influencers, but Hollywood is also hardly hit by the AI development that is really gonna influence a lot. There is a creative takeover. I mean, there has been people now in the guild that creates, for example, the cartoons for Disney that is investing over $1 billion on OpenAI and all that. That they are, pointing out the fact that OpenAI, just as any other form of artificial intelligence, takes from what was done creatively by human people, but then doesn't recognize necessarily what these people have done when they develop the ultimate product. So you are going to have a lot of new products generated by the AI, but you're going to have those guys who originally were the content creators, if you want to call them this way, never recognized and never paid for that. So it is a moment in which, like you stated just a moment ago, they are bowing down, but because of necessity, they will be probably inclined to do anything that pay their bills soon. Because in 10 years from now, Hollywood will be probably fueled by AI-generated actors.
Exactly. They're all going to be gone, just AI. And maybe that's part of what they're doing too, to get you used to like these plastic-looking people that are, don't seem real anymore.
Yeah, well, definitely it doesn't make sense to use plastic-looking people, especially medieval movies based on medieval times, or times in which, of course, there was no plastic surgery, so it makes it ridiculous. When I see a Netflix series where everybody is kind of, but having said that, I think
you've been talking about this for quite some time, all the way back to. I was just looking through the books. I turned to
Volume 8, for example, Volume 7. Yeah, but Volume 8. Volume 8.
You're even talking about it.
Yeah,
Confession of the Illuminati, volume not 666, but Occult Roots of the Great Reset. Nope, you're right.
In Volume 8, I focus, let's say, on how Hollywood is being taken over by the AI and how the directives came directly from Davos and from the Great Reset. So it's part of that agenda, because we have to never forget that all these producers, all these big investors in the Hollywood are every year to be met in Davos. In what you are showing now, Volume 9, which is part of this trilogy of the Cyber Satan, which is Volume 6.66, Volume 7, Volume 9, I also show how Ukraine is an experiment for the rest of Europe, possibly even the rest of the world.
Wow.
What is happening there by also they are forcing a merger of your ID, your bank card, your passport in one, all in the name of security and of necessity out of a war that is impending. And of course, it creates that, it facilitates that pact with the devil, if you want to call it, that diabolical Faustinian pact. So
now, this one was probably one of the most enlightening for me, because I had many questions after having served in the Middle East, in the SEAL teams and in the CIA. I was like, what is going on here? For a lot, every place seemed to be different. And I spent some time in Beirut, where we can talk about this in a second, where
the Pope was.
And Beirut was like complete dichotomy. You could see the Christian side, which was, I believe, the most beautiful church bells. I was there during Christmas, the Christmas lights, best I've ever seen anywhere in the world. And then if it was right next to a Muslim area, the Muslim community looked like total, excuse my French, but shit town. But, and right next to where this Muslim, extreme poverty town was, if there was a mosque, it was burned and there was no one there anymore. For like a cathedral, gone, burned, no one there anymore. So they were slowly encroaching, taking over all of, and I think you mentioned it in one of your articles, how it's down to 30% Christian now. At one time, it was like over 50%. When I was there, it was probably 50%, but that was about a decade ago. So crazy.
No, it's important that the Pope, went recently to the Middle East. He first included Turkey, of course, in his journey. Turkey, you have to understand, Turkey is the most modern country in the Islamic world.
Yep.
It was modernized, though, by the young Turks when they fomented then the rise of what will become Ataturk. Ataturk was a guy who took over the role that was of the Sultan and the Ottoman Empire that kind of crumbled. But it was also because Western Freemasonry France, but especially England, wanted the Ottoman Empire to collapse. And from that collapse, unfortunately, comes all the problems in the Middle East, because the Ottoman Empire was most of the Middle East. And so today, everything that we suffer in regards to any place in the Middle East is because, Egypt was part of the Ottoman Empire, Syria, everywhere, Jordan, all those countries didn't exist. They existed after, and they were almost an artificial construct, like I explain in my book that you read, volume 10, of British or French Freemasonry, who also, they kind of divided their spheres of influence in the Middle East. And then we had also some element of the Germans also that comes in. But it was also connected to the Dommé, the Sabbateans, this heretical Jews that had become Muslims in 1666 with the Shabbatai Zevi, which I discuss also in my book, because the Sabbatean Frankists, the most powerful Jewish, originates from the Ottoman Empire and then moves into the more Eastern European setup, where then we find, of course, the ancestors of both Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and all those people, like, for example, Woody Allen or the other people that we find hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. Dershowitz, who is no saint for sure, who even tried, like I explained in my book, when he was interviewed last summer, to justify, no, the girls were only 16, or they were only... There is really... they always love to try to justify themselves when pedophilia cannot be justified in any way, shape, or form. That's about it. However, in the Middle East, as you know, as well as in the Far East, there is a tendency at times to get these girls to marry very, very young. And now we, unfortunately, have already in countries like Great Britain, because the Sharia is arriving together with this massive Islamic presence, we have the acceptance of young girls' marriages with the younger, even here in America. It's pretty shocking. You saw it yourself in countries like Afghanistan or whatnot. I mean, or Iraq or other countries.
13, 14 years old. Yeah. And the girls wanted it. For most of them, they wanted to get away from their families, and that was the way they were going to get their freedom, or at least that's what they thought. But didn't.
Yeah, but then it becomes, I heard the stories. I remember I had a friend many years ago in England who was the girlfriend of a very dear friend of mine, who escaped from one of these situations in the Middle East, married forcefully into a marriage she didn't want. And it was a shocking story of survival, really. Now, you showed the image of the mausoleum of Ataturk. It's very important that people understand what the Pope was doing there, because the Pope, the first thing he did was to homage Mustafa Kemal Ataturk. Now, Mustafa Kemal Ataturk is no saint. He wasn't actually even a Muslim, to tell you the truth, because he was a Dommé. He was actually himself a crypto-Jewish part of this. That's one of the accusations that often resurface even in the Turkish media. But Ataturk is an untouchable figure in Turkey. You can't criticize Ataturk. You will be arrested. Still to this day, you will be arrested. Now, Ataturk took over the power of Turkey in a very simple way. He invited the most powerful imams in Turkey on the Orient Express, beautiful train, that arrived until Istanbul, famous train. He put them all there. He bring 200 prostitutes, and then he blackmailed them for the rest of their career. So, I mean, that was the very pragmatic way that Ataturk saw the use of religion. Ataturk was a Freemason. He had been initiated in Thessaloniki. I explained that in this article. So why does a Pope go and pay homage to a Freemason, the first thing he does when he arrives in a Muslim country?
Makes no sense.
Makes absolutely no sense. Now, the only other country that has a significant Masonic presence to this day is Lebanon. So he goes from Turkey, who has a very significant Masonic presence, from Turkey to Lebanon, from a Turkey which has both forms of traditional Freemasonry connected to the United Lodge of England, as well as more progressive Freemason with the Turkish Liberal Grand Lodge, which is connected to the Grand Orient of France. But in Lebanon,
I was actually in Turkey about a year and a half ago.
I used to have a house in Turkey.
Oh my God! Awesome.
I used to have
There's so much history there. I loved it. I loved the food, loved the people. They were very nice. They're very secular. They're not, extreme Muslim, which I'm not.
No, they're not extreme. No, honestly, yes. But I had this at the time because my first marriage was with a Turkish woman. So I was there and near Alanya, Antalya, those areas. I had this villa back in the days. But the thing, I mean, there you are talking about rather close to the Syrian border because it's like 200 kilometers, I think, from the Syrian border, I guess, at that point. But there is an underlying belly of more radical Islamic thought, and there is also a camouflage moderate Muslim thought. It might present, it might present to you, they present themselves like moderate, but in reality, they are not.
I could see that because I see what was left of Christian churches, and there weren't very many. Constantinople, it was like, the capital of Christianity at one time, I think. And so all the Christian churches were walled up. They had guards, and you could tell they didn't get out of line because the Muslims would have probably burned them down, which again, I saw some burn down churches and cathedrals.
Well, the thing that shocked a lot of people was that the Pope didn't really go and visit what is defined as the most important center back in the days. You have, of course, the Blue Mosque, but you have the Hagia Sophia. The Hagia Sophia, and that is
they're giving it back now. That's great.
The unique blend of Christian Islamic histories giving it back is actually nowadays being used more as a mosque than it's gonna ever be as a church.
Right across from it is a huge mosque. But as far as they let you go in and visit it, and they've
but that's
some of the plaster off the angels and Christian motifs on the walls.
Let's say that it was the intent of Ataturk to secularize this whole building to have a more kind of a museum approach. But now with Erdogan, you have a return to a more religious approach. So that's what I'm saying. They might look moderate. But there is an underlying belly of fundamentalists that is creeping back in, as they would like to be the new Ottoman Empire, so to speak. Because
they're supporting Hamas,
They support Hamas. They support, of course, that is pretty clear. There they are very anti-Israel, and they are very much. But then you have the photo that you're showing, which is in Lebanon. Is actually the crazy thing is that the Pope passed basically in front of the headquarters of Hezbollah. Hezbollah is Shia. Now, the majority of Muslims in Turkey is Sunni, while instead in Lebanon is Shia. But also in Lebanon, you have a presence of Freemasons and of Freemasons of all the obediences and of all the traditions. Even Italian lodges were established in Lebanon because, as you know, there was a presence also of the Italian soldiers, as well as so it is a country which really tolerates Freemasonry, which at the moment is not tolerated in any other Middle Eastern country. In Egypt, officially Freemasonry is not tolerated, or You go to you have, of course, Freemasonry in Jordan, because you have even the king of Freemasons. But
Oh, wow.
Officially, even the in Morocco, I guess you have Freemasonry, which is a little bit more but the Middle East is built, like I explained in volume 10 of my Confessions, on a belief that Freemasonry is inherently Zionist and connected to Israel, and so for that reason is always been persecuted. Now, how true is that accusation? We could discuss it and debate it. But the Pope that goes there and, of course, is passing in front of the headquarters of Hezbollah means simply one thing, that this whole fundamentalist lot of people, being either Hamas or Hezbollah, so being either Sunni or Shia, they are all in bed with the Pope for the one world religion, because that is really what Pope Francis started and what they are continuing to promote and what he's trying to promote here. So another interesting information that I can give you instead regarding the Pope, and this is a very interesting information that I can maybe pass on the screen. We can maybe show it to your audience. Let me share it from my side. Is this here. Chef in homosexual marriage to oversee new restaurant at Castel Gandolfo. Now, we know that the Pope...
We can't get the sex trafficking, but we can get the headline for homosexual marriage. Oh, God.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we know that, for example, the Pope is passing more and more time in Castel Gandolfo. Now, Castel Gandolfo is a bit outside of Rome. It's usually the summer residence, but for some reason, Pope Francis never used it. Ratzinger was temporarily isolated there when he gave up his papacy. Castel Gandolfo, which some people refer to as Gandolf Castle, is the place surrounded by the Satanists. It's there, which I describe also in articles you can find on my site. It's been historically connected to Satanism because it also has an ancient history, the whole area there. Now, Art Smith, a celebrity chef, longtime LGBT activist, will help run the restaurant currently being built on the grounds of the Pope's retreat. So he has a nice restaurant with a homosexual chef. And that's how it is, guys.
Well, at least he's not like Obama's chef. And
well, yeah, that definitely was a very strange thing that happened. But I mean, I would say that every president is compromising one way or another. So Obama, then anybody that touches on the presidency in a way, even Marilyn Monroe ended up in the way she ended.
Sure.
So I mean, today we are in front of a situation in which a lot of interest is given to Trump and the Epstein files. But let's not forget that maybe too much interest is given to Trump in regards to the Epstein files, because the Epstein files are much more than Trump only. And that is really what maybe should be discussed. I never saw one single journalist ever explaining why the Pope, John Paul II, the future saint, gave audience to Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell. Nobody. There is a photo that, but nobody gives an explanation. I gave the only explanation in this book, but I tend to think that the media is so controlled these days that they don't even question things that could lead us, to maybe some interesting answers. But that's not really what the media want to do these days, because they are simply parrots to whatever is the agenda that is promoted by their owners of this. The media controlled in every aspect. That's why also we have the whole controversy surrounding IPAC or the financing of the Congress. If that though becomes an issue, you will see like people probably like Newsom will refuse to be financed because then that will make him more credible. Who knows, you know? The problem here is, Michael, we are facing in a year from now a radical transformation of the Republican Party. And I tell you, that is going to be shocking for most people, but in 1 year from now, it's going to become all more clear. The midterm elections are going to become that turning point. It's going to become that turning point, and it's not going to be for the best for the Republican Party, I think. And at that point, a lot of people that were supporting Trump all the way will, of course, have to think for their own political future and political benefit and maybe, you know, rediscuss the future of the Republican presidency, Republican Party, and of course the future presidency, because we have to understand that I don't see J.D. Vance as being a credible and suitable candidate. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. So I think everybody's pretty much on the same music.
But the alternative, I don't know what's going to be.
So yep.
You know, then of course, regarding Europe and any American involvement, well, I think there is a lot of talk from of course Trump and of course his administration in support of certain populist parties that can oppose the left, but it's talk, because then now they are talking about this leaked secret plan to break EU nations away from Brussels' grip. Brussels was created by the American intelligence after the Second World War and the Jesuits. They took the French-German acts. I mean, I explained that in volume 12 of my Confessions. As you have read it, you know that I explained exactly what happened. They were basically planning, even before the fall of the Nazis, they were already planning for the future of Europe,
right,
that France and Germany will be the leading nations of a future unified Europe. And eventually, initially was a community. There was the Treaty of Rome that was signed, in fact, in Rome. And then that led eventually to what we know today as the European Union. But the European Union, then it was also possible thanks to the Bilderberg Club. That also was helped in constructing the Bilderberg Club. But there was also a massive help by the US intelligence. So the fact that Trump will move against Brussels is laughable, because it's us Americans who have created Brussels and the European Union.
Yeah. So the European Union is probably going to fall apart, and NATO is on its death legs, I think. But they're still pushing for war, and I
don't know if it's going to fall apart, because if we have a military industrial complex here that keeps on selling weapons to them, it doesn't have any interest in getting them to fall apart. Why? Falling apart would mean coming under the control of China or Russia, and they would be the ones selling them their defense weapons.
Good point.
So I think that there is a lot of talk, a lot of points that are made out of the necessity of propaganda. The Trump administration wants to show, that the national security strategy is towards, defending the traditional Europe. But guys, let me be very sincere, on a personal point of view here. I had to flee Europe in 2019. I asked, after Trump was elected, the help of the American ambassador in Rome, and no help was ever received. I asked them for help after I was the victim of that persecution, political, of freedom of speech that they claim to be defending. I was the president of Italians for Trump, guys. I got here in America in 2019 during the first Trump presidency. Also, with the help of the Republican Party, I managed to get the right lawyers to finally get my green card, and now I'm an American citizen. So I don't understand here. What is the problem? Why, Leo? You know, when I saw that this is a charade, when I saw the documents that I finally are in my hands, where I saw Italian generals of the Carabinieri trying to hunt me down through the DOJ here in America. Of course, the DOJ didn't give any permission. But the European police, the Schengen police, through what is known as Sirene, which is an authority that works for the whole of Schengen area, is after me since 2020. So
it's telling too many truths. They don't like it.
They don't like it. Absolutely. They don't like it. They don't like it because, I mean, it's not like small people moving against you. These are big people. I mean, we have a general, you know, moving to try to.
Well, you have a very big following in Europe.
Well, I still have a following.
Royalty behind you. It's like that's one of the reasons probably why
I have following in various. I mean, let's say that I still have, you know, friends and following in Italy, but also friends and supporters in other parts of Europe. Nice. But people need to understand here that there is not really any intention to wage war against these technocrats, because if America wanted to wage war against these technocrats, they have the means to do it, and they're not doing it. So Europe is.
What do you think about this, Leo? This came out today. Belarus frees opposition figures as U.S. lifts some sanctions. So it sounds like they're moving in the direction of normalizing relations with the U.S. normalizing relations.
But because Belarus is basically Vladimir Putin, and so Putin is trying to normalize relations with America. We heard it recently. I mean, it's been quite outspoken about the fact that he wants to normalize relations with America, even if Europe is completely contrary to that. So the thing is, I mean, I understand that publicly Trump is saying certain things regarding Europe. Okay, let's see if what he says then becomes facts. Mm-hmm. Because here we are really talking about a lot of speculation. But when you say that you are endorsing Giorgia Meloni in Italy, Giorgia Meloni is a fake conservative. Is a fake conservative who at the moment is carrying on her country, monitored by the president, who is by tradition always a leftist, connected to the what we call the Masso Mafia, which is the Freemasons that connect and control the mafias, Ndrangheta, Cosa Nostra, Camorra. I'm talking about all the various mafias. So the country of Italy is completely corrupt.
It's almost like Venezuela.
Yeah, well,
Trump's going after Venezuela because it's cartel. So,
but that is also another thing. The Venezuela, Venezuela at the moment doesn't. I mean, let's see if these nukes are real. We know there is already a high level general of the Russian military in place in Venezuela for the last few weeks. We know that. There is at least a couple of hundred Russian elite soldiers ready to train the Venezuelan armed forces there. So these are facts that are already proven. In regards to the drugs, it's an excuse. It's the oil. It's not the drugs. Let's be very honest about it. It's the oil. Of course, we had the whole Trainer Agua and the whole thing about, pushing these gangs that really entered the US and created a lot of damage. But do you think that Trainer Agua and the others gangs were not in contact with the CIA or had some kind of, way of, I mean, if I enter with 10 people and machine guns in a building in Aurora, in Denver, I would be arrested. These people were untouchable. Who made them untouchable?
Yeah.
And so there is
the corrupt governments. I think Colorado is completely corrupt, and that's going to be changed. But
of course, some people are saying Venezuela elections were hijacked. But Venezuela it's a banana republic, just like in the typical tradition of South and Central America. And of course, the Maduro is a dictator and is a fraud. And I have no sympathy for Maduro. That's for sure.
Maybe that Russian general and all those elite troops there to escort Maduro back to Russia, and they're going to get the $50 million reward.
Well, I'm sure that he might end up then like al-Assad from Syria, who is playing video games all day in a nice setup in Russia. But it's more complex with Venezuela, because we have seen the intervention of Pope Leo. Pope Leo has intervened directly, criticizing any intervention the United States in Venezuela. That has not happened, to my knowledge, for Syria. And so Pope Leo intervening directly into the discussion. Pope Leo means the Jesuits. The Jesuits are the ones who control South and Central America.
Yep.
And
you have Zelensky and the Pope.
Zelensky went to visit the Pope in Castel Gandolfo. Probably there was the gay
probably had the gay
chef preparing some nice stuff for him. But in any case, Zelensky went to Rome, and that was also another big disappointment. And plus, once again, seeing this charade, Zelensky going there to Giorgia Meloni. Giorgia Meloni say, and Zelensky, I trust that everything will be fine, because it's like Zelensky went to the Pope, guys. Zelensky is waging war against Russia on behalf of the Pope. Now, this might seem shocking for a lot of people, but if you read volume 9 of my Confessions and read the whole history of Ukraine, that is not so shocking, because Ukraine has been artificially constructed as being a national identity since the 1850s initially by secret societies affiliated with Freemasonry, the Illuminati, Germany, Poland, to create this artificial identity of a country who in reality was part of Russia and was Russia. But you see, the interest that other countries had against Russia forged and created this identity, and then it became eventually a country after the fall of the Soviet Union, because in the meantime, during the Soviet Union, the Ukrainians were recognized because, of course, of the influential Ukrainians within the Soviet Union. But having said that, the Ukrainians were always part of Russia. It was simply historically part of Russian history. Now,
I just want to show this. Zelensky has a $1 million villa in Italy, so Tuscany. So
no, but I would like to show you something even better than that, if you want. Okay, no, because then people always say, but Trump here, Trump there, Trump everywhere. He promised us the end of this war in 24 hours. Now, after a few months, this is the toilet, the golden toilet that the principal collaborator of Zelensky built for himself. I wish I had one. It looks very nice.
Saddam's palace had a bunch of that, had golden toilets and sinks and stuff. Yeah,
well, I mean, it's incredible.
I actually got to sit on one. It's like a regular toilet. It's no big deal.
No, but sitting, okay, but I mean, it can be kept. I think that it can be kept clean and everything very easily. I mean, it's gold, so it's very easy to.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, in any case,
maybe it kills bacteria better. Who knows?
Yeah. Let me tell you, this toilet was built with mine and your money. With the money that we pay in excess when we go to the gas pump, when we go to the supermarket, when we pay taxes.
Absolutely. That's what's frustrating about it. Totally.
Trump promised America first, and America has not been put first. Because, guys, I'm fed up of giving money for other countries. We could stop this war in Ukraine in 24 hours. And it's always the same thing. Trump issues the thing and then he gives then the Europeans and Ukraine don't agree.
I think the Europeans NATO keeps interfering with the peace deals.
Of course.
That's a problem. Because Russia, I mean, Trump met with Putin in Alaska. I think they had a really good plan, and the Europeans keep getting in the way. They keep saying, just blow that off. We'll support you. We'll give you money and weapons and so forth.
Like we said, who created the Ukrainian identity? The Germans, the Polish. Like I explained in my book here, orders like the Order of San Stanislao, these are order of knighthoods that go back hundreds of years, very influential in Ukraine and Poland, and Catholic order, a Catholic order that goes back to the Vatican. Only a month ago, the Vatican celebrated a special mass for the Ukrainian forces with the Secretary of State of the Vatican, Parolin. They are waging war because it's about expanding the power of the Church of Rome instead of the power of the Orthodox Church, which was very influential up until the beginning of the hostilities. They were persecuted. The Orthodox churches were persecuted that were not under the Ukrainian approved, sanctioned, patriarch, whoever that is. It's always about the control of also the religion. This is also a religious war. It's not only, so Zelensky goes to the Pope.
Get involved,
Yeah, and so Zelensky, how many times did Zelensky go to the Pope? Zelensky has already gone to the Pope in the summer, has gone to the Pope other times. I mean, maybe I don't know how many times. I should count how many times Zelensky went to the Pope. But the amount of times that Zelensky goes to the Pope demonstrates he's taking his marching orders from the Pope. And it's a Pope that is in no way friendly to Donald J. Trump, because, of course, it's the Jesuits behind Leo XIV. It was the Jesuit Pope who, since 2023, prepared this gentleman to become Pope. And who is the only guy who told us the name of this Pope before he was elected? Question, Michael. The only American journalist / MAGA influencer who said the name? Steve Bannon.
Wow.
And we go back to Epstein and we go back to the whole show.
Yep.
So it's like,
I think that if Russia, and I think that's their intent, I think they will actually take Odessa, the port, because Europe does not want Odessa taken. They've even said
the difficulty
there. But if they take Odessa, that's the end for Ukraine. Then Europe has to.
But I tell you why they're not going to take it.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. And I explain a little bit about in volume 9. Odessa is the headquarters of the Grand Master of Ukrainian Freemasonry. He and the rest of the Ukrainian Freemasons are very influential. They have already had hostilities with Russian Freemasonry about it and stuff. But I don't think that in the end the Russians want to go into Odessa, because it's about, when it's Freemasonry and we're talking about, it's another situation that prevails.
Yeah.
So they could have taken Odessa if they wanted. I think up until now they had many opportunities. They bombed Odessa in various moments, and it is historically
over the last couple of days. I've been bombing Odessa quite severely. The people of Odessa are like the press gangs that are forcing people. They're attacking press gangs. It's I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of a push going in a certain direction there. It sounds like.
Well, the push is that basically the war that is manifesting here, it's a war that is going to expand into the rest of Europe.
Yeah.
Inevitably.
Another world war. You think there's going to be another world war?
Well, then it depends from who we have in power on this side of the world, and if that person wants to engage, and as people maybe need to remember, that history tends to repeat itself. Initially, we were not directly involved in the Second World War. It took some time to get directly involved. And so not necessarily we might directly be involved from the beginning of the hostilities. But Europe will become that battlefield that might be required by the New World Order in order to then implement the next stage, which will be a much closer one world government scenario.
Yeah. Now, remember when we did that roundtable with Ole Demogard and Juan O'Savin? So Juan O'Savin says it's all about England. England basically still controls us economically here in the United States. What are your thoughts on that?
England is very much historically waging war with Russia for over 150 years. I mean, they've been at it for a long time. They're the ones who have been pushing NATO to get involved with this hideous war from the very beginning. I tell you, I know that from people within the English armies. I mean, I know it directly. They were training the Ukrainians. They were behind the coup. They were there from the very start. Just the other day, there was actually a British soldier that was killed in Ukraine, and there has been at least 20 UK soldiers that have been killed.
Oh yeah,
you know,
Portuguese too. I guess there was a group of Portuguese in one of the cities, and they just.
But historically, let's say that the English have been fighting the Russians for a even before they were. Even before they were the Soviet Union, so even when they were the Russian Empire, even if the Tsars were related to the Queen Victoria, there was a relation, but there's always been jealousies and things going on, and so yes, the war has been always there between these two factions. In reality, if you ask me today. Who is really the driving force behind Europe? I will tell you England, but the connection with America, well, it should have been severed in 1776. But there is, of course, some remains of it that might be visible at times. Having said that, we officially severed this in 1770. So there is people who tend to bring back the fact that in reality we still bow down to the British imperialism and to the monarchy in some way. When Donald Trump went to King Charles, it didn't really serve the purpose of being contrary to that viewpoint, because I mean, we saw once again the President of America going there, the king, the whole show, blah, blah, blah. We have also
saw him walking in front of both times he was there, walking in front of the Queen and walking in front of the King. And, we discussed before this, going all the way back to Edward III, who started the
Order of the Garter.
And then the Knights Templar after that. And so Donald Trump is a Knight Templar. He has, on his mother's side, he is a Scottish heritage, which basically traces all the way back to Edward III. So Edward III started the 100-Year War, and maybe that's why he walks in front of him, because he's like he's a real deal, and they basically usurp.
Well, okay, talking about the Order of the Garter, lately we had Prince Andrew, who was kicked out of the Order of the Garter just a couple weeks ago.
Here.
That was one, the remaining royal titles that were left to him.
Because of the Epstein connection.
Because always of the Epstein connection. The most
the figurehead, they tried to, deflect. It's like, it's just him. It's just him.
But there is one thing that very few people know. When you join British Freemasonry, like I did back in the days when I was initiated in the United Lodge of England, there is a specific passage in the ritual that says that this initiation is more than the most noble order of the Garter will ever offer you.
Wow.
So there is a specific passage that makes you understand that the Freemasons, which of course then in this side of the world are very influential as well as everywhere else, have a special connection. The Red Cross definitely, like, you indicate present in the Order of the Garter, is also the Red Cross of the Knights Templar. So there is definitely that, after the Knights Templars were, it was 1348 when the Order of the Garter came into power. So the Knights Templar had been dismantled officially. Some remains of the Knights Templar had moved to Scotland for protection. Right. And actually, they also inspired the birth there of another important order. But then at that point, King Edward of England felt he will take on this cross, also connecting it, of course, dedicating it to St. George, which itself is a very important and venerated saint for England.
Yeah. Wow. And you're potentially connected to Trump as well.
No, I mean, yes, my bloodline in Scotland, yes, we have a common ancestor with Donald J. Trump because he has this link.
You gotta get you guys meetings.
We have this link. But I think that the problem is that we are assisting, unfortunately, to, when I favor only the elite, but the elite based on the interest this elite can manifest. And rather than the people who voted you, I have some problems with that because I have more of a Robin Hood also element in my bloodline.
No doubt about it.
which I see myself more in, defending the people's interests rather than Peter Thiel or rather than some other,
me too,
Elon Musk or whatever, or the Saudi prince that comes there and I put him a red carpet. Now, like I explained in my book, the latest book dedicated to Jeffrey Epstein, that then there is this whole connection within the Sabbatean Frankists and the British nobility, the British royalty, that saw also the nobilization of the Rothschild family, the fact that they started to mix with the nobles, royalty.
And they established Israel and
they established Israel thanks to that.
Star and all that stuff. Yeah, it's
they
never
established
Israel, part of Israel.
They established Israel, and Israel became a manifestation of that idea that they had in England, in the Puritan circles, about bringing first the Jews back to England where they had been kicked out, and then back to Israel for the manifestation of the end times. It seems that the plan went well. So now what we're going to see next? I mean, what is the next step that they're going to undertake? Rebuilding the Third Temple? Is it going to be about manifesting the Antichrist as well as the Messiah? It is this really that we have to think about. The cyber Satan, AI, robotic reality, aiding a force that we were warned would be the force of the mark of the beast. And so it is important that we understand that everybody like Trump trying to do good things initially, but then of course finding itself in the hands of these people that are definitely in charge of Washington D.C. This drainage of the swamp has been. I mean, have you noticed that Trump has not discussed the drainage of the swamp for the last few months? It's not been a mention. So why is that? I mean, why is he not interested in draining the swamp? Because that is what we should be And then at the same time, though, we have another interesting element that today I want to bring you out in the last minutes of our show. You remember I talked about in 1991, Les Wexner had created this Jewish study group, this mega group. I don't know, we discussed it in the past, no, when I discussed my book. Now, one of the members was Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg, who is now going to be bringing out a new movie that is kind of being placed as a turning point for the revelation of the alien reality. They even claim, some sources, that maybe he might have access directly himself to UFOs in the making of this movie. But Steven Spielberg is also part of this whole clique of people. And then, of course, we have a lot of talk these days about this comet that is passing and everything else connected to it, either as a way of bringing more disinformation to the fold, or either or something really revelatory that is going to happen. So I think that the UFO phenomena thing, which there's been a lot of talk about, it's still unfolding and has still some kind of moment that might manifest more in 2026. So what is your idea, Mike?
So yeah, it's a possibility. Very, very strong. I think it's going to manifest.
It seems like they are, pointing towards letting us. I mean, Trump understands that he needs to do something dramatic to make us come out of this negative loop of sorts. Maybe that could be a possibility to bring him, to bring his legacy to an historical. I mean, he has how many years left? He needs to leave his legacy. I mean, for me, if I was president now, the most important thing would be my legacy. When I'm in the second mandate, I don't have any more future in politics, and I will be retiring as a private citizen after 2028. So I think that could be a point that maybe Trump would like to touch in a way. So that might be, but at the same time, we're going to see how the UFO disclosure is going to also affect how the AI is threatening democracy, how the AI is manifesting, because as you know, I have always discussed since volume 7 and volume 9 also the topic of reverse engineering at the basis of the AI revolution that we have today as a product, the AI as a product of this AI revolution. And I think that we need to understand that today, if we are living immersed by this digital prison, is because of that. I have said it in the past, and I'm never gonna. So the fact that today we are living an erosion of the democratic trust and accountability, that we are gonna be flooded by more and more AI and more robotics. How much of this artificial intelligence is already in our present politics? That is what I've been asking myself more and more in the last few weeks when I see these politicians passing laws, passing this and that. But how many of them nowadays simply go on open AI or Grok, whatever it's called on X, Twitter, and then formalize, maybe my future law proposal with the AI.
Mm-hmm.
Even the Microsoft pilot publicity
gets them a lot of insight these days.
today, when we see the Microsoft pilot publicity on TV, we are seeing and encouraging the humans to use not their brains, but to react with the AI in their hands and saying, okay, we're going to do this, and you're going to do that. So the politician is doing that. But then that means that the AI is taking over the politics. So the AI is running more and more things, and these politicians are going to become simply more and more puppets in the hands of this AI, until at one point, maybe the Americans going to realize that they're spending a lot of money for a bunch of puppets. And at that point, that is going to be the moment in which they're probably going to simply say, okay, let's give our trust to a bunch of pure council of technocrats, and that is going to become the ultimate dystopian reality of the future, where there's not going to be 100 senators. It's going to be 10 senators.
I think we might get down to that, because the corruption is being exposed on a massive level with these politicians. Seems like all of them are insider trading. They come in with $100,000+ and they leave, and after 4 or 5 years they have like 15, 25 million in their accounts. People are getting disgusted with it. I think
but in fact, what you're saying is very good, because it fits in perfectly also with all this infighting between people of the same parties, or Trump against the Democrats against Trump. Everybody is becoming disillusioned with politics that doesn't deliver really the change that we really want. Politics is becoming the disappointment.
Totally, yeah.
And so the future then becomes the future where we actually demand the AI to take over. We demand that autocratic element to take over. But at that point, the surveillance, privacy, authoritarian tendencies, which people like Peter Thiel and Palantir are already preparing for us, means that we are all controlled. I mean, in China, they are already working with the AI on a massive level, credit score system.
I believe China is winning the AI war, and they probably will win it, actually, unfortunately.
But what is winning the AI war, Michael? Because really,
winning, yeah, it's a good point. What is winning? Where you have more control, where you're using more AI.
If I become a dehumanized shell of a man in the hands of the AI, is that going to make my life better?
Mm-mm. No.
It's we see, for example, where all this is heading, and it's heading in a direction in which the humans are definitely becoming. Now, let's be controversial for the last few minutes of the show. Nick Fuentes, the guy has never had sex, and he's a 27-year-old male. He describes himself as an incel. What the heck is that? You have never had sex, 27 years old?
What kind of man are you?
No, but that is and he has millions of followers who are like him.
Millions, yeah. Yeah, he has some good points. He's quite a conversationalist, but
no,
you have a good point. I mean, is that the future of
so is that the future of the younger generation?
It's not even like he's a human.
Okay, so we will have people like him who hate women, who basically live this reality. But then the children will be produced in a laboratory. You go and purchase them at the supermarket, and it becomes a society which is really something out of the worst sci-fi movie.
And it's already there, Leo, in a lot of different ways.
But
my daughter confided to me that she's given a bunch of her eggs. She went through a very high-speed program where they only select like 1% of the population, and so she was able to give all these eggs, and she got tons of money for it. And I was always wondering how she did so well, but she got so elite people would come in and buy those eggs because it would have her background. She has like my background, her mother's, and all that. So and just it was pretty impressive.
That is pretty far out. But I mean, the new generations are becoming less and less social in reality. They are social in the virtual world, of course, but in the reality, they are becoming really isolated. To implement this massive psychological transformation on the youth.
And there's very few youth now that even want to have babies. It's very, very, I mean, I look at my family and other families around me. I put this out in shows, and a lot of people responded like, yeah, we have like hardly any, of course, there's some families that are like very prolific, thankfully.
Well, the families are very prolific, especially are Muslim.
Yeah, good point.
And, I remember, and this can be the closing point I make today, Monsignor Mario Pieracci, this famous Italian media priest who was my mentor in the Catholic Church and so on, he confessed to me that the Catholic Church was calculating the amount of babies the Muslims had, and that's why they were pushing for a transformation that included Islam, because they said otherwise we will be losing our jobs and our churches will all close down. Now, that was pretty shocking when he admitted that. It was pretty shocking for me, because he admitted something that I never thought possible. I mean, here we have a Catholic priest, and so, it's not only the Pope Leo with the Islamic dance, it's the Pope Leo knowing very well that he needs to embrace Islam, because Islam is the future of Europe, because they are the only ones who are making food in Europe.
There we go. You said it. That's it. And that's the way it is. And they're trying to do it here in America, and President Trump is trying to get them out. So we'll see how successful that is. Or maybe
that's not going to happen if you lay the red carpet to the prince of Saudi Arabia, because and Qatar also gives you a bunch of money. Guys, let's not forget, I mean, I explained it here in volume 10. Qatar has invested heavily on Newsmax out of all media. Wow. So
interesting.
That's, makes you understand that they are, I think that people have heard of Dearborn, Michigan, a place where the majority of Muslims voted in 2024 for Donald J. Trump. So,
good point. Yeah.
We have to be very realistic with these things, because otherwise we tend to maybe, I understand.
Overgeneralize. Yeah, we can't, because I've been to Muslim countries. Yeah, they have extreme Islamists there, and they really screw things up. But for the most part,
they have good people.
Muslims just like everybody else.
Absolutely, they have very good people,
just like everybody else. So
probably when it comes to the family,
religion is a problem.
Religious religion is the problem, but also, the families, the Islamic families, have a concept of family that at the moment seems to protect those traditions in a better way than we as Christians have done, because our Western society is fracturing, and these people instead are producing babies, like we just said. So for the end of this,
I said Christians weren't producing babies, and you said Muslims were producing. So we're both right. So very good point, and that's why they're pulling them into all these European countries and America.
In America, and it's expanding. Like I said in this book, is 6 million. Soon, in 10 years from now, it's going to be 12 million, and then you're going to have entire states of the United States of America in their hands, because the occupation is methodic. Then you have countries that are very rich in oil, like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, or whatnot, who finance the big mosques that open in the cities. And you cannot stop them, because oil is their gold, and we still have a necessity for that oil. So they seem to be pretty strong. For them, oil became from the very beginning that gift from God, from Allah, that will help them expanding. And it seems that's what's happening. So thank you so much for having me on your show. It was a great chat
today. Oh my God, good job. Thank
we
you.
end up at 2025 though with a positive thought. I hope that we can all spend our Christmas, this Christmas, in the best way possible. I hope all our viewers will have really their dear ones next to them, and that we can share this tradition, which is primarily a Christian tradition, all together.
Yes, beautiful. Well, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, Leo. Thank you very much.
Merry Christmas to you, to your wife, Tracy, and all the people who are following us, remembering that maybe 2026 is not going to be so nice on us. We can at least enjoy this 2025. And let's pray. Let's pray, because maybe the power of prayer is still...
It's still very, very valuable, yeah.
Very active, very possible with prayer to form and shape the reality, because our reality is shaped by our thoughts, and so our thoughts need to be positive. I know it's not been an easy year, also for you and for many of us, but we need to have a positive resolution for the new year, even in the face of all these adversities. And let's hope that even Trump realizes certain mistakes, and that affordability is not a hoax. If I go into the shop or if I go to the gas pump and I continue to pay more for Zelensky's golden toilets. Take care. All the best, guys.
All the best. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So yesterday we had Juan on, and he was talking about the national election emergency that Trump is going to call. How about that? All right. So all of these naysayers that talked about the election steal was a lie, they still do. Although I'd say probably 60 to 70% of people in the U.S., and probably even a higher number around the world, know their election was stolen. So we're moving in the direction where he's going to call a national emergency, according to Juan, and that will make sense. Then we'll have fair votes. Miami just voted a Democrat mayor. Are you kidding me? So it's getting a little ridiculous out there, and I'm not liking it. This election, these election steals, Democrats nowhere, and I don't know, maybe in Miami they have a lot of people coming from New York, and that's a problem with a Republican state. You get a lot of people that are infiltrating from they're running from Democrat hellholes and coming and creating hellholes within Republican good areas. Very frustrating. So we'll see how long that lasts. Like Juan and I said, we get fair elections. The Democrat Party goes away. There will be a Republican landslide like we have never, ever seen before. So national emergency election. Going to be called national emergency election, something like that. It's going to be called by President Trump. So all of you whiners out there in the the political parties out there, the rhinos and the Democrats aren't going to like that very much. So that's pretty much what he talked about yesterday. If you haven't seen that video, a lot of you have. Go check that out. It was one I did with Juan. It's on the YouTube channel. All right. Very insightful. I think Juan was a little has been partaking of some alcoholic tasty beverages, and so he was very open. He was very open, and that's okay. We like it when he gets open and reveals. Of course, I get out of the way so he can reveal. There's a lot of things I like to say, but he has to build a narrative, because imagine if I were to tell you that you don't have your freedoms anymore, and you're like, well, what do you mean? And I'd be like, that's all I got for you. Yeah, there's, I can't tell you anything more than that. You'd want a story behind that, right? you'd want a story behind that. And of course, I have someone that can share a story behind that. Michelle Melendez. Michelle.
Hey,
Wow,
aloha.
what an amazing view. Good job. Thank you.
I'm in Oahu right now helping a friend, and I just thought I'm going to sit outside and show you guys Diamond Head.
Diamond Head. I love that. I haven't seen that in a long time up close. That's beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah. My book, you know, after I wrote The Great Maui Land Grab, how did we get into this mess? How did we lose our freedoms? And that's what the book is about. I'll just share with you guys really quickly how it happened. It was in 1871 when the District of Columbia was created, and they took the Washington and Georgetown, and they stuck them together and created a 10 square mile radius and called it the District of Columbia. And basically what that means, or what that meant to the country, to the nation, was that this district was outside of the United States of America. And it actually was run under Congress. Congress literally, this is where Congress sits. This is the nation. They didn't want to put the capital of the nation in any sovereign state because they didn't want that particular state to have extra power over Congress. So they made this special area outside of the United States of America. And so what happened with this special area that Congress literally runs is it started creating agencies, the FBI, the CIA, the CDC, the educational department, all of it. And then those agencies, their power, their rules and regulations trickled in like fingers into all the sovereign states and took them over because of the rules and regulations of that of the District of Columbia. So that's how we lost our freedom. And I was talking to somebody who was like, how can we gain our freedom back? I said, we can gain it back if the sovereign states got rid of all of the federal government's programs and funding, and we created our own. This would be over. It would be done. And we'd go back to having our sovereignty back. But I don't know. The money's too important for these demons.
Yeah, that's true. But we're taking the money away from them, and they're not liking that. Of course, they're trying to push back, but there's nothing they can do about it. And of course, your excellent work, sharing, the Maui, how it was basically a direct energy weapon attack. And then we had the same thing. You brought up a lot of great information about that. Same thing in LA.
Mm-hmm.
And seems like that's stopped now. Do you think maybe we've gotten
No,
upper hand on that?
I think it's more, it's happening on a lesser scale. I live on
Okay.
the Big Island, so I'm on Oahu right now, but I actually live on the Big Island. And on the other side, we have the Hamakua Coast, which is beautiful. There's been 2 to 3 fires on the Hamakua Coast, 2 fires on in Hilo, which is the second largest town on the Big Island. And
Right.
it's very interesting because you guys got to be looking at your general plans. And Hilo, which is again the second largest town on the Big Island and of Hawaii, it has no county plan. It has no regular county plan. All of the other towns on all the Big Island have their community plans except for Hilo. So we've been going to the county council meetings and talking about this Hawaii General Plan 2045, which wants to turn all important ag land into natural land, which is literally going to force farmers to be having more restrictions on them. Maybe their organic material isn't natural. Maybe the new building they want to create for their farm isn't under natural. So we've been fighting our county council and going to every single meeting. I met with the mayor. He gave me an hour, and I brought him a stack of documents because at first he called us all conspiracy theorists. And then I was like, hey, give me an hour of your time. And he did. And by the end of our meeting, he paused the Hawaii General Plan. But then so it worked, but we're still in the works. So I just want to tell everybody, you gotta go. This is the easiest way to see if your general plan violates the Constitution. You go to ChatGPT, and all you have to do is put in, does my county's plan, put in the name of your county, does my county's general plan violate the Constitution, violate any amendments?
That's
I was
simple,
on,
huh?
I was live with Ann Vanderstill, and
Yeah.
she did this on a live show, and numerous amendments came up that her general plan was violating.
Wow. Wow,
Yeah.
that's great. Wow. So yeah, it's, you've been talking about this for a while, so now you got it down to a very simplified way to find out. I looked when I was in Madeira Beach. I looked at our plan, and it was pretty good.
Good.
Although there were some problems when we had our flooding that we started to those of us that were there started to show that the city council and so forth was corrupt in a lot of different areas. So you have to be vigilant in a lot of different areas these days.
Yeah, that's why again, the death of freedom, it's what happened to America and how to save it. Because a lot of people goes, I'm all about actions. I'm like, what can we do? Okay, let's not complain unless there's something that we can actually do. And you guys, there's a lot of things we can do. Number one is, again, check out your general plan, go to your county council meetings, talk to your county council members, and share this information. I've created in the book, there's 3 citizen memorandums. One is about the chemtrails. You can actually use the citizen memorandum. I actually give you the link. You can download it, take it to your county clerk's office and submit it into your county record. Then you can start using that to talk to your legislators and say, hey, this is real deal with these chemtrails. Like I went and spoke in Nevada. I could not believe the number of chemtrails I saw. It completely covered the sky. It was very disturbing. The second thing of citizen memorandum that's in the book is you can actually put a citizen memorandum about, I don't know what platform you're using, but you can actually, again, put it into your county record. Go to your county clerk's office. It's very easy to do. These are already done for you. They're in the addendums. So you click on the addendums. I don't know if you can pull it up there or not, but if you go to the addendums, you can print these out, you guys, then take them to your county clerk's office. Then you can use that information and documentation by talking to your legislators. So that's our power, is citizen memorandums, affidavits of truth, and then what Cal Washington is doing, which is our notices of liability. We have power against this. We just have to use it, and we need numbers.
So Amazon, any other place the people can get your book?
Death of Freedom, deathoffreedom.com. It's a little cheaper than Amazon.
Okay.
And so just share it with your, share it out because this actually helps people understand what happened. There's so many people that don't think anything is going on, but it actually explains how we got here. The founding fathers, it's all business related. It is all about commerce. In fact, the court system is based on what's called merchant law, law merchant. And this is an ancient law. It's Congress didn't create the system of our government, of our court systems. It actually is based on law merchant, and law merchant was based on the ships. So ships would go into different ports, and they needed one system if anything happened, and to that they could go into courts very quickly, solve the issue, so that they could get back on their ship and leave. And so what happened was they actually turned this into the system, into what we have now, which is the court system. And here's another thing too. When you go into the courts, it's not under the Constitution unless you invoke the Constitution in the court system. And you can do that. And the way that you do that is you basically ask a question. You say, Judge, you and the prosecuting attorney have both signed an oath to defend and support the Constitution. Is that correct? Once the judge says yes, which he's not going to want to do. In fact, Captain Matt, who's in the first book I did, Great Maui Land Grab, he didn't have any plates, any state plates on his car. He was traveling, because you can travel under the Constitution. So he gets pulled over, goes to court. The court literally waits till everybody is out. He even said, because they knew him, they knew what he was going to do. So they even had to push, kind of shoo some people out of the courtroom. So he gets up there, and the judge starts talking, and then Matt goes, I have unalienable rights under God. And he looks up, and the judge left the room, walked out of the room. when he said that, because once you literally say that you are a sovereign being, a living man or living woman with unalienable rights under God, you take yourself out of the jurisdiction of the law merchant, which is what is run in the courts. So the judge left the room and then came back and the judge was pleading for Matt. It was actually, you could hear the recording. I heard the recording, and they're arguing back and forth. And the judge is going, "You're going to plead no guilty, or no, not guilty. You're going to plead not guilty, and we're going to have another court case." And Matt is trying to talk over the judge, saying, "You cannot make a plea for me," which they can't. So anyway, long story short, they do another court case, and the police officer doesn't show up, and it gets dismissed. So they will not tell you the truth about the court system. But if you use this, it's going to shift things. It'll shift things out of their jurisdiction.
Yeah, we're taking the control away from them. So they've masterminded a control system, maritime law, pirate law, and if you learn that constitutional law, basically was written into the law of our land. And they've been stealing it from us for a long time. So we have basically these players that are in these positions of power. They're in positions of power because we've allowed them to be there.
That's right.
And once we start to understand, we don't have to allow them to have any authority over us, because they're in those positions a lot of times through coercion, through manipulation, and all other kind of means that are not lawful. Then they're in a position that's not lawful, and so they have no jurisdiction over us. So beautiful job describing that in your work. Of course, we all love your work. You've been revealing unbelievable information in your books, and this is just a taste. So people, if you want more, the links are in the description box. Definitely go check them out. And anything else you'd like to add, Michelle?
Yeah, G. Edward Griffin wrote the foreword, and that was just such a blessing. I was at the Red Pill Expo with him twice last year, and asked him if he would do the foreword to my book, and he wrote that. And just to have a legend like that to support this work just really meant a lot. And of course, you wrote an endorsement. I just really appreciate that and your time for doing that. But again, I just want to say, you guys, we do have power. Sometimes it feels like, it's so overwhelming, and the corruption is so much, but each one of us is here for a reason. My background is a fitness trainer, and if I can find this information out and do this work, you guys, going to your county council meetings, can they be boring? Yes and no. My sister was actually laughing because we were sitting there in one of our county council meetings, and we had a group, like 30 to 40 of us, each one of us speaking with passion, talking about our general plan and what we don't want and what we're concerned about. And my sister looked at me and said, "This is the funnest I've ever been at a county council meeting," because all of us were really passionate about holding our ground and standing for our freedom. So you guys, we're meant to do this. Find your community, start to grow your numbers in your community in a way that is what we call pono, which is right, and aloha, being kind, and do this work. This is what we're meant to do. If you think it's not coming for you, think again. It's coming for all of us.
Yeah, beautiful. All right, thanks a lot, Michelle. I know you're limited time, but we'll have to do a more thorough show in the future.
My pleasure. Thank you so much, Jaco. Aloha, everyone.
Aloha. All right, so you guys see that there's information out there that can inform us and help us to break free from this manipulative control system. President Trump can only do so much. He can set the stage for a lot of this stuff, like when we have this election emergency, presidential election emergency proclamation that sounds like it's coming. That doesn't mean that we just kick back and election integrity is going to just land in our laps. That gives us the freedom to really push into these areas that have been super compromised. Colorado, New York, lots of different states have been extremely compromised on the election integrity. California, probably one of the most egregious of all of them. This will be the opportunity for those of you that have been, waiting for this type of opportunity, pushing as much as you could, making inroads, and this will create a super highway so you can go high speed into taking down this control system like we were just talking about. Right? It's not just judges; it's also the political manipulators that are out there. It's the educational system that's out there. So many different things they're going to get taken down and destroyed and never to return again, ever. So that's what we're looking for. So you guys know that I have said some things in the past. Michelle was talking about how there is still a little bit of manipulation going on as far as like directed energy weapons creating fires and burning things. I think on a limited level that is very possibly, and obviously in her case as she's describing going on. So but on a larger scale, it seems like it has been suppressed for significantly. I talk about how I predict weather and so forth, hurricanes. I've been doing that for well over a decade, close to a couple decades with people in smaller circles, but on a larger scale, definitely over the last 6 years, I've been on a massive level. So this last year, I talked about how there are ships, large ships, container ships, tankers that are used, and they're helping to create weather patterns out in the water, and that had been proven. So I talked about how wouldn't it be nice if special forces teams like my old team, SEAL Team 6, we did shipboarding. Of course, there's a lot of groups that are trained. You can have trained in shipboarding now. You can have Coast Guard. Coast Guard was trained by, and I remember when I was in Virginia Beach at SEAL Team 6, we had a group of trainers that went to the Coast Guard and started training the Coast Guard how to do shipboarding, caving ladders, and going up and how to move and so forth. So yes, there's a lot of different groups out there. Of course, the fleet, naval fleet has components now that have shipboarding crews and so forth. They can launch river boats and go out and do shipboarding. So it is something that I said should have been done for the weather modification ships, big ships that were out there. And lo and behold, we didn't have any hurricanes this year that impacted us. All right. Now, I said, I think maybe a couple days ago, because there's all these people are making comments, because I think they've taken down probably a couple dozen of these speedboat, that are out there, and I think 85 people have been killed, terrorists that are on these speedboats bringing drugs to America. Now, I've known for many decades that we have there are ships out there like cargo ships, like tankers and so forth, that their rear area, just like you see on ships that are landing craft ships, where their backs basically or their fronts open, and then they have well decks and boats can come in and out. There are tankers and container ships that can do this as well, guys. All right. It's not anything new technology, but it is something that's been hidden from the public for a long time. So a couple of days ago, I talked about that. How about that? So I talked about that, and guess what? One of the headlines is today that we should go board those because that's where the speedboats are going. They're going to these tankers and these vessels that have large, container ships and so forth that have well decks that are allowing these boats to come in. So today we have breaking news that Trump confirms U.S. forces interception and seizure of sanctioned oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. How about that? So I think, I've known this for a while, that Trump and team have been paying attention to what I put out. So not that it hasn't been already going on, but because I reveal it or other people reveal it, not just me, but it comes into the public domain through one of us influencers, then it can go into the general public, like we're seeing right here. So you see that gentleman that looks like he's going up a ladder. It looks like I don't know if it's doesn't look like a caving ladder to me, but maybe it's a more stationary ladder. So a little bit easier to go up. The caving ladders are just wire. It's wire on each side, and it's got a little piece of metal that goes in between. And on that metal, we would put what's that? That slip, non-slip stuff that we put on decks. I can't think of the name of it right now, but slips, non-slip stuff, right? So it's been a while. So we put that on the ladders, on the caving ladders, on where the little pieces of metal go, so your boots don't slip. And if you're wearing booties like I used to wear, because I'd be the first one up, they're slick, can be slick, even though they have a nice firm sole on them. They can still slip if the metal is just bare metal. So we put basically this non-skid, and I think that's what it's called. It's called non-skid paint. So it's got basically particles in it, and when you paint it, it dries, and it's textured so that you don't slip. So this looks like a ladder. Maybe this is the new thing. They don't have the caving ladders. Probably the SEAL Team 6 guys still have it, but these guys look like whoever they are, and they're not SEAL Team 6. Otherwise, you would not see their faces. But they have some type of ladder that's more firm, easier to climb. As you guys can see, they just stick it up there, and it's probably got a metal hook at the top, which basically can go over the railing, whatever, and hook. And then the first guy goes up, and he'll like do a carabiner, so the next guys come up, they're safe, right? So that's what I would do. I would be the lead climber. That's why I call it lead climber. So you're first one up. You could be the first one shot too. So you had to come up with the, after being smashed in the boat for hours, in heavy seas, and then you like climb up this ladder with the boat up and down, and then you get to the top, and you like have to break out your pistol just before you come over the top, and nope, there's nobody there to shoot. Put it, and then get up and then make it safe and signal down to everybody, come up, and then everybody comes up, and then you take down the ship. So that's what, and by when I say take down a ship, you head for the bridge. Now, this can be multiple things that happen at once. So we would have snipers that would come in, little birds that would cover us, and then we would have C-60, or not C-60, but MH-60s, Blackhawks that would come in, and guys would fast rope from the Blackhawks on either side, and then they go up and take down the bridge, and then we start deck by deck, taking over the ship, right? So this is probably what's going on out there now. So you had these speedboats that were going, so they weren't letting on that they knew where they were going, right? But they knew. Of course they knew. So they're hitting these boats before they would get to these container ships. And once you get on those container ships, you can't hit them with those, direct-to-energy weapons or missile systems anymore. Yes, I said direct-to-energy weapons. And so now it's a bigger reveal, guys. So we're in a bigger reveal for the public. And yes, we all work together, and we start to reveal these things, and we make it easier for everybody to understand. All right. So there's things that, I look at, and I'm like, I can't reveal that yet. So I'm not going to just start blowing stuff up, with my talk. So you guys that are watching me, you know that. So you're safe. Your secrets are safe with me still. So, but this I felt was one of those, because people were asking, WTF, what the frig, are we hitting these speedboats? They're definitely not going all the way to mainland United States. And I let it ride. No one say anything for a long time, for weeks. And I'm like, I think it's okay to say this now, because everybody, there's so much momentum behind finding out why we're doing what we're doing, and so I said it. I said it, and now it's out in the news. It's crazy how that works, right? There's a lot more things I could be saying, but they'll have to wait for the perfect time. All right, so not only am I well informed, from decades of working within that environment and working with systems that were extremely advanced and are still so advanced that you're not going to see them probably for, I don't know, maybe a couple of years until some of those secrets start to be revealed that everybody can benefit from. But it's also from my remote viewing, right? So I see things, and if I see or hear someone else say something that I have remote view that I know is like, it's kind of sketch. It's on the cusp of, maybe I shouldn't be revealing this yet, but if I hear someone within administration say something along those lines, and I'm like, bam, here we go. I'm putting it out there. So it is a very we all have these abilities. I've talked about this for this is before I became an influencer. I was a teacher of remote viewing and remote influencing, and intuition. So I use these skills. That's how I became so popular. I use these skills basically to look and see where things are going and who's doing what. Of course, YouTube did not like that I was very, very informed, so it took me down. So freedom of speech is back for a certain extent. Now, I saw just recently where some people within administration have been saying that free speech is back, but I can tell you that it's back, but not in everything. In healthcare, all right, there are still things that can get you in trouble. But I've been saying a lot of stuff that I said 5-6 years ago that got me taken down. But I'm just full on a lot of this stuff. I have Juan come on. Juan just goes off. I think he likes to come on and build the narrative, like I was talking about before Michelle came on. So Michelle, kind of came in just a perfect time to let you guys know you have to have a story behind, like for instance, we were talking about the freedoms, right? So freedoms have been taken away from us. We can get those back, and we are getting them back. And one of the ways we're going to get them back, we don't have them all yet, but one of the ways we're going to get them back is to have a national election emergency, so that a lot of the people that have been manipulating and controlling us, controlling our consciousness, just like I mentioned with Trump derangement syndrome. When I had Kathy O'Brien on, I wish she had mentioned that while we were having the show, but after the show, we talked a little bit, and she's like, yeah, this Trump derangement syndrome, that's part of the MK Ultra program. And I was like, yeah, okay. That totally makes sense now. Yeah. So, and then Juan yesterday said, you know how they keep doing this Russia thing, and they tried to blame Trump for the Russia collusion and all that kind of stuff, which was all false. That's how they killed JFK, because JFK was behind the scenes having communication with his other in Russia, so that we didn't go to war with them. I think that's pretty cool, right? But the deep state didn't like that. They wanted to be completely in charge, so they convicted him in their court, like we're talking about, the court system, the pirate court, the maritime law court, and it goes into, they have the same system among themselves. They're so corrupt, and so within their own system, they're deciding who's guilty and who's going to pay. So they decided, because Kennedy was talking to Russia, and making sure that we didn't get into a nuclear war with them, because as we saw with the Bay of Pigs, that didn't work out so good. Yeah, they double crossed him, and they were like, "Yeah, we got planes," and then we're like, "Well, we don't have planes now." And he said, "Well, you said you had planes, you had this all under control. I'm not going to like send U.S. jets into there and have the potential of U.S. servicemen being killed. You said you had this thing under control, so no." They didn't like that, right? So the Russia thing. So he's like, "Well, you guys are some dirty players. I'm going to like just work around your dumbasses," which is what I've done my whole career. So, which is what I'm doing now, right? I'm working around the deep state, and I'm revealing stuff they don't want revealed. So that's pretty much where I'm at. That's what they did with Kennedy, saying, "Oh, you dirty." They said, "You're a dirty rat because you're talking to Russia, and we wanted to have a nuclear war, and you stopped that. So you got to go." And now we have NATO trying to start another nuclear war with Russia. So Ukraine, through Trump, was going to have peace if they had gone with Trump's plan. And Russia was like, "If we do this, then yeah, we can have peace." But Ukraine, or Zelensky, is running back over to the NATO, demon rats, demonic assholes, not Democrats, but demon rats. So Democrats, demon rats, same thing. So, so there's demons everywhere. Demons here, demons there, demons everywhere, right? So, yeah, Luciferian. They're Luciferian, yeah. So, I mean, let's just call it what it is. So these people basically are, yeah, we'll give you money. Screw Trump. He's a Russia collusion guy, so we can continue to knock him down because there's Russia involved, just like there was with Kennedy. So they're like, Russia, Russia, Russia. Yeah. So that's how they attacked Trump for all those years. It's the same thing. That's what Juan revealed last night when I talked to him. And I was like, oh my God, of course. That's why they did the Russia collusion thing. Because when they do that, then they can really come after Trump in their little twisted mind, little, back door, whatever, back deal rooms. This is cigar smoke and whatever. Probably don't smoke cigars anymore. They smoke each other, but so because that's what they like to do. All right, we know that they like to do that to each other, and yeah. So I have to throw this stuff out there sometimes. You'll see me like making jokes, just like Juan does, because the AI monsters that are out there don't understand humor, right? So I throw this humor and stuff out there like that sometimes, and that throws everything, and they don't like that, and that gets them into such a tizzy they don't make really good decisions after that. So, yeah, I like to throw that stuff out there, and you guys should be doing the same thing. So anyway, they're smoking each other behind the scenes, and they're making decisions while they're smoking each other, and that brings us to the point where we have these really bad decisions for humanity, right? And then those people that are trying to help humanity, like Trump and like Putin, because you look at Russia